Okay, she wants you guys to stand. Okay. Please.
Ready?
Pam, you ready to turn on the recorder?
That was way too much fun. I didn't read that anymore.
Like raised so we could like stand.
Right behind this. We're all in Sunset Park. Yeah.
So watch out for her to keep that camera handy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now I'm going to turn to the clerk, ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Para.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And now will you please call the closed session items, and I'm going to announce that lines are open for public comment. If you want to make public comment on our closed session items, the number is 310-312-8173.
Okay, so the first closed session is a labor negotiation, and the agency's designated representative is the Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Laura Cately. Outside counsel is Lieber Cassidy Whitmore, and the bargaining union is ATA Administrative Teams Association. Then we have another conference labor negotiator, and this, again, agency designated representative is the Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Adriana Guzman. Outside counsel is Lieber Cassidy Whitmore. Bargaining union is the ATA Administrative Team Association. Then we have a third labor negotiation, and it's the Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Adriana Guzman. Outside counsel is Lieber Cassidy Whitmore. Bargaining units are ATA, the Administrative Team Association, IBT, California Teamsters Local 911, FEMA Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Fire Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, IAFF, MEA, which is the Municipal Employees Association, AFSCME, Local 4819, Management Team Association. Then we have the Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, then the Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, SMART TD, the International Association of Steel, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation, Division Local 1785. And then we have the STA, which is Supervisory Team Association, and the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees. And Esther, do we have any callers?
No, we do not.
We have no callers, Mayor. So let me turn to the city attorney. Turn your mic on, please.
Right, sorry. Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Lawrence and ask him, when do you think we'll be back?
We should be able to be back by 6:30.
Okay. So we're planning on being back by 6:30, and we will reconvene then. Thank you very much.
Yes, we are ready.
Good. Welcome back to the December 7th, 2021 special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We've just come out of closed session, and I'm going to turn to our city attorney and ask if we have anything to report out.
In closed session, the city council discussed each of the items listed on the closed session agenda, and there are no reportable action.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving on to our regular agenda. And I'm going to announce again that the lines are open. The number is 310-312-8173. If you have public comment on, first we'll have our city manager's report, but then we will have our consent calendar. So if anybody has public comment on either of these, please use the number I just gave you. Thank you. Yes, the number is 310-312-8173.
And Mayor, we do have a caller for the city manager's report.
Good, let's hear the caller.
Go ahead, Esther.
I hear somebody else's voice. Whose voice is that?
It's like the,
Oh, I think that's you.
It is me. I recognize that voice.
Esther, can you patch the call?
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I have some concerns as to an action of our city manager. I'm speaking about the rating of funds for you, the city council, will have an extra $100,000 of discretionary slush funds. By the way, were those funds specified for a particular use? I ask only because if the city's audited for those funds, considering how you overestimate costs for funding, just like you underestimate the cost to the residents for projects, so will this action leave the city vulnerable to have to pay back the entire funding amount due to misappropriation of funds, just like the Santa Monica Housing Authority had to do with the funding for Mountain View Trailer Park? It's not like the city hasn't done things like this before. And more concerning, in Fairfield, where our city manager was last, they had to add a new tax to keep the city afloat. Visions of things to come? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Is that it? Thank you.
Yes.
David, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I want to use my city manager report to provide you and the community with an update on our work surrounding the implementation of SB 9. I'm aware of past council discussions, and this is a matter of community importance, so please indulge me. To this end, I've been working closely with the City Attorney's Office and Community Development Department to analyze SB 9, its impacts, and the best path forward for the community. While you're all familiar with SB 9, SB 9 is a law that was signed by the governor in 2021 that takes effect January 1st, 2022. At a high level, SB 9 requires the following: that a proposed housing development containing 2 residential units within a single-family residential zone be approved administratively, which means at the staff level, if the proposed housing development meets certain requirements. Secondly, that the city review and approve administratively a lot split in a single-family residential zone if it meets certain requirements. In both cases, the city may apply objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design standards. In our case, along with the requirements under SB 9, the city will apply our R1 zoning standards. Those standards were comprehensively updated in 2019 through a broad community process specifically designed to address the size of new homes in the R1 zone. Also, I want to clarify that administrative review simply means there is no required public hearing. All of the normal code review and typical requirements for new construction, such as impact fees, will still occur. There is no stipulated timeline for staff to review and approve a project submitted pursuant to SB 9. And I want to assure the council and the community that any project review will be thorough and deliberate. This is definitely not an over-the-counter or same-day review and approval process. Staff is in the process of developing an ordinance that will be presented to City Council no later than March 2022 that aligns certain portions of our zoning code with SB 9. In addition to that, staff is preparing an information memorandum that will be available to the entire community to provide an overview of SB 9 and our approach to implementation until an ordinance is adopted by City Council. Given City Council's past discussions on SB 9, our intention is to take a conservative approach implementing SB 9. That is, the city's approach will be cautious and deliberative, not rushed. A specific example is that under SB 9, the city has discretion to not allow ADUs and JADUs in the case of an applicant that exercises both a lot split and a duplex. It will be our intention at the staff level to limit the development of ADUs and JADUs under this scenario until City Council takes formal action. This approach will be made clear in the information memorandum. Importantly, we are seeing some communities throughout the state adopt urgency ordinances prior to January 1st, 2022. We are carefully evaluating SB 9 and are aware of what other communities are doing. At this point in time, we are confident that there is no need for Santa Monica to adopt an urgency ordinance. Given the city's existing comprehensive zoning rules, there is nothing within SB 9 that requires that specific urgent action be taken. Further, we have recently adopted extensive objective zoning standards that govern development in R1 neighborhoods that can be applied in combination with SB 9 until additional standards are developed and considered for adoption. With that being said, we have not received any indication that there will be an immediate strong interest from homeowners to pursue development under SB 9. In conclusion, I want to express my gratitude to the City Council and the many members of the community that have been kind enough, and I mean that, there have been many that have been very kind with their time, to share their wisdom and insight regarding SB 9. It has been helpful and will continue to inform our work going forward. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yes, thank you, Mr. White. And now we'll move on to. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Glean.
Yeah, sorry. I appreciate that report. I do have a request that when you bring back the ordinance, I am hopeful that there will be, for lack of a better term, sample plans and models, may not be the right word, of what someone would be able to do with their property, because clearly the intent of SB 9 was to create family housing, multifamily housing where there is single family housing, but create family housing nonetheless. And, you know, I just want to make sure that as we go through this process, and I support a deliberative process, that we're aware that whatever limitations we're imposing are promoting the idea of family housing, you know, i.e. 2-3 bedroom units, that sort of thing, and that we're not so constraining the ability to do duplexes that you end up with 2 one-bedroom duplexes, that sort of thing. So I would just hope that when this comes back, we will get some, because you guys can lay out in word form all the requirements, but I'm not an architect, and I think more visually. So I think some visual representations of what someone could do under the limitations that you'll be proposing will help me do a better job of evaluating it. And I also think, in all honesty, help the community do a better job of evaluating it.
We'll have that.
Any other comments? Councilmember Brock.
And I just want to make sure that everyone in the community who's had concerns hears that our city manager and staff are on top of this issue, that your council members are concerned about this, but we just want to make sure that the community is protected while we develop the standards for implementing SB 9 and further growth in the community, so that we can protect our existing residents while we look to add new residents.
Thank you. Do we have any other discussion of this item? And So, Mr. White, are you done?
I'm done, thank you.
Oh, good, okay. So I think we're on to consent calendar.
Okay, before we go to the consent calendar, Mayor, I'd like to ask, any council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting?
Seeing none,
All right, now we'll go to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have 2 callers.
we have how many callers?
2, so 2 on this item.
Great, thank you.
Esther, you can transfer in the calls.
And do any, okay, we'll listen to that and then we'll hear if anybody has anything to pull.
Welcome, Rhoda Wise. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. I'm Rhoda Weiss, 47-year resident, speaking on item 3C to approve modification to We Are Santa Monica Fund guidelines. As chair of the fund's incredible inaugural advisory board, it's an honor to help ensure a lasting resource for our vibrant, resilient, and equitable city where everyone can thrive. We're excited to leverage our community's collective philanthropy to help meet our city's greatest needs and opportunities, appreciative of hundreds of donors' generosity, and humbled by scores of organizations the fund benefits. Among many activities, we focus on reviewing specific areas of support defined for the fund last year by City Council. Since the fund began, a significant majority of donations haven't been designated to specific funding areas. After much deliberation, we identified the need to be more flexible to meet current and evolving needs of our Santa Monica community. To accomplish this, we asked the City Council to approve enhanced specific priorities that include ensuring a vibrant local economy to promote opportunities for workers, creators, and entrepreneurs to thrive and thrive, support cultural organizations, partner with nonprofits that ensure small businesses have the resources they need to keep their doors open, care for staff, and serve customers. A Santa Monica for All, investing in programs that advance equity, protect human rights and dignity, increase and celebrate diversity, foster inclusion, address injustice, ensure access, provide resources for Santa Monica Black Agenda, and groups and programs led by and serving Black, Hispanic, AAPI, and Indigenous Santa Monicans, LGBTQIA+ community, and people with disabilities, helping neighborhoods, offering residents of all ages access to nutritious food, spaces to exercise and play, places to live, and ways to improve physical and mental wellness. As someone who has spent nearly 50 years leading national and regional healthcare organizations, while the pandemic may be, COVID may be a pandemic, mental.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Let's approach item 3D a different way tonight. You do seem to be acting like other politicians these days, such as Nancy Pelosi having to get her hair done, or her nephew Gavin Newsom's latest extension of the state of emergency order for California, then jetting off to a villa in Mexico. So it would appear that you, like them, have a rules for thee but not me attitude these days. I say this because it's a November 23rd, 2021 City Council meeting when you had to start reporting your travel expenses. Mayor Himmelrich went to a League of Cities meeting 2 months before, and Councilmember Brock had gone to the Grove the week before to accept an award from Realtors for Mayor Himmelrich. Not to mention the 2 recent cancellations of meetings last August and on December 28, 2021 due to lack of a quorum. So what makes the League of Cities meeting or an award ceremony with other members of the public different than allowing the public to speak at City Council meetings? And why are you so afraid of the public now? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Any more callers? Does anyone
No
want
more callers.
Thank you. So, does anyone want to pull anything from the consent calendar?
3C.
Yes, Councilmember De La Torre?
Yeah, same thing, please.
Okay, we have 2 people who want to pull 3C. Anything else? Councilmember Brock.
I move that we approve the other items, 3A, 3B, and 3D and E. And F, I guess, and F, sorry.
And 3G.
Okay, I left out a lot.
Okay, so
No,
let me try this again. So Councilmember Brock has moved to approve all consent items other than 3C, which has been pulled. Do I
Thank
hear a
you.
second?
And who's second?
Seconded, okay, so moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Are they pushing their buttons, Denise?
Who's on a second?
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Hold on a second.
Hold on, she's fixing it.
Okay. Go ahead, make your motion. Okay. And then De La Torre, you second, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes, push your button. That passes 7-0. And now, Councilmember Brock or De La Torre, do you want a full staff report?
So let me read, so it's item 3C, and it's approval of modifications to the We Are Santa Monica Funds guidelines for receiving and dispersing donations.
So,
Thank you, Mayor. While I have received confirmation of the details that I expect to see in the We Are Santa Monica Fund going forward, I know that there are residents who are listening or who will listen who had some concerns about the item. So I see Ms. Lee is ready to clarify where the funds are going and how they will be dispersed, and if they were prior donations, to have clarification as to where those donations will stay as well. And Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know sort of, understanding how who has received these funds and just more about how the application process is, moving forward. And then I wanted to know if, one, if we can change there's different sort of affinity groups, one Hispanic, and, I want to change that to make sure that it's Latina, Latino, so that we are a little bit more accurate in terms of what this community has accepted to be identified as. And then also looking at the different criteria where, for example, like reentry services, someone that's coming back, a resident that's coming back into our community after serving some time, for example, where would that type of service be a criteria, or how can we qualify that type of individual for services? Yeah, that's it.
That's a lot of questions. Let me see if I can respond to all of them. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and Council. Debbie Lee, Chief Communications Officer for the city, and working in partnership with Melissa Spagnola, who's also here on the We Are Santa Monica Fund and Advisory Board. I'm going to start with Councilmember Brock's questions. So first and foremost, the fund was created back in March of 2020 in response to the COVID pandemic. It would set up with a small amount of seed funding from the city and with a very specific and narrow focus to support the community through the pandemic. It also gave the city a mechanism to receive donations from the public. The fund was set up through the California Community Foundation. It is a donor-advised fund, and so it is managed by CCF on behalf of the city. So the designation areas as it stands right now, we have 4 designation areas: COVID relief for residents, COVID relief for businesses, the Virginia Avenue Food Pantry, and the Black Agenda in Santa Monica. Donations that were received under those designation areas must be dispersed for those designation areas. So if somebody donated funds prior to amending the designation areas, those funds would be dispersed to grants for those specific uses. There is a mechanism for people to be able to designate a specific use, so we do track that. And so grants are awarded to the appropriate parties based on the area of need. Tonight's council item, we're asking you to expand designation areas as we are emerging out of the pandemic. There is a continuing need in the community for public-private partnerships and the city to be able to raise funds to support areas of need in our community. In the summer, this past summer, we created an advisory body, and the city also adopted an administrative instruction. To answer Councilmember De La Torre's question, the application process is there's an application online. Anyone that is a 501c3 nonprofit can apply for a grant up to $25,000. That application comes to me. I review it, send it over to the advisory board. The advisory board will review it based on a decision-making matrix that they're about to adopt. It scores each area, specific areas, and then based on that, they would award and make the recommendation to California Community Foundation to release the funds for the grant. So I think that answers most of your questions. Councilmember De La Torre, you asked about, people who might be returning. Right now, there isn't we don't fund specific people, nor can California Community Foundation release money directly to the public or to a profit business. So if they were providing or receiving services through a nonprofit partner, that nonprofit partner could apply for funding support through the We Are Santa Monica Fund. And as long as that support area was within the designation of what is posted on the website, then they would be eligible to receive those funds and be considered.
Can you remind us the website for the listening audience?
Sure. So the website application is on santamonica.gov and on our volunteer page and how to get involved. And then if you're interested in donating, it's CalFund/We Are Santa Monica.
Okay. And just a comment. I think it's great the progress we're making. I just want to make sure, I know this council has been interested in seeing how we can add more diversity to our boards and commissions. And, I didn't see any Latino names, on the advisory board. So, just want to make sure that we keep an eye out, for qualified people that, that can be included, in this governing board.
Thank you for that feedback. And diversity was a very important part of this inaugural board. And so we'll definitely take that feedback back. The other question that I didn't answer was about diversity as well. I just want to make sure you know that diversity is one of the criteria in the rubric that we are using to score grant applications. So we want to make sure that if it is serving a population in our community of color or of the LGBTQIA community, that they will be given additional points for those types of services for that part of our community. Sure.
Can you give us a little bit of the reasoning? I understand that there's various groups, and I'm really happy to see that you're looking at, LGBTQIA and Latino, AAPI, all that, Indigenous. I think that's great. Is there any reason, what's the reasoning behind giving 10% to the Black Agenda, the Santa Monica Black Agenda? Can you give us the reasoning behind that decision?
That was actually a council direction that was provided sometime, I don't know the actual month, but that was at council direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I move that we approve this item.
So moved by Brock. Do I hear a second? So moved by Brock, seconded by Negretti to pass item 3C. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0, and we are on to the item of the night. Will you read the next item in, please?
So item 6A is consider planning commission recommendation to adopt resolution to approve text amendment 21 ENT-0116, amending section 9.10.060 of the downtown community plan to exempt hotel uses that are established within an existing building from a minimum ground floor height requirement. Consider appeal 21 ENT-0163 of the Planning Commission's partial approval of 19 ENT-0397, request by Shore Hotel for amendments to its existing conditional use permit, which approved the established of a micro hotel, but denied an auxiliary cafe with patio seating and alcohol service, an auxiliary restaurant with a bar and patio, and expand hotel amenities to include auxiliary personnel services, massage on site. Consider appeal 21 ENT-0167, challenge in CEQA compliance for the text amendment 21 ENT-0116 and the Planning Commission's partial approval of 19 ENT-0397. And give me a second, let me change this up for you. There we go. Is that it?
You got it. Thank you.
Go for it.
Mayor, I'm not sure if you start with disclosures for this public hearing.
We haven't, and by the way, so we need to do our ex-party disclosures first, and you're going to need to take, I hope, your mask off since it's very hard to hear you.
Okay.
But you're
Appreciate
behind plastic, but you don't have to do it right now, because let's first do our ex-party disclosures. Oscar, you want to start?
Yes, I had a visit, and actually Lana and myself made the same visit. I don't have it on my calendar, but okay, great. So Lana will let us know the exact date and time. But we did have a meeting with the, I believe he's one of the owners and general manager, John Farzan. And we got a site tour. I got to see the facility, sort of the explanation of where the micro rooms would go, the impact of the cafe on the 2nd Street sort of frontage. And we had, I think it must have been some fruit on the table, like a fruit plate on the table, and a tea. I remember getting a tea. I think you might have got a coffee, but I got a tea. And also I met with, last week, I met with representatives from Unite HRE Local 11, their leadership, and over a cup of coffee, and we discussed, their perspective on, on this project, in particular, their issues with their need for a union, and we did discuss that. So not so much all the details of the project, but more about their need for unionized hotels here in the city of Santa Monica. And that's it.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Brock.
Sorry. I had a meeting with Local 11 and 2 members of CLU last Friday, I believe, at Bread and Porridge. And I had a tuna sandwich there. In addition to that, I met with John Farzan at the property. Took a tour of where the micro rooms would be, took a tour of the potential site for the coffee shop, and there was a cheese and salami platter. We sat and talked while we had cheese and salami and a glass of water, and I'm looking for the dates of the Farza meeting at the Shore. It was at least 6 to 8 weeks ago. And those are my 2 ex-party mentions.
Councilmember McCowan. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem
it's fine,
McCowen.
it's fine.
Don't
I
say
have-
that. It's not fine.
Hi, I had a call today on my way to work with Unite Here, Local 11, to express their concerns about this appeal. That was it.
So I have been, I've had discussions about all of the improvements made by the shore over the past 4 or 5 years. But on this particular matter, I had a conversation with Unite Here a week ago tomorrow, in other words, last Wednesday, concerning the project. I have not spoken to the project proponents concerning the project, but I have followed it closely. And we've all received a substantial amount of mail and comments, and I've read all of that. So that's my ex parte disclosure. And by the way, I have walked the property many times, and one of my brothers stayed there, so I've been in the property. So that's my disclosure. Go ahead.
On Thursday, September 30th at 10 a.m., I met with John Farzam and Oscar at the property. And as you discussed, we had a brief-ish meeting over coffee, tea, and then a tour of what they were interested in doing and of the property in its entirety. I think Oscar left early, and then we toured the other side of the property. And then about 10 days later, I spoke to a handful of employees that currently worked there, 3 to be exact at that point, and then a week later, another one. And then 2 employees that used to work there contacted me late September, early October. I had a discussion with Unite Here folks, with a SMER representative, 3 neighborhood association representatives. And then, all of these discussions were people either approaching me or for me to obtain information, since I am the newest council member, and get both historical data and what is happening. So that's my ex parte disclosure.
Thank you.
Other than the information that was distributed to the council as a whole or to everyone on the council, I have had no ex parte communications regarding this appeal, either with the property owner or with any of the appellants, nor have I had any conversations with Unite Here Local 11 about this appeal.
On October 28th, hold on, I put this lower. On October 28th, I had a phone meeting with Danielle Wilson of Unite Here. On October 29th, I met with John Farzan and Councilmember Phil Brock at the hotel. We did a walkthrough of the facility, and John showed us basically what the intention was at the property, and we had the platter of cheese and deli meats, and that's the extent of my conversations with people, aside from reading all the emails and content that's been emailed to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Para. So, having completed our ex parte disclosures, I think we're now ready for a staff report. And let me just remind callers that should they want to call in on this item, the number to call is 310-312-8173. Again, 310-312-8173 to comment on item 6A. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mayor Himmelrich and Mayor Pro Tem McCowen and other members of the City Council. I know a couple of you. Many of you have I've never met before. My name is Scott Albright, and I'm a senior planner in the City Planning Division. I've been with the city now for, I'm in my 17th year here. So what we're going to do this evening, and what I'd like to do is present this item to you kind of in bits and pieces so we can really fully grasp the whole concept and what's being proposed as part of this project, as well as there's a couple of appeals that are part of this. I will start with an overview of the project, and it seems like everybody has been to the site and is rather familiar with the hotel, so I'll keep that very, very brief. Then we'll go through the entitlement history. As indicated in your staff report, this has been going on since, the initial application started in 2005, so that is now 16 years ago when this application was first surfaced for the Shore Hotel. We'll then go over each of the project components. Again, this is amending an existing operational conditional use permit for the operation of this hotel, and they're looking to expand that list of amenities as well as expand the hotel operation itself. Then as I indicated previously, there are a couple of appeals that have been filed with this, so we'll kind of briefly go through those, and then finally we'll conclude with the staff recommendation. Again, here's an image that shows the Shore Hotel, and this was taken today. Good photographing conditions, actually. But as you're probably aware, it's located within our downtown district, within the Ocean Transition Zone, which is a designation within our downtown community plan. It's within our downtown core. The parcel that's involved with this is about 45,000 square feet, and there are two parcels. There's one that fronts directly on Ocean Avenue, and then there's an additional parcel, that fronts on 2nd Street. The existing improvements on site consist of a 4-story, 45-foot hotel. There's 164 rooms that are included in this, and there's 4 levels of subterranean parking with enough space to accommodate 284 vehicles. Again, what we'll go through in this staff report, this oral staff report, is we'll discuss the operational CUPs that are asked to be amended and added to their operation. We'll discuss the text amendment, which is necessitated to accommodate one portion of that, which is this micro hotel component. And then we'll discuss, again, briefly the appeals that have been filed. One is a CEQA appeal from the California Environmental Quality Act, and another is the appeal that was filed by the applicant or the Shore Hotel ownership. I'm going to remind the council that your review is de novo, and what that means is, although there have been appeals filed, you will be able to review this in its entirety. You're not limited to what issues were raised in the appeals in your discussion. So you're going to be able to consider all of the matters. It could be the conditional use permit, the text amendment that are associated with this project. And that by having your discussion and ultimately a reaction and decision on those, that will resolve those appeals, those 2 appeals that were filed. Needless to say, I think you've all kind of probably heard a lot about the history of this particular hotel. Again, as I indicated, this really started in 2005 with the filing of the application. This was approved by our Planning Commission way back in March 2008. That decision was appealed. I think there was I think the property owner had appealed it, as well as some neighboring property owners, if I'm not mistaken. What the council at the time approved was a limited amenity hotel, and that added a condition of approval that stated that anytime you wanted to expand those amenities, it would have to occur through a planning commission action. When this finally reached entitlement, meaning that the city approved this, in 2009, the Coastal Commission issued its notice of intent to issue a coastal development permit. Basically, they said, we are going to issue this development permit for this project. However, there are special conditions that have to be met. Some may question, well, how was it that the city approved this project when it fully hadn't been resolved by the Coastal Commission? What is typical of a project within the coastal zone within the city is they have to provide some kind of verification that the Coastal Commission has taken action, and we are able to issue that. So we will receive a notification from the Coastal Commission, usually in the form of a written letter. At least back then it would have been a written letter, that indicated that they have approved this and we're able to issue the permits for this. So the city issued all of the required permits. It went through all the necessary entitlements as per our municipal code, and all the requirements were met. Construction ensued, and then it took about 3 years for that to complete itself, and then there was a certificate of occupancy was issued in October of 2012. One of the things that's important to really point out to you is that the hotel back in 2013 paid what's known as the city's low-cost mitigation fee. So when this hotel project was initially presented, there on the site, the subject site, there were 2 low-cost hotels that totaled 72 rooms. There was a Travel Lodge, and there was the Pacific Sands Hotel. In 1990, the city passed this requirement that if you're going to be removing any of these low-cost accommodations, then you have to pay a fee. And that fee that's generated, all of the monies have to go towards the development of additional accommodations, hotel accommodations within the coastal zone within the city. Or maybe it's just within the coastal zone. But needless to say, you take the money that if you're removing these units, you take the money and try to get additional units constructed. This original fee, so when the hotel was originally entitled, 72 of the rooms were going to be targeted as low for affordable accommodations, affordable overnight accommodations in compliance. In 2013, with the payment of the low-cost mitigation fee, that removed all of the city's ability to impose any affordability requirements on this. So now, with the payment of the $1.2 million, now the hotel was not bound to have affordable accommodations. It paid its way out of that. And so any discussion that we have had, or if you've heard about this is affordability, or these new rooms that are going to be proposed and they're going to be affordable, that's not a mandate of the city any longer because they paid their way out of it. That is a mandate of the California Coastal Commission. So in January, after the payment of this fee, the Coastal Commission, the permitting issues began to surface, and what was revealed is that there was never officially a coastal development permit issued. They had never followed through on that. Then there's a complicated history that the hotel went through with the Coastal Commission, and probably I believe this even floated up to the court system, but they went back and forth in trying to get a coastal development permit issued retroactive to accommodate what was constructed as the Shore Hotel. Finally, in December of 2019, the Coastal Commission approved the coastal development permit for the Shore Hotel. In addition to that, so that legalized all of the improvements that were constructed in 2012. What they also added was this addition of 14 additional rooms as well as some amenity spaces. So those 14 rooms that are under consideration by you this evening were approved by the Coastal Commission as part of this coastal development permit that occurred in 2019. And then the actual permit is actually dated in September of 2020. So the Coastal Commission's, the Shore Hotel is up to par in terms of the Coastal Commission. It has its coastal development permit for the original hotel, and now it has a permit to, well, part of this permit again is to request these additional rooms and these additional amenities. So this is where this brings this matter back to this to the council this evening. In July, the Planning Commission considered this item, and they recommended the text amendment. We'll go through the text amendment, what that entails. And then they partially approved the conditional use permit amendment. They were comfortable and endorsed the 14-room micro hotel component, but they were not sold on those 3 other components for the cafe, the restaurant, as well as the massage services. There might be a lot of questions about what all of this means, and so there's a couple questions as prompts if you're not familiar with this whole process. So how does the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction interact with the cities with respect to this project? Within the city's coastal zone, which is about 1.5 square miles of the city, any project that's within that area has to go through the Coastal Commission requirements and get a permit, a waiver, or some type of action by the Coastal Commission for that. The Shore Hotel is located within our coastal zone, so it had to go through this process. And then maybe you're asking, how does the Coastal Commission's approval relate to this pending applications? Even though they've approved this, and it's kind of unusual for the Coastal Commission to approve this in advance of the city, typically it's the city would approve it and then it goes to the Coastal Commission, but this is a little bit odd. That decision has no bearing or basis for your decision. It is, you are to review this independently of that decision and base it on local requirements and local findings that are necessary for a conditional use permit. So in terms of really, when you cut to the chase of what's being asked of you this evening, there's really four things that are being requested. And again, this is the expansion of this operational CUP for the Shore Hotel. They're asking to expand to include a micro hotel portion, which would be 14 rooms with up to 34 beds. And then we'll discuss again, there's a text amendment that is necessitated in order to accommodate that micro hotel portion. They're looking to expand a vacant portion of, there's some vacant former retail commercial space along 2nd Street. They're looking to take about 580 square feet of that to create a 9-seat cafe with most of the seating actually will be on the public sidewalk. So that's a way of activating that dormant street. They're looking to take an interior breakfast room, it equates to about 800 square feet, and convert that to a restaurant with entertainment. In both the cases of the cafe and the restaurant, they're also asking for alcohol service to be associated with that. So the cafe would have an alcohol license as well as the proposed restaurant with entertainment. And then finally, they're asking to expand the list of amenities to include the massage service on site. In terms of the micro hotel component here, you can see an image of where this would be present along 2nd Street. Again, it would be 14 new micro hotel rooms, and there would be these rooms, which would be 7 rooms on each floor, would accommodate up to 34 additional beds. You may be asking, what is a micro hotel? I think we had a reference in your staff report, but it's really a recent trend in very expensive areas. This is probably prevalent in New York, London, Paris, where it's just very, very expensive. So it's a type of way of getting additional overnight accommodations in these types of urban locations. It provides the typical furnishings that you would expect in a hotel, except the expectation is that the person's enjoying the city and not necessarily just camping out in their hotel room. So it has it has the beds, the showers, the toilets, and all of those, but it's just in a really smaller, compact footprint, as well as a much smaller stature in terms of its size and its mass in terms of the interior mass. And this is a great way of providing additional affordable lodging options in these, in our downtown as well as other expensive locations throughout the country as well as the world. So you may be curious as to how all this fits together. It's a very tight space. So these images kind of show how the rooms will lay out. The images on the right, you can see there's the beds, again, the shower and the sanitary facilities in a very tight space. In terms of the image on the left-hand side, There's the request is for, the initial request was there's a requirement in our downtown that the ground floor have a minimum height of 11 feet. This design, as you can see, would not be able to accommodate that 11 feet because it's existing at 15 foot, that vacant retail space, and they're looking to subdivide this vertically to create 2 floor levels, and the resulting floor level on the ground floor would not accommodate that 11 foot. The way it's kind of a little confusing, and I think there's been some questions about how does this all work together. It's kind of like a Tetris puzzle. So the top floor will Tetris in to the bottom floor, and what that means is in the typical areas where you'll walk on the interior of the room, it'll be a height that's more typical. Where you get the conduced and compressed ground floor is on these, there will be these bed platforms that will kind of reduce that height. So it's going to kind of, the floors will just kind of intersperse. And again, the best reference I can give you is a Tetris, if you've all played that game, to see how it all works together. The compact design it maximizes the use of space. One thing that's really important to note that all of the building and life safety codes will be met. No permits will be issued if something is not meeting the building code, the fire code, all of the safety codes. The permits will not be issued for this. And then again, on the exterior, what the public will see along 2nd Street, it'll remain having that almost that 15-foot elevation in its appearance. So to get us to this micro hotel component, it's requiring what's known as a text amendment. So the downtown community plan, really, I don't know how you're familiar you are with that document, but it really sets the vision for downtown. It not only creates the vision and with goals and policies that achieve it, but it also, and that's very subjective, but it also creates and identifies very objective standards. They are the design standards that enable the vision to be achieved within the downtown community plan. When this was originally brought forward for Planning Commission consideration, the thought was that rather than a text amendment, maybe they could pursue a variance for this ground floor height. When we, staff initially reviewed this, we were not able to support that variance. We didn't think the findings, and there are legal findings that have to be met, that involve unique circumstances or special considerations that are property related, not financially induced. We didn't believe that the variance could be supported. The other alternative was possibly what's known as a modification, but our code is very specific in what you can modify and how much you can modify, and this missed by inches. So the variance seemed like it was out of the question. And also the modification just there wasn't that ability. So the thought was, well, maybe we can begin to get creative and enhance downtown through flexibility by modifying this standard for the 11-foot height. So what you're seeing here is the request to modify this design standard for the ground floor height to accommodate existing or proposed hotels within existing buildings. So this is not something that's a new building could take advantage of. This is only something where a hotel that exists that has this ground floor condition could utilize, or and this is only applicable in existing buildings. So a new construction would not be eligible to do this. And again, this would introduce creativity and flexibility to our downtown. As we all have seen, what's going on in terms of retail with online and the pandemic and everything, we have a lot of vacant storefronts. And in order to get these spaces occupied, I think the council is probably looking for creativity and ways to get people back into our downtown and these spaces occupied. And this is a creative way of not only enhancing, we have a very strong tourist trade here, getting more rooms, possibly affordable rooms, but it's done in a creative way. So what you're being asked to consider in terms of this text amendment really is amending this one standard to allow these hotels to not have to meet that 11-foot ground floor height. So the cafe along Second Street is the, and I should have mentioned that entitlement again is necessary in order to allow that proposed micro hotel to happen. Without the text amendment, the micro hotel in its current design as presented to you could not be achieved. So the next component of the operational CUP, and this is the first of the amenities that they would like to add, is a cafe along Second Street. The image shows the existing site condition on your left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, that shows how the cafe would interplay with the sidewalk. Again, this space has been dormant since the hotel opened in 2012. There have been many attempts to get retail to occupy the space. There's been a couple of restaurants that have gone through a process to get a restaurant approved. They've been approved, but for some reason they haven't come to fruition, so the space has remained vacant and dormant. So this proposal would carve out about 580 square feet of the space to create this 9-seat cafe. And again, what they're looking for is to be able to provide alcohol service within that space. And here you can see the statistics on that. And again, staff is, and you'll see, but we are in support of this request. And we feel like it will be a good thing for downtown and Second Street in particular. Within the interior of the hotel, so there's an existing breakfast room that would be converted to a hotel. It's in the picture, it's kind of in the middle of that image behind that frosted glass. That's the pool area, so it will take up a portion of that. But what they're looking to do is create a restaurant with entertainment in that space. That would consist of seating, both indoor and outdoor, as well as they would be able to provide some form of entertainment to go along, and that could include dancing, and that's why it's a restaurant with entertainment. They are bound by restrictions when you're a restaurant with entertainment. Anytime you exceed any of those standards, and I think the staff report had a link to it, and I'd be happy to explain some of them, but if you exceed those standards, then you have to come back and ask for a new entitlement called, basically you would have to request you would have to go in for a conditional use permit for a bar and a restaurant, a bar, tavern, or it's a bar tavern essentially. So it would upgrade that restaurant with entertainment to a bar. So again, that's only happens if they exceed those standards that are spelled out for restaurants with entertainment that are specified within our municipal code. As with the cafe, they're looking to do a Type 47 license, which again is the beer, wine, and the alcohol and the spirits associated with this. The massage service, it's really just currently massage services, established is permitted anywhere within that any zoning district where retail is permitted. So this would be ancillary to this hotel operation. It would primarily be offered as an in-room service, but occasionally we may locate somewhere else on the campus, such as a tent. It doesn't currently, anybody can book a massage through an independent service provider, and they can go to their room, and so the hotel does not currently have control over that. This would give the hotel a little bit more control in terms of the massages that are booked through the hotel. And again, the city has regulations in its municipal code, and this would all, of course, have to comply with all of those as specified in 6.104. So I'm going to present this and suggest that this image be, when you have your deliberation, keep this up. But the first item talks about Commissioner Ellis Raskin of the Planning Commission had filed an appeal of this, and his appeal was basically on the CEQA grounds. What we're recommending is that the staff report identifies a categorical a number of ways in which this project is exempt from CEQA. CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act. If you're not familiar with it, it's necessary for all projects to basically have some type of review. A lot of projects are now exempt, but some, if they're significant and large enough, require which is known as some type of environmental impact reports. So in this particular case, we believe, and staff, that the categorical exemptions, and they're identified in your staff report, are valid and good, and that the project can move forward. We believe that it meets all the criteria for the categorical exemptions within those. And again, so that's that one issue of the appeal, which is in greater detail in your staff report. I think it's a pretty long and lengthy portion of your staff report, your written staff report. Again, we've talked about the text amendment, and then the conditional use permit and the expansion. What our recommendation is to the council is to deny the first appeal of Commissioner Raskin and find that the project is categorically exempt as described in your staff report. I don't know, we have an in-house environmental planner who's been with the city for 10 years, and she has provided guidance, very, very comprehensive guidance and analysis to this council, its boards, its commissions, its residents, developers, everybody. And she's very, very comprehensive. Her name is Rachel Kwok. And she's very reliable, and she knows what she's very conscientious and and thorough. And so, we stand by her determination that this is in fact, exempt, categorically exempt. And again, it's specified in your staff report. We're recommending that the text amendment be approved. And here you can see the language that we are suggesting and recommending. And again, we are also suggesting that you would uphold the appeal of the Shore Hotel management and fully approve the conditional use permit. So that would allow the creation of the micro hotel, which would be the 34 beds and within the 14 rooms, the conversion of floor area to the cafe, with the 9-seat cafe with the alcohol service, conversion of the floor area, the breakfast room, to the restaurant with entertainment, again, including the alcohol service, and again, the massages are also recommended. With that,
Why? I'm just curious. I mean, you've made these recommendations, but can you tell us your reasoning behind? I understand the first one. You've explained about Ms. Kwok and how reliable she is, but what about the second recommendation? Can you explain that?
for the text amendment?
No, I'm sorry, call it yes, I'll take number 2 and number 3.
Okay, so the text amendment, we believe that the text amendment will, it's all about creativity. I think we want to be creative. We want to get downtown has to be on the cutting edge and at the forefront. And this way I think the city's always willing to, we want affordable rooms, and this is a way of getting affordable hotel rooms. It's, again, the spaces will begin to be occupied. The vacant spaces are it probably doesn't lead a good impression of the city if you have vacant retail spaces. So I think it's important to have these spaces occupied, and it's best to see if cut a little bit of the red tape out so we can make it easy for creativity.
So that's your reason for recommending all of these?
Just for that's the text amendment.
Okay, thank you.
And then for the number 3, all of the different components of number 3, again, the micro hotel component is a very unique new way of having accommodations, overnight accommodations, and we think the city's always been at the cutting and forefront of technology and innovation, and this is one of those things that we think would be appropriate for this city, and it's particularly it's downtown. The cafe, it's a very, very small footprint in a space that will, even though it's only 530 square feet, I think that will have a big impact on that sidewalk. To have activity on the street along 2nd Street, I think will just add a little bit more. When you walk the street now, it feels like a ghost town. And when you see people hanging out on a table, drinking, sipping, or whatever, it makes the place feel vibrant and alive. And I think that's important. I think this portion of 2nd Street has just really suffered.
I let him finish this and then you can go, right? I mean, he's talking about a question I asked now, and I will call upon you as soon as he's done. Then you get to go, but right now, I just said we have these recommendations with no explanation as to why we have them. I just asked why. We will, I'm not.
On the point he's making, I have a quick question though. So when should I ask the question?
Fine, ask it now.
I appreciate the comments that you made in terms of how when you walk by there, it feels like a ghost town. Do you feel that activating that space has any benefit to public safety in that area?
Absolutely.
How so?
I believe when there's eyes on the street and you see people, you're more inclined to maybe not do less than desirable activities.
Is that your question? Good, we have the answer. The answer is yes. Can you keep going on my question, please?
Sure. The conversion of the floor area to the restaurant with entertainment. Again, a restaurant is not atypical in a hotel. The entertainment component we think is important. People have an expectation when they go to a hotel that regardless of price point, you want to feel like there are options to you. And staff just believes that a restaurant with some entertainment, and again, this would be not entertainment that could last all night because we have limitations and we have a noise ordinance that prohibits.
Okay, I understand next. I'm just trying
sorry.
to understand. I just want your reasons.
Okay.
You sound like you're the advocate for the project
I'm
and
trying
not
not
our
to-
staff
I'm
member.
just trying to
So I just
support
want
the
to
staff
understand
report.
why you're recommending these things without a sale, okay?
Okay.
So,
that's fine.
thank you.
And then the massage services, again, it's about a little bit more control.
Amenities.
Amenities.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, now I understand. Now, council, I just wanted, I think it's, are you done? Was that the end?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, are you done the report? Was that the end of your staff report?
We're recommending this. You have seen countless testimony from the public, both in support and not in support of this request. Staff ultimately believes it's a very simple request. They're just looking to expand their hotel and their amenities.
Thank
So
you.
We do endorse it.
Thank you.
Are we doing questions now?
Well, no, I thought, I just wanted, typically when we get the recommendation, we have some reason why we get the recommendation. I was just asking, and typically we also get alternatives, the other things we can do. But apart from that, I understand that this is a de novo hearing. So council, do you want to ask questions now? Or would you rather hear the public first? No. Oh, do we not have calls, Denise?
No, we had to, no. So just to clarify for the public, we are now going to open the lines again. Because we still have the applicant and the appellant, so we've delayed the public to call in. So now is the time that we're opening the lines to let the public call in. So please go forward with the questions.
So council's asking.
Well, wait, aren't we supposed to hear, before we have our questions, do we not, so we ask questions now and then after the
Right, so
applicant?
we have the applicant, we have them on hold now, and they're ready to do their part.
And we can ask staff questions, but, okay, so do you want to ask staff questions now or wait till after the applicant and appellant go? Right?
I would rather ask that questions now, but
okay.
I've got it, either way is fine
I'll
with me.
defer. I'm fine either way.
Yeah, so let's ask, yes, let's go. Okay, so we can ask questions now. And so let's start with Councilmember Davis, who's ready, and then we can move to Councilmember Brock if you want. Go ahead.
So, and I'll try and be brief because I do want to be respectful that we will, I'm sure, have lots of public comment on this. So the cafe and restaurant as currently proposed would be operated by the hotel, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Do you know whether or not the hotel made any attempt to get third-party operators who might, for example, like La La Kind Cafe, which is a socially responsible cafe, or maybe even contact like the Hospitality Training Academy and use this small cafe as a training, or did they just, nope, we're going to operate it ourselves?
That was discussed at the Planning Commission, and I believe that they indicated that they hadn't really outreached to other third-party purveyors with the concern that there's a risk involved with 580 square feet, and some other purveyor may not want to take on that risk for such a small footprint.
But they didn't ask anyone if they were willing to take on that risk?
Yeah, the applicant for sure can verify that.
Okay, and then the massage services, as you indicated, someone staying at the shore currently could order a massage in room. It's just the hotel wouldn't get a piece of the action. Under this proposal, you call it control, I call it money. Because really what will happen.
Isn't that the same thing?
Well, in this case, yes. And so the idea is that someone, instead of calling, say, Burke Williams independently, would call down to the front desk, and the front desk would then order the massage service and presumably get some portion of that. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, the Burke Williams option or whatever, the outside purveyor would still be an option, but this would introduce a third or another option for a hotel guest, yes.
And then you made the comment that restaurants are not uncommon, but they actually, so example, we have many hotels in the downtown and in the coastal area that don't have restaurants. The two that come to mind immediately are the Courtyard and the Hampton Inn, which do serve food, but only to their guests, as what the Shore was supposed to be, or is currently limited to doing. So, and we have some smaller hotels that have no restaurant amenities on site. So it's not like, oh, it's a hotel, so it automatically should have a restaurant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the other discussion I have is, you said, for example, in response to Councilmember De La Torre's question, that there might be a safety issue. I mean, this hotel, I mean, I understand 2nd Street is currently a blank storefront. We're talking about a 500-foot cafe that is immediately across the street from the bike center, one of our most traversed intersections in the city, 2nd in Colorado, and Santa Monica Place, which has True Food Kitchen, which looks out onto 2nd. So it's not as if this is some like abandoned street. It's just this particular storefront, because they haven't been able to find a tenant on that side of 2nd, looks a little sketchy. Is that right?
Correct.
I mean, a lot of people walk that block.
Yes, I mean, I think, I think we just strive to have all of the streets and the blocks vibrant.
Sure,
And
sure.
I think that, this particular building has sat in this state for a pretty long time. And yes, there are some, the True Food Kitchen and, the mall being right there.
And we're not activating the whole space for the hotel, because the bulk of that is going to be the micro hotel rooms. Is that correct? So we're talking about a very narrow entryway into 2nd Street. It's a 500 square foot area, which is like the size of a large hotel room. So it's not as if it's going to be, 500 feet of tables and chairs and things like that. The bulk of it is still going to be closed off to the public. It's just this one little spot. Is that right?
That's correct. But I think in that cafe, in combination with the proposed micro hotel, although the rooms will not have direct access to the street, I think, there will be curtains and, there will be the sense of movement on the interior. So I think both of the projects, both of those components, the cafe with the micro hotel, I think that will make a bigger difference for 2nd Street. at least that side of Second Street.
All right, and then let me ask just one final question. So the Courtyard, Hampton Inn, what if they came and said, we want to do restaurants with entertainment? Do you think that would, I mean, are we sort of starting down, and I hate this term, the slippery slope of all of our limited amenity hotels within the downtown area? What about, Ocean Lodge? What if they say, you know what, we're going to take a room and convert it into a restaurant? Or something like that. I mean, are we sort of like restaurants in hotels, it's open season? Or is there something special about this particular project that justifies in what, at least initially, was proposed to be a limited amenity hotel that says, in this particular instance, there's something special we should do?
I think we're just trying to make all of the hotels viable and really contribute to the city. And I think this is a way, if it means adding restaurants to keep people in the hotels or bring people to the hotels, then I think we should be looking for ways to do that. If that's a slippery slope for expanding amenities within hotels.
Clarify.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did want to clarify. So restaurants with entertainment are a permitted use, and the hotels that you named. So we'd have to look at the original permit for that hotel. So in this case, the Shore Hotel has a CUP, right? And as you heard Scott mention, it was approved as a limited amenity hotel, and it has very specific conditions that says that, you know, if you add a particular service or any amenity, it was actually named in the conditions, the precise kinds of amenities the hotel could offer. So in this case, our current zoning code actually defines hotels and doesn't prohibit hotels from having restaurants as an ancillary use. And restaurants are a permitted use in many zones. So we would have to look at the original permit. In this case, they need to amend the CUP because their CUP specifically has a condition that says you cannot have this kind of a service without amending the CUP. In some other situation, you know, where a hotel is a permitted use and they wanted to add that restaurant with entertainment, if they wanted to do that, provided they could meet all of the code requirements and what have you, it may very well be a permitted use. But, you know, some of the hotels you're mentioning, they may just not have the space to do that because the whole thing is covered by rooms, you know, or what have you.
Well, but I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong because I'm old and my memory is bad, but I think there's a CUP, for example, on the Courtyard by Marriott and the Hampton Inn that says they can offer food to their guests,
Yeah,
but
those are
not.
actually development agreements, actually.
Okay.
So those are under their own special rules, and you know,
But we can amend a development agreement, so they could say, hey, what you did for the ocean, for the shore, we want to now have done, whether it's a different process.
Right. I mean, I don't want to get into that speculative process of who might do what, you know, but I think we just want to explain the process under which it might be considered. You know, we can't go through every single hotel in the city and kind of figure out, you know, what process might they follow. I think just generally speaking, you know, if there isn't a special condition or limitation with respect to the permitting for that original hotel, you know, in theory, they could come forward and, you know, propose any permitted use on that parcel.
And I appreciate that, but what I'm asking is a little different question, which is this particular, put aside the process issue, okay?
Yeah.
Is there something special about the Shore Hotel that we should allow them this change to their CUP? Is there something unique going on here? Or is it that if, for example, someone, the Hampton Inn said, hey, we want to come and do a restaurant, we want to amend our development agreement, you would say, yep, we're just all in favor of restaurants with entertainment in any hotel. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Is there something unique going on here that you're seeing, or is this something that, you know, and again, I use the term slippery slope, where other hotels may go, hey, I can make a lot more money with an on-site cafe that's open to the public with someone playing guitar, so I want to do that too, and you would come to me and say, no, we don't want to do it there because it's a different situation. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there something unique here that we're not, that you see, because I may be unaware of it?
Yeah, so understood. Every permit that you look at, you know, you consider on its own merits and its own findings, right? Nothing you do is precedent setting, you know, when we look at land use. So in this particular situation, you're looking at amendment to the CUP and whether the requests meet the findings of that conditional use permit. With respect to the restaurant with entertainment, that's not associated with the text amendment. The text amendment is really about facilitating the micro hotel. So that's what you're considering before you, and that's what is on the screen with respect to the consideration of the additional amenities with respect to the operational CUP. I understand your question, is this, when you say slippery slope, it's really about that concern about setting a precedent. But again, every permit that comes forward is considered on its own merits with respect to, does it meet the findings?
And what findings are those?
So the findings for the CUP
Right.
are listed in the staff report. Some of
Right.
the key ones you might want to keep in mind are consistency with the zoning code, consistency with the general plan policies. Is it compatible with the land uses existing on the parcel? Is it compatible with the land uses in the surrounding district? Those are, I'm sort of just kind of paraphrasing,
Sure.
but those are some of the really key ones that you want to consider with a conditional use permit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, and now we have Councilmember Brock, and then after that, we're going to have Councilmember Delatorre, and thanks to Councilmember Negrete, and then Councilmember Delatorre, and thanks to Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, who's being the traffic cop tonight, which I really like.
Hi, I have some questions which possibly the appellant will want to answer as well, but I'll start with you, Scott. The alcohol service in the cafe on Second Street. So here's what I'm going to ask. Can each of the conditions be bifurcated or separated? So if you approve the restaurant with alcohol service, do you also have to approve the coffee shop with alcohol service, or are they separate? I'm seeing a shaking of the head saying I'm fine to ask these things separately. Okay, thank you.
They are separate.
All right. So, yeah, what's the justification for alcohol service in the 500-foot space?
The justification would be that it's not atypical for any restaurant within downtown to request alcohol.
Starbucks?
Some Starbucks do that now.
They did ask over here, I know that, and we denied.
I mean, yeah, maybe locally, but Starbucks has pursued.
So I guess what I'm asking, first of all, is since Second Street, yes, that side has been a desert, with the exception of McDonald's, which we sometimes have issues of safety and security at. So the coffee shop idea seems good. I'm just not sure, can we limit that to beer and wine, or is that alcohol is alcohol?
You can, I think it can go down to the type 41 is beer and wine. So you're not limited to, they're requesting a type 47, which includes the addition of distilled spirits. But you can limit it to a 41 if you were so inclined to include alcohol.
So you could, first of all, in that cafe, I just want to clarify, and we can we could approve the cafe, no alcohol, or beer and wine, or make it into a sidewalk bar.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, that's one question. Second question, let's go to the restaurant, which is now currently their breakfast, lunch, in-house room.
Mm-hmm.
So my question there is, and I'm going to ask the same thing, that could be a restaurant with beer and wine service or a restaurant with liquors. They already have a liquor permit, correct? I think the day that I was in there, sitting on the patio,
Serve alcohol by the pool, I think.
they do serve alcohol. So technically, the difference there would be we're approving a restaurant for people to walk into, and secondly, we're approving dancing, music.
It's a restaurant with entertainment, so they can.
Right now on premises, they have a in-house restaurant, no entertainment.
Correct. At least that's the way they should be operating.
Right, and I know that our post-production sometimes isn't as rigorous as it should be. So my question to you then is, we can again separate, carve out, and let's say we want to approve the restaurant and they already have a liquor license, which they don't have to apply for again, we could deny the additional dancing, music, etc.
Correct.
Okay.
All of the requested entitlements are
Can we,
At your discretion.
now I know what you're going to say no to this, and I'm going to get a quick shaking of the head from the staff. But you know, my vision there would be that the one thing that's missing on Ocean Avenue is a moderate priced diner instead of another high-priced $20 burger restaurant.
You don't
Is there
think Blue Plate Taco is a moderate diner right
they're a
in front of
moderate
them?
specific restaurant?
But they're right in
Mexican.
front.
Mexican. So I'd like to see a more moderate priced restaurant there that would really cater to the community. I remember the days when, since I've been here a long time, I remember the days when IHOP was directly south of the Travel Lodge and Sands, and there were very moderate, low-priced restaurants. And I've been on a crusade lately to say that we want restaurants in downtown that cater to all economic classes. I assume the answer is going to be, yep, I see the head shaking, that we could not require that. The only thing I could do is suggest that loudly to the appellant.
It becomes
Okay.
a slippery slope, that's for sure.
Let me move on then. And I'll see if I have anything else. Even though we want to activate Second Street, if we decide to deny the coffee shop on Second completely, would that increase either the size or the amount of micro rooms?
You would have to ask the applicant.
I'm asking now.
Okay.
So they can answer that.
Okay.
All right. And then lastly, the massage service. So my understanding from what your report said is that right now they can call so-and-so massage and hopefully legitimate massage, and they can come in and get a 1 hour, half hour, whatever, in-room massage. Correct?
Yes.
So the difference would be that they would have their own company providing massages in-house. They'd have masseuses, masseurs there.
It would, assuming it would be a service that is owned or operated by.
And I was concerned, you said something in the middle of that worried me, that they could set up a separate room for massages, which means that even though many residents in the city did not want them to have a spa, they would be edging toward a spa that way. So as part of our conditions, can we also say, if we wanted to, that they could not come up with a separate massage room, because that's, as Councilmember Davis mentioned, slippery slopes. That's a slippery slope to a spa. Can we do that?
Yes, you can.
I see good shaking of heads there. Okay. All right. That concludes my questions right now. Thank you.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, who's next?
Thank you.
There we go. And she's ready.
I am. I'm going to start with the first question because it was dovetailing on that. So to be clear, there's not a request for a spa. You mentioned a tent, but it sounds like even if you're not certain, but it opens it up for potentially making a room for massages. Spa would require, because when I asked those questions, it sounded like spa requires.
A spa would be a significant amenity upgrade, and that would require taking that back to the Planning Commission for their approval. The whole notion of the massage service was really just kind of an incidental type of thing that typically would happen in room.
But it could be removed, and therefore they could continue to do what they were doing through the third-party app, much like how you order Uber to your Uber Eats or whatever. Okay. Where does the city control, and what specific instances that are relative to this do we control what people can and can't do when you're doing business in Santa Monica in terms of like what you can open? For example, Councilmember Ruck was making suggestions, and I was just curious as to, I know this is sort of a loaded question, but I'm trying to understand, besides permitting use, I guess that's where we have the control. Do we direct people what they can and cannot do? And related to that is this fall into this? Because I'm hearing like this is a definition of what is luxury and what is not luxury. Like, do some people feel that the idea is that this hotel cannot be luxury? Most of what I have to say, I'll save for comments. So is there a clear definition of what upscale or luxury is? And is it tied to food, beverages and food and menu items?
We don't have any definitions that define affordable hotels, luxury hotels, hotel amenities. It's kind of just been, most of the regulation has come, for hotels specifically, has come through conditional use permits. So a conditional use permit is a way for the city to impose these conditions that will, again, they're typically used to protect adjacent residences, adjacent businesses from, negative consequences of a use. And that's why a lot of our uses throughout the city require conditional use permits. It's a way, again, for there to be public discourse about this, and then determine what are going to be these potential impacts. How can we address those as part of it?
So the impacts,
Can I ask a
wait,
follow-up to
hold
that?
on, wait, hold on one sec, sorry. So the impacts are to the public, they don't impact the cost of a room. Is that correct? Like, in this discussion, adding a restaurant, it doesn't directly impact the cost of staying there. That's just implied by whoever's.
That's correct. That's implied. That's the big discussion is, what does the increase of amenities, does that necessarily bring about luxury hotels? It's just, or is it just these are amenities and it can still be a moderate or a lower price point for the user?
And my questions are coming in as eyes wide open. I don't have historical emotional attachment to this issue, so I'm asking these just dry and to the facts. My last question was just speaking of affordable rooms earlier, to back up. You were speaking of and I can't remember the term, but when they paid to remove the requirement of having affordable rooms. So they don't have to, but my understanding is that there is 25% of their rooms are offered at an affordable rate of $189 a night.
So you're correct. So the city, back in 2013, when the hotel paid the city $1.211 million, the city no longer could say, those 72 rooms that were initially removed no longer now had to be affordable. They can just go at their typical rates. What happened with this current proposal with these 14 rooms is the Coastal Commission. Now, and again, that's a separate agency that has its own rules and regulations. They've imposed restrictions on the prices of, I think it's 68 units, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a number around there, and they have to be moderately priced. So that's a Coastal Commission action, and the city has no jurisdiction over their actions, and we don't enforce their actions. When, again, in 2013, the hotel paid the money to the city, and again, that money goes towards the creation of hopefully new units within the coastal zone. It negated the ability of the city to impose any kind of restriction on rental rates, room rental rates.
I need to ask a follow-up of our city attorney regarding that, because when they came to us about the affordable rooms, when we gave them the affordable housing in lieu deal.
It wasn't affordable housing.
I'm sorry, the affordable room in lieu deal, that particular payment that excused them from their affordable rooms. We were under the impression, and tell me if this is wrong, they got their certificate of occupancy under our mistaken impression that they had a coastal permit issued. Is that right?
But that's a separate issue.
No, excuse me, I'm asking the attorney, Lana. You have to wait a minute.
I was asking questions though, and you interrupted me. We've been talking about that, and you just did it to me. And I'm in the middle of questions, and now I'm thrown off, and we've totally gone to your.
No, because I'm just asking about a response he just gave you that he's repeated several times.
Yes, there was, my speaker is not activating.
There you go.
Now it just did. Yes, and there was, they later did sort of, there was a resolution of that issue after afterwards. I forget how many years afterwards, but there was a resolution of that issue.
You mean between the city and the hotel?
Well, there was a resolution with the coast,
No,
with both the Coastal Commission and the city afterwards.
I'm aware of the
That
after.
resolved it. But
In 2019, but not in 2000, right? I
right at
mean,
the time, right, so there was an active dispute, which is why there wasn't then a resolution.
but what I'm saying to you is different because Mr. Albright continues to say that once they paid that in lieu fee, even if it was under false pretenses, that excused them of all obligations to provide affordable housing to the city. Is that our
Not housing,
position?
affordable rooms, not
Affordable
housing.
rooms.
It ultimately resolved that issue. It took a while. It was a dispute whether they complied at the time. It took a while to resolve it, but that condition ultimately was satisfied through the in lieu fee.
Can you just say that plainly for everybody who's listening? So are you saying yes or no? That by paying the fee, they didn't have to provide any longer this affordable room rate? Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
There was ultimately a yes.
When you say, I mean, you keep saying when there was ultimately, you mean in 2019 when the Coastal Commission finally let them pay $9 million and
15
do
million, I
this?
think it was.
So the planning manager can jump in here, but it's our understanding that when the CUP was issued in 2008 for this hotel, there were two options for satisfying the city's low-cost mitigation requirements, either replace the hotel rooms or pay the mitigation fee. They could have paid that mitigation fee at any time after the CUP was issued. They ended up paying that in 2013, and they satisfied the city's requirements with respect to low-cost mitigation at that point. The CDP issue is handled separately, and that was ultimately resolved in 2019 with the Coastal Commission.
But, and I guess, okay, so I'll do this on my own questioning, go ahead, but, yeah.
If I could just, my memory is correct, I believe it is true that in when the fee was paid in 2013, the city believed that the Coastal Commission had acted, but it in fact had not acted. The Coastal Commission then resolved its dispute with the applicant later, which ultimately then resolved that dispute, and then we had the fee in 2013. Whether you would have whether the city would have accepted the fee in 2013, knowing that that the applicant had not complied at that time is a, we can't go back and redo that situation.
Wasn't it a condition of the issuance of the CUP and certificate of occupancy that they have the CDP permit?
So in order to issue the building permit, yes, they needed to have Coastal Commission approval. They provided evidence of that to the city through the notice of intent to issue the CDP. So yes, the applicant met that standard, and through, whatever circumstances happened, they didn't complete that CDP process with the Coastal Commission. That being said, I think we don't want to confuse two separate issues. One is the local permits that were issued, which was the CUP, and then the CDP that was issued by the Coastal Commission for the hotel. The applicant should have, when they paid out of the low-cost lodging requirement, that they had originally gotten with the original approval, they needed to go back to the Coastal Commission for permission, for those rooms to not be low-cost lodging, essentially, because again, it's a different process, right? It's the process with the Coastal Commission and the one with the city. They satisfied the city's requirements, with respect to the payment of the low-cost lodging mitigation fee, but they did not address that issue with respect to their Coastal Commission permit.
Can I ask a question regarding that? So just to be clear, I'm just reiterating this because this is very hard to grapple with, and if for anybody who's listening. So Coastal Commission gave them a letter of so-called, maybe like pre-approval, you've started the process. They gave that to the city. That suffices the city to say, go ahead and do what you're going to do. They paid,
It wasn't preliminary. They had acted and the commission had approved the CDP.
oh, the commission had approved it. So they were fine as it was all the documents that were required by the city of Santa Monica. They also paid this 1.2 million and so that they wouldn't have to have the restraints of having a certain amount of affordable rooms.
Right.
The piece that's confusing to everybody or missing is that you also have to, in conjunction with the city, you also have to ask the Coastal Commission permission to not have to provide those rooms. Is that correct?
Right.
And
So
so
there's, right, because for any permit issued in the coastal zone, you need to get not just the city permits, but a coastal permit as well.
Okay, so they didn't get they didn't complete the next steps with the Coastal Commission. Okay, but during that time, were they providing affordable rooms?
So no, so that's the issue. Again, it's two different. If we can kind of walk through that timeline, it was approved as a hotel with the replacement affordable lodging rooms. They paid that fee to the city under the city's local regulations to not provide those rooms on site anymore. What they needed to do is because in order for the hotel to be, have all of its full permits, you need the local permits and you need the coastal permits. So they went through the process originally to get the local permits for the hotel with the 72 rooms, and then they went to Coastal Commission and got that same approval. They then went, to pay out, then they paid that mitigation fee to the city. What they needed to do then is to go to the Coastal Commission. This is explained in the Coastal Commission's report, is to be like, okay, we paid out of it, by the way, we no longer have these, rooms on site, and so we need to amend our CDP. That's the step.
And there would have been a fee associated with that at the Coastal Commission?
I can't.
You don't know.
speculate
Okay,
to the
that doesn't matter. It was just a
but
process.
as the city attorney indicated, that process has been resolved with the Coastal Commission at this point.
Okay, so it's been resolved. We've moved past that. We're moving forward. Between the resolution and now, has there been other issues or, because my understanding is that there still are affordable rooms offered at this rate, even though they don't have to. And I was told that they have to offer them, but it sounds like they don't have to offer them, but they are offering
So under
68 rooms.
Under their local, under their CUP, under their local permits, they've paid the $1.2 million. They say that they've paid the city's low-cost mitigation fee. So under the city's rules, we cannot require the hotel to have those replacement affordable lodging units. They are providing them on site pursuant to their recently resolved CDP with the Coastal Commission. So the rooms that are provided on site at this moment at a lower cost rate are being done pursuant to the Coastal Commission's approval, and it's monitored and enforced by the Coastal Commission. That is not a city requirement.
Got it. And so who defines the moderate rate, or does anybody?
That's defined by the Coastal Commission, set by them, and so that's thoroughly through the Coastal Commission. The city does not have definitions of moderate income or what have you.
And then the addition of these new micro rooms, there's no restraints or anything on what they have to charge or whatnot, right? But we know that by nature of them being smaller, the idea is that they will be more affordable. So we think.
They have, from our understanding of, and the Coastal Commission staff sends us the CDP with the conditions that are associated with that CDP. So our understanding is that there are certain requirements that the applicant has to fulfill with respect to those micro hotel rooms. Those are their obligations to the Coastal Commission pursuant to their CDP. What's before the council tonight? I know we've talked a lot about the Coastal Commission's action. What's before the council tonight is about the amendment to the CUP for those rooms, and so, do they meet the findings of the CUP? And again, the CUP is not the vehicle to be imposing, price controls on the room, because again, this particular property has paid the low-cost lodging mitigation fee.
And last question, I promise, about that low-cost mitigation fee. So we talk a lot about that. I've heard that 15 million went to Coastal Commission. Sorry to bring that up again, to provide low-cost rooms in coastal, maybe it's not just Santa Monica, coastal cities, but this 1 point whatever million that was paid is specifically to provide it goes into some pot to provide low-cost lodging, not housing, in Santa Monica. Well, where is that, or?
Yeah, so that, you're right, that goes into a fund, and the funds are distributed through a competitive process. As an example, in the past, those funds have been used to fund the, hostel, just as an example of a project
Got it.
that was funded through the collection of those funds.
So funds like that go to projects like the hostel that might be brought up by either nonprofit or even for-profit projects.
Essentially, yeah, it's an open competitive process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Just to follow, I had that same question. What has the city done with the that 1.2 million that was paid for from the Shore Hotel for the low cost mitigation fee? Can we get that can we get that report? Just in terms of those funds, those expenditures. Can you provide it? Not later, not now, but.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I learned something new myself here. So yes.
I'm not looking for a report right now. I just want to make sure every council member has that information somewhere down the line, in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I could just quickly tell you. So that money is combined with about another 800,000. So we currently have about 2 million that we could go through a competitive process to do an RFP to award those funds for affordable lodging somewhere in Santa Monica. So that money it's sitting there waiting for that process.
Okay, great. That sounds good.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Lana.
I was gonna say you asked, who's paid into it? I'm just curious who else has paid this.
The Shore was the big chunk of it. I don't know exactly where the others, again, about 800,000, where that came from.
Is this fund been going on for years, or this was new and created just around this?
Yeah, and there was a balance that, as Jing mentioned, was used for the hostel on 2nd Street. So there was a process when the hostel was built, again, a competitive process, RFP, and the funds that were existing at that time were used for that.
I get that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, have other people paid this fee? So basically, are there other hotels who did things and then said, I'm paying this fee so that I don't have to provide these affordable rooms? Other hotels in Santa Monica have done that.
There are other funds that went into it. I don't know exactly which other hotels paid into it. But yes, it's not just the Shore Hotel where this money has come from.
That would also be good to know, just
Yeah, we
so
can
that
look into that for you
Okay.
and get back to you.
Yeah, I'm still, asking
okay,
questions.
go ahead.
I think there's a lot of convoluted history with all this, but it's safe to say right now, right? Is it accurate to say right now that the Shore Hotel has met every obligation from the city of Santa Monica, in terms of, whatever rules we put, whether, low cost mitigation fees or anything else, and also from the Coastal Commission with their CDP?
Yes, definitely with the city. This action tonight will resolve their latest coastal development permit. So again, typically the city acts first, but in this case, the Coastal Commission act first. So this is the final step. So if council agrees and everything lines up in terms of their coastal development permit, that would be the micro hotel and the additional amenities, then they're resolved with the Coastal Commission, and yes, they are in fact resolved with the city.
Okay, great, because I just want to make sure, because we hear a lot of things, and I just want to make sure that that they're in compliance with everything, and that we're not, there's nothing out there pending, that we're on the right path, to doing this the right way. The question of, of low cost and who defines it, we heard it's the Coastal Commission, not the city of Santa Monica. But do we have any idea, like, how much a micro room will cost? Like, if we approve this tonight and we have now micro rooms in Santa Monica, someone says, hey, how much is it going to cost to stay in one of those rooms? Do we have an idea, a ballpark of what that cost would be?
Yeah, that's right. The applicant can certainly, they're most familiar with their coastal development permit, so I would defer to them. Sorry.
Okay, and then the other thing that I had in terms of, I had a question, when Councilwoman Davis was talking about why the Shore Hotel, what's unique about the Shore Hotel. I think it was the last council meeting, we talked about another hotel, and, with a similar sort of question, whether sort of an expansion of services And so I can sort of relate that. In that venue, it was in a different sort of setting, right? More residential. In this setting, do you agree that this is probably one of the busiest intersections in the city of Santa Monica?
Well, I mean.
In terms of foot traffic, people traffic?
Certainly. I mean, the Santa Monica Pier is at the foot of Colorado Avenue, and this is not very far. It's less than a half block from that, and that is our main draw. You know, that historic landmark is why people come here. They want to see the pier. They want to see the pier sign in Palisades Park, quite honestly. So, yes, I would definitely say in terms of foot traffic, just through personal experience of walking through that area, it's all, you know, pre-pandemic, of course, but it was always a very, very busy, and during the weekend, crazy.
Has staff done any analysis in terms of, you know, we obviously benefit, right? The city of Santa Monica, you know, in terms of the tax base, you know, will benefit from not only the TOT, you know, the operation of the hotel and the rooms that are currently there, but in terms of what is being asked of us today, even if a massage, let's say, is contracted, you know, in-house, does the city of Santa Monica get a portion of that activity?
I'm certain if there's local sales taxes that are applied to a service.
I think it's a service, Oscar. It's not a good.
So it's not, so we wouldn't get any.
Is that right, David?
Yeah, no, services, no.
No for services. No for services. Okay, so that's.
So it's the TOT taxes is the draw for this.
And that's where I was going is, you know, in terms of competition, sort of like, you know, I just saw a report in the news the other day, San Pedro, the city of San Pedro is investing in a, you know, to activate their sort of, you know, downtown. And I know the city of Long Beach is doing a lot. And I'm trying to think about how this would position sort of that hotel in particular, but, you know, the city of Santa Monica. I mean, we approved the total revitalization of the Fairmont Miramar Hotel under the concept that, you know, we need to stay competitive, right, with the region. Do you feel that these amenities would make the Shore Hotel more competitive or more attractive to tourists or to people who want to stay in Santa Monica?
In my opinion, yes, of course. I mean, I think this city is very fortunate where we have worldwide recognition, and everybody wants to, you know, when people say, oh, we're visiting Los Angeles, they mean they're visiting Santa Monica. And so we just, you know, yes, absolutely, we need to capitalize. I mean, we are, you know, I think we do things so well, and, you know, and people try to mimic what we do here. And we still have to remain at the forefront. And the addition of these hotel amenities, you know, some people that's important to them when they travel. They need to be in a place with little cafes or a restaurant, or maybe they want a massage service. But, you know, we should always, again, this is me, we should be offering what we can to service the public. I mean, you bring people in, they may be, you know, frequenting the amenities within the hotel, but they're bound to walk around and see other things. So it's going to have a domino effect on downtown.
I walk by the you know, the Ocean Avenue, and you know, as I walk around the downtown area, I noticed that there was a security guard at the Shore Hotel. I've seen security there, private security, and I asked myself, you know, if that security exists there, is it possible that security would be able to monitor the Second Street operation if we were to approve that cafe? Is that something that you all have discussed in terms of what the Shore already provides for their own security? Would that security be able to expand onto Second Street and that they pay for, something they pay for?
Definitely, that would be a question that the applicant, the hotel, would have to answer.
Okay, but you never had those types of discussions with them? Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one quick question. Many of the emails that we received from many people talked about if we approved the CUPs and what have you, that it was going to turn it into a luxury hotel. And one of the things that I found, and I want to just read this little portion of the analysis by staff on page 45, and all I'm looking for is a yes or no. So I'm gonna, and so basically on page 45 of the staff report, there was a poignant analysis by staff on page 45 of the report. It begins by discussing the fact that the term limited amenity hotel is not defined by the city's municipal code. However, that the intent was to assure affordability when the project was originally approved as low-cost lodging. It further explains that while the intent was affordability, the project's original CUP and specifically Condition 10 did not expressly prohibit any additional future amenities. Correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to do here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that condition established a process
That's
to
right.
expand the amenities of this hotel.
That's right, so therefore they can
Yes.
request
Pursue
these
yes.
additional amenities under the CUP that was originally issued under Condition 10, correct?
Correct. That is
Thank you.
correct.
Okay, so I have just a question because in 2009, the Coastal Commission approved the CDP and issued the notice of intent to issue permit, which is what we then accepted as a CDP, right? And it stated that they could commence, but in order to actually be granted that CDP, that notice of intent to issue included in that were certain special conditions that had to be met. Did that issuance came before council approved accepted the in lieu fees, right?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, okay, and so I guess this is the part that's tripping me up a little bit. So we knew at the time that we accepted, that council accepted the in lieu fee, that they had already agreed to certain special conditions with the Coastal Commission that would have to be met through this development. I'm asking a question. That's a question.
Let me see if I can break this down for you. The city went through the hotel went through the city's entitlement process and got all the necessary approvals. It is then take that approval and it goes to the Coastal Commission. It goes through their hearing. A coastal development permit was, approved by that board. The evidence is then presented to the city that says, here's a copy of the coastal development permit.
With the special conditions?
It's not with the special, all we'll see is the letter from the Coastal Commission saying, there's a coastal development permit for the hotel project. That enables the city to issue the necessary permits to construct, to demolish and construct.
So I guess my question is it, and this is partially why I didn't want to talk to the hotel owners specifically, because I'm trying to understand from the intent of this council at the time that they made this decision and the information that was before them and the information that was before our planning department. Did we know that, because potentially the council accepting that in lieu fee was likely part of those original staff recommendations? And so I'm curious, did we know that we were recommending to a council to vote on, if that was in there? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was just a council addition. Did we know that that would have been in direct contradiction to what their requirements would have been to get the CDP?
So, yeah, if I could clarify that point, because for one thing, the council did not accept the in lieu fee. That did not come to the city council.
Okay.
When the hotel approached planning staff and said they wanted to pay the fee, we looked at the conditions of approval, and it said that they had the option to either provide the affordable lodging units or pay the fee. So there was no discretion on the part of staff or on the part of the city. We pretty much, we had to accept the fee because that was part of their conditions of approval. So it wasn't a discretionary action. We did, I will say though, we did assume that the condition of the Coastal Commission that required the affordable lodging, that was in place. We were not aware of the issues that were going on, or the fact that they didn't have.
It is a little concern. It comes across as a little bit, and one thing that's come up a lot in sort of when we're weighing developer and all this is sort of whether or not their intent is, this came up so much with Fourth in Arizona, and it's this, so there's just this feeling that it's a little bit, it was, because ultimately they've now paid out about $12 to $15 million and are slowly getting to the point where they can continue to expand the luxury aspect of a hotel in Santa Monica that was originally a hotel where it was affordable. And so I just worry if that was part of the calculation in the first place, and we could mitigate the affordability issue by just paying out this $12 million over the, early aughts or whatever, and sort of, and then find ourselves by 2021 with the Olympics upon us and all this, with more rooms and a more, I guess I'm just wondering if we missed something here and now we're just too far into it.
Well, again, so the city did not have any discretion in whatever that was, 2013, of whether or not to accept the fee, because that was part of their approval. So,
but I guess, is it normal that we wouldn't have wanted to understand what those special conditions were that the Coastal Commission had given? Like, we accepted that notice of intent to issue permit as if it was gospel, right? That meant something.
Right.
But it sounds like we didn't know what those special conditions were, and that they would be potentially in contradiction of our policy that allowed for the in lieu fee.
Well, I mean, again, when the question came before the city staff of whether or not the fee could be paid, again, we did not have that discretion. I think, and I understand what you're saying, but I think we're kind of mixing up the staff role, the city's role of enforcing the conditional use permit, which again allowed the payment of the in lieu fee, with the Coastal Commission restrictions on the affordable lodging.
Yeah.
That happened separately. Even if we had known, or if there had been an issue with the Coastal Commission at that time and the affordable lodging, we still could not have said, well, we're not going to accept the affordable lodging fee, because that was part of their approval.
100%.
Yeah, so.
But potentially, you could have, would there have been, at that time, staff's recommendation potentially would have been to not allow it, or no, would that have been,
Well, the decision to allow the payment of the fee, that was made early on. That was made when the Planning Commission approved the original project back in 2007 or whenever that was.
Worst case, we would have had to pay it back potentially, right? If we had accepted the in lieu fee, and then we realized that in lieu fee was accepted, not understanding that they had other
obligations to do affordable units.
To affordable units, we potentially could have given the money back, I guess, or were we already too far along in the process?
Yeah.
I think they were counting, I think that what it was that they assumed that we wouldn't be talking to the Coastal Commission, so the Coastal Commission wouldn't know that we had approved a luxury hotel, and we wouldn't know that the Coastal Commission had said it couldn't be that.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, again, like the arrangement with the Coastal Commission, that was the deal that they made when they got their coastal development permit approved. And those obligations went with that approval. The city's approval allowed for the option of either providing the rooms or paying the fee. So it's really two separate issues.
And the Coastal Commission didn't know that they could pay a fee to avoid building the affordable room.
It wouldn't have
Well, the
changed
coastal-
their,
yeah,
their issuance. The fact is, we didn't, not that it would have changed our ability to accept the in lieu fee, but I think it would have changed the tone of like how we present this project today. Maybe.
Can I have a shot at this?
I'm done. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
So
If I could just wait, I think we all appreciate that this development has a unusual, some might say sordid past, but it has an unusual past, which is somewhat a little complicated. But those issues have been resolved. For whether you believe that they should have been resolved the way they were or not, they have been resolved. And you could look at what has happened in more recent times. The Coastal Commission certainly believes that it has fully resolved its dispute with this particular applicant, because it not only had a settlement agreement which imposed significant fines, but it has given an approval early compared to when it usually does. So it considers the issue resolved.
100%.
And so the issue before us tonight is not really what happened in the past. It's what is the project before
Yeah.
us now.
And I think the reason for my questioning is, and I apologize that you all had to live through that, but that's my trying to understand this and the process and the relationship with this, to try to understand the best direction to go forward. And if I think sort of granting this, additional, this great new, these amenities, even though it was technically allowed in the CUP, that's what I'm struggling with. And so I apologize that my struggle to make a decision is like my line of questioning, but that's why I had to ask.
And I guess this will be the last thing I say. The task in front of you now is to see if certain findings can be made.
Right.
And it is not to, I'll use this word, it's not to punish for past acts. It's to look at objectively at the facts in front of you now, and can certain findings be made, yes or no? And if they can, you act one way. If they can't, you act another way. And that's really what the issue is. And I recognize that the past obviously influences people's understanding of the present, but it's not really to, use a bad word, relitigate what happened in the past and try to solve that problem through this process.
This is very complex. I mean, it takes staff, a very long time to sift through these documents to understand the timeline and how it all unfolded. I mean, there are so many layers to this whole process. I don't think that they were ever bad actors or anything. I think
okay, let me ask a couple questions, please. So the original permit for this said the hotel does not include a restaurant, bar, conferencing facility, spa, floors, lounge, or similar amenities typically found in more upscale or luxury hotels. And that was our original goal, was to build an affordable hotel on Ocean Avenue that was a moderate hotel that real people could stay in and wasn't a luxury hotel. And what they built was a luxury hotel and charged luxury prices for it. And as I understand what staff is saying, what they're saying is, we want you to ignore right? And tell me if this is wrong, the fact that they didn't do what they were supposed to do originally, but now they've paid a lot of money and everything is cool now with the Coastal Commission. And so everything is fine, except that now we have given up on it not being a luxury hotel. So we're going to let them add these things that we considered at the time we issued the permit luxury amenities. Is that right?
So,
Yeah, that's a little, wow.
Well, no, because, but I get it because this is, yeah, so Jing?
I mean, I think that's sort of besides the, you know, as the city attorney indicated, the issue before the council is whether the CUP findings can be made. I mean, first and foremost, whether the text amendment is appropriate, and then whether the CUP findings.
Well, yes, I want to start with that because we're doing a text amendment because we can't make findings for a variance or CUP, right?
Well, there's no variance before you.
No, but when Mr. Albright was presenting, he said that we're asking you to do the text amendment because we can't make the findings for a variance or CUP.
I think it was, again, there's a text amendment for an amendment to the downtown community plan.
To the 11-foot height requirement.
To provide
I
flexibility.
want to get to that in a minute, but anyway, right?
Provide flexibility within existing commercial spaces for lodging uses. So that is a text amendment that the council considered. That is, you know, as we discussed previously, that is a matter of policy with respect as to, you know, whether you feel that it's consistent with the DCP policies. We presented in the staff report policies in the DCP that speak to council's adoption of those policies with respect to encouraging.
I hate to do this, Jing, and I hope you don't mind. I can't hear you behind the mask.
Okay.
And I know you're
I'm going to speak closer.
Yeah, closer
Yeah,
is
sorry,
fine.
I'm not
As long
taking
as
my
I
mask
can
off,
hear
so,
you, I'm
yeah,
fine.
thank you.
Okay.
So you know, there are policies in the DCP with respect to encouraging lodging uses and, you know, encouraging lodging uses, particularly in the central area, in the coastal zone, where it's very difficult to execute those sorts of projects because it is very expensive. This amendment would facilitate adaptive reuse of existing vacant commercial spaces for that purpose. The project is proposing something like that. You know, it's a generally applicable amendment, so others, you know, could use this amendment to also propose lodging as well, you know, if that's what they would desire to do.
And could oppose lodging as opposed to, for instance, residential uses.
Yeah, or retail or
Right.
any other use. Yeah.
So with respect to the micro hotel, am I correct that there are areas where the ceiling height is 6 feet 3 inches?
Yeah, so maybe we can go back to the section that
6
shows.
feet 3 inches.
Yeah, so I think as Scott mentioned, and he did a far better job of this than I'm going to, but the sections that are 6 feet that are less than that, they're really above the sleeping areas. So you can see that diagram on the left is kind of a good illustration as to how the Tetris blocks fit together. You know, it doesn't mean that the entire hotel room is 6 feet. It's a portion of it.
You just can't jump on the bed.
Yeah.
Everyone and I had this conversation, but how high is the rest of it? I mean, it's 6 feet 3 inches over the bed, and I see that they dip down over the bed, like.
It's like 8 feet.
8 feet.
Yeah. 8 foot 1 inch.
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
that's this,
so,
I don't know if this works, but probably not, but yeah. There you go, this thing. You see there, that's the dimension. So
Yeah.
this part here, this dimension here is 8 foot 1 inch. This particular dimension here, it's where it's less than that.
but the
You see where
ceiling
it's above the bed.
drops, the red shows a ceiling drop. It's
Correct.
not simply, right, that the bed is there, it's also that the ceiling is lower.
That's correct, right.
Um,
But but this is the bed area, so that's where the ceiling drops, and that's where it's that lesser height.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I wonder why, I mean, this is unusual, isn't it?
Well, I think they were, again, trying to fit it within the available tenant space. It has that 15-foot clearance, and it was a way, and, you know, creative way to try and make those hotel rooms fit.
Okay, I'm going to have more questions, I'm sure, later after we hear the applicant, but I did want to clear, and maybe you can tell me, Ms. Yo, about, I'm going to ask you the same question because you stepped in for Mr. Albright, but my question is, we originally wanted this to be a moderate hotel with moderate rooms.
Sure.
And we are adding luxury amenities, right? And I looked at your chart of what different hotels have. It's my understanding, by the way, that this hotel does have room service. So I know you have that it doesn't, but I think it does. Anyway, apart from that, my question is the city giving up on the notion that this will be a more moderate hotel than the luxury hotels in this area?
So I think as we've explained, in terms of the zoning ordinance, there is no use classification called affordable lodging. There's no zoning definition of what that means within the city's local zoning ordinance, right? So it's not really relevant to the proceedings, if you will, in terms of, whether it's whatever price level you want to set it at. It's really about, are the amenities that are being proposed, can the CUP findings be made to support the CUP amendment for those amenities?
But are you saying we suspend all of our goals in creating the programs we have for the downtown community plan, for affordability, for accessibility, et cetera, and we just say, well, if they want to build it, right, and what, they meet the terms of the CUP, that it's not an abhorrent use, that then we let them do it. Is that what it is?
I think that, you can certainly think about it in a variety of different ways, but, in terms of the land use decision, it is within the context of those findings. And, as there are many, many general plan goals and policies. There are many DCP goals and policies. You can ask 10 different people and get 10 different opinions, as to what is or isn't consistent. And that's really the question for you to weigh. It's a policy decision for the council, with respect to the text amendment and the CUP amendment for the amenities. Staff has provided our recommendation with respect to what we feel, and provide the analysis in terms of supporting the CUP amendment for the amenities, because we believe that the findings can be made, and that's the information that's before you.
But what I'm saying to you is assuming, excuse me, I'm sorry, you have to
me
wait.
earlier, so
I'm sorry,
I
get
think
to
I owe you
finish
one.
I don't think so, excuse me, so give me a minute. So, assuming that, so what you're saying to me is that as long as CUP findings can be made, this is a policy decision for the council to determine whether we want to allow this hotel to upgrade or not. Is that right?
So there's a key finding in terms of, is the CUP consistent with the general plan goals and policies? And, I would encourage, however you want to consider this request within the required findings of, general plan goals and policies, including the DCP, the zoning ordinance, compatibility with existing uses, compatibility with uses within the district. And again, we've presented the information in terms of relevant DCP goals and policies and how this project, could be considered consistent with those goals and policies, and how it would be compatible with the land uses both existing in the surrounding district. But that's at the discretion of the council. That's why the CUP is before you.
And do you agree with Mr. Lawrence that we need to forget all of the past history and everything that's already happened and just work from today and assume that we're going to get what we want?
That is what I would urge you to do. That what is before you is the text amendment and the CUP findings. At this point, what has happened, and this project has a very long history that we spent a lot of time kind of going over today. But that's not really relevant to the permits and the request that are before the council.
Well, you say that, but the operator is the same.
I
have a question about that.
I'm saying, so we should not consider the past conduct of the same operator in determining whether to give them more.
The past conduct is not part of the city
Record?
code. It's not a relevant, it's not directly applicable to the decision before you tonight. It's not part of the findings that you have to make. It's just not part. I think all city staff appreciate, as I said before, the history here, and it's unusual, and it's not in all aspects is not necessarily defensible, but it is the past. And the issue before you is, does the present request by the applicant comply with city law or not? And those are and so, can you make the findings? Are you willing to do the text amendment? And if it fits within if you are able to do the text amendment and you are able to determine that you can make the findings, that is what's before you. Prior conduct is not part of that mix of decision-making.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Negretti,
No.
you've been,
Well, she
You had
interrupted me earlier.
recognized me 10 minutes ago. You said I would be after you.
okay,
No,
and
just
then
tell on your-
Councilmember Negretti, and then Councilmember De La Torre.
Thank you. So I have a couple of different questions, but I want to clarify something. I understand that several people in the community called the Shore Hotel over the last month or so, and as they called, each and every time when they asked, is there a more affordable rate, they were offered an affordable rate. So they were keeping in context with the Coastal Commission authorization that they had to have affordable rates. My question is, so we're talking about, is this suddenly going to become a more upscale hotel? Now, when I travel sometimes, I use Hampton Inns a lot around the nation. Hampton Inn Santa Monica this weekend, no matter what discount rate you choose, for a normal king-size room at the Hampton Inn on 5th, it's $264 a night. Now, I would opine that that's not affordable in general, but we're talking about Santa Monica. So first question would be, I guess, from city staff, what do you feel in terms of Santa Monica hotels? What's a normal affordable rate if you know it? What's a margin? Because I know that we would look at the Oceana, and they're now $700 a night. We would look at the Miramar somewhere between $450 and $600 a night. So my question is, do we know what the standard rates are for both affordable, micro, and the standard rates at the Shore? Do we have any idea? Have we ever asked them or checked on it?
It's for them to answer.
Yeah, we don't have that information for you tonight. I mean, it's something we could work with SMTTT and get some averages, but that's not something we really track in this context because the Shore doesn't have any restrictions as far as the city is concerned on.
But as far as the Coastal Commission, they do, correct?
Yes. So the
And
Coastal
how many
Commission-
rooms are rate restricted by the Coastal Commission? When we've had people call in the community, they've constantly said there are affordable rates.
Yeah, so we believe it's 74 that's
So
restricted.
1/3 of their rooms, more than 1/3, almost 40% of their rooms presently
25%.
are deemed affordable.
25%.
And my question would be, is if they are deemed affordable, to me, my question would be, here's the Hampton Inn, right? Standard 3-star, Hilton. And they're everywhere in the community. In fact, I think I'm staying in one around Christmas time. I'm staying at Hilton Garden Inn in North Carolina for $105 a night for a suite. We should all travel there. But $264 is the Hampton this weekend. So I'd like to have an idea of what affordability is in Santa Monica. and how some of my fellow council members are saying that they're upscaling the hotel more. To me, upscaling is offering, a full spa, 24-hour room service. There are standards for the Auto Club that they look at and standards for other organizations when they rate hotels. And I honestly, and I guess I'll look next, but I don't know what the Shore is currently rated.
Yeah, I'd suggest, that's a question for the applicant. Again, because the city doesn't regulate that, we don't really track it in that perspective.
And then, because I think that's part of this, is we're talking about their past transgressions, which, they paid for. It's sort of like, you went to jail, you got out of jail, you did your parole, and you're now whole again. And you didn't go out and rob anybody. You didn't do anything else. They own several hotels in town. And my understanding is that they're trying to be an equitable provider of services and rooms in the city. So I think I want to, if we're going to focus on their past forever, I think at some point that should almost be sealed and forgotten. We should be looking at where they are now. Are they trying to be the Shangri-La or Miramar or Lowe's, or are they trying to occupy a middle niche? If they're trying to occupy a middle niche, then that's good for our residents and good for our visitors. So I'd like to hear, I know the appellant is probably either fallen asleep or still on the line anxious. So I think I'd like to hear from them about what do they feel is affordable, where is their hotel rated, and what will these extra amenities, quote unquote, that are supposed to make them upscale, and I don't see how a coffee shop is making them upscale unless they're going to add Dogtown, which is in the Miramar. So I'd like to know where we are on this.
Okay, I have my
Well,
question
so
for
we
the
have other
staff.
questions
Yeah.
because we have Lana. Go ahead.
Because we're asking staff questions, right? We just modified the promenade and made it able to have a hotel in there, correct?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. And that was to revitalize economy of Santa Monica. So I'm just, as much as I really want to stay in the context of this, but we are talking about all these other things. And that's why I mentioned in the forefront that I'm coming here with no political agenda. I'm just really looking at this with, and I took in the history because I felt it was important because it just seemed like, we were spending so many hours. This is riveting to me that we are so focused on controlling how a business goes to the next steps to be successful. Look, business plans change. As a small business owner, I have modified my business 6 times during the pandemic to accommodate the needs of the community and retailers today. So I think we need to stop saying that something has to be a certain way from 19 whatever. It's like, okay, well, we're here now, and this is what Ocean Avenue looks like. It sounds to me like there's a lot of past issue, and we've laid out, and I just want to be clear that staff's job is to look at, and please correct me if I'm wrong, not the theoretical esoteric, the essence. That's sort of our job up here to say, what does the community want? What's the essence of Santa Monica? Then you guys have the task to sort of take that, but really put it on paper and make it, you have to deal with the text and the boring stuff. And you're just looking at is this legal? Is it fire? Are you impeding on the sidewalk, right? You're not looking at, is this luxury? Wait, are you going to have chocolate croissants or are you going to have a cheap egg sandwich? You're not now identifying, is your massage going to be like this or like that? Are you going to have this kind of bar? Oh, you're serving wine? What kind of wine? Your job is just to say, unfortunately, when you're modifying text, or fortunately, it's very specific to the law and affects and impacts the neighborhood, maybe building code things that keep the city safe. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're looking if we can make the findings for the approval or not. In the context of the text amendment, we're looking at whether or not we think that's a good thing for the downtown. And in this case, we're not just recommending this text amendment for this property. We are recommending that it be allowed in other parts of downtown as well, because we think, these types of hotels and creative uses of ground floor space could be a good thing for the downtown.
And the staff doesn't benefit from these, because I've heard the term, that they were sort of selling it. Your job is to look at what is presented and say, does this work for the city? And then you bring it to council and say, this is what we think works, and here's what you have to modify in order for it to be legally possible. Is that correct?
That's absolutely
Do you
correct.
guys get any sort of benefit? Do you get like a percentage if something happens? No, seriously, I'm just curious.
No, and again, I mean, we really are looking at whether or not what's before you is consistent with the land use element, the downtown community plan, and whether or not we can make the findings.
I want to just point out, because this is in relation to downtown Santa Monica, we discussed an upscale liquor store on the promenade, which we okayed, and everybody was okay with that, but now we're talking about whether or not we should have this cafe that serves wine and whatever else, alcohol. So I just don't know where we're drawing the line in terms of like Ocean Avenue and the promenade. Like, it's okay to have a hotel now on the promenade, but now it's not okay to, additionally, we're talking about whether or not this hotel is going to be a motel rate or not. The phrase, our original goal was to build. It's, as a city, we just approved these MUPs, CUPs, all these, right, permits, but we don't go back and say, now what we'd like you to do is build it to this spec, right? Can we do that as a city and tell people who come in here? Because, I mean, I think businesses maybe don't come into certain cities because if it's so stringent that they can't put forth their business, which I assume is to serve the community, is what they want to do.
No, we review and approve or disapprove uses based on the land use, and if it's a restaurant, if it's a retail, if it's a permitted use, we don't weigh in on the price point, how much they charge, what type of food they serve. That's not within the city's purview.
Okay, and just to Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem McCowan's point, I think we can agree, because she spelled that out, the process between the Coastal Commission and here, that it's pretty confusing, and it's really out of order, because as you mentioned, sometimes it's the Coastal Commission first, sometimes it's the city first. So, and when we notice that it's confusing, let's be fair and notice that it's confusing.
Sure.
So for all the parties that were involved and are involved, and we are progressive Santa Monica, and in certain areas, we let people break the laws and be unpermitted in areas and do things unpermitted, and then all of a sudden we change those rules. We have to be fair. I mean, we have street vendors who are unpermitted, and that's okay somehow, but now we're talking about someone who's following the permitting process, and we're upset because of something that happened umpteen years ago. So I'm just, as a city, as we're talking about what's the essence of Santa Monica and being progressive and revitalizing our economy, how we let people move forward to do that is really important. I think we need to take that into consideration.
Look, Lana, we know that wasn't a question, and I have to say, I, for one, whose comments you've dissed, is, I mean, this is not the way that I think we should be having discussion. I'm just saying that we are
It
allowed.
sounded like they were on the stand when you were talking. I'm just pointing it out as somebody who's not a lawyer. That felt intense. I thought we were opposing.
I'm just saying
New
that
to
this
this,
is not
so-
going to win you friends and influence people.
I'm not
So,
trying to win friends. I'm
shall
doing
we
what's
move
right.
on to the applicant? Oscar, did you have more on this?
I just have a question, I'm thinking, I mean, and maybe my reasoning is wrong, but I'm thinking, just for looking at human behavior, people that have money, they're going to buy a house, or there's an apartment building next to it. Oh, I don't want to live next to all the riffraff, you know what I'm saying? Because there's too many people living in apartments. I've heard that comment made. The fact that the micro rooms are going to be included in this hotel, no other hotel in the city of Santa Monica has micro rooms, correct?
That's correct. It's a new model, but again, we are recommending that this text amendment apply to the entire downtown, so we could see this in other locations.
Okay, and that's great. But I would say that, to be the first is a risk, knowing that, oh, well, I'm looking at all the hotels, this hotel, yeah, I'm pay more. But some people would say, well, there's these micro rooms over there, and maybe I don't want to stay with all that people because they pay less, and I don't know what the price point is. I don't understand that, but it seems like the idea of this luxury, that we're going to creating, allowing these amenities will create a luxury hotel. Well, I just want to make the point that it seems to me that the fact that this is the first hotel that would include micro rooms, it would right there impact consumption, in terms of the behavior of people that have a lot of money. So therefore, I don't think luxurious people or people that are looking for luxury would choose a hotel that would have the micro rooms. I mean, am I okay with my reasoning? What do you think I'm off on my reasoning, or do you think that sounds like reasonable what I'm saying?
Well, this will only be 14 of the overall rooms, so,
Well, 14 micro rooms, but there's also 72 or 74 hotel rooms at the Shore Hotel that are considered lower cost, according to the Coastal Commission. Is that true?
yes.
So then we're looking at 72 rooms that are, or 74, 72, 74, I don't know if it's correct. Is it 72 or 74? I think it's 72. So 72 or 74. By the way, which I would say, I think it's 74 because the low-cost rooms in 1989, so the project that this replaces, right? It was a total of 77 low-cost rooms. By the way, if that project was still there right now, I don't think nobody would want to stay in those rooms. I remember those rooms, you know what I'm saying? It's not it wasn't the nicest thing, but just for the record, in 1999, it was 77 rooms in total. Whatever the Travel Lodge and the other, you know the name, Sands. There you go.
Grandmother was a maid there.
77 rooms is what was eliminated to make room for this new Shore Hotel, which is now providing up to 74 rooms. So it's very, very close in terms of, what they did, that are low cost. That's regulated by the Coastal Commission, so we really don't have a say in that, and we don't monitor that, right? We don't go into monitoring any of that? Okay. But we trust the Coastal Commission because obviously they want to protect, accessibility to the coast. So we know that that's what their mission is. So they're going to do right by us and by this concept of keeping accessibility open for low cost. So, 74 rooms that are rate restricted, and then we have the 34 micro rooms?
14.
14, okay,
And they're
14.
included in the
34 beds
72.
and 14
34 beds, so that's important, 14 rooms. I mean, that's a pretty sizable amount of low-cost micro rooms in one hotel, the first to do this. So I just want to make sure that, I've heard that concept of, punishing people for the past. And really what I'm hearing a little bit of is we're trying to continue to punish people, for that past, even though they already paid whatever they had to pay, whatever obligations you just stated today, they met all those obligations. I have a problem to continue that if we continue to punish someone when they're trying to do the right thing, which is provide access and affordability. And it sounds to me that's, if we approve this tonight, this council will be expanding access and affordability to the coast. Is that correct?
That's the issue before the council.
Okay.
That is the staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're ready to move on to the applicant, the two appellants, I guess, is what we have, right?
Yes, we have. Esther, do you have Mr. Raskin on the line? I know that he's on the line. Hold on a second.
Is Esther on the line?
I think, yeah, I think she lost sound. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can get someone else to put Mr. Ellis through. Okay. Sarah Lonnie's going to put him through.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Ellis Raskin here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, can you tell us, you have 10 minutes. Can you tell us how you want to divide your time?
Sure. I'll probably not take much time, probably about 3 minutes to begin, and I'll reserve the balance for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, go ahead. You can begin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as you can see, I have a one-slide PowerPoint up there right now. And with respect to the CEQA issue, this is fairly simple. The city has to study whether the project will conflict with land use plans, policies, regulations, and a CEQA amendment cannot be used when there's going to be a cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time. And the key land use plan here for your consideration are the Certified Coastal Land Use Plan and the Downtown Community Plan. Both of those require the preservation of low-cost overnight accommodations. And there's a substantial risk here that new uses contemplated by the text amendment could potentially lead to cascading cumulative gentrification and displacement of existing low-cost rooms and accommodations in the coastal zone. And I also wanted to take a quick second to say that the Planning Commission got this right. The key issue here for your consideration is whether the use that's contemplated is compatible with land use plans in the coastal zone. And as you know, this use was supposed to be a low-cost amenity. I would just urge you again that the Planning Commission got this right. I won't take too much more time. I'll reserve the balance for rebuttal, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. So are we doing these both, are we hearing both appeal, because there are two appeals, right? So now we'll hear.
Esther, are you back? Okay, so now we have, oh, go ahead. Is it Mr. Loreno or Mr. Faison? Okay, let me check. Oh, it's Sherry Bonstill. Ms. Bonstill, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 10 minutes. How do you want to divide your time?
4 the initial and 2 for rebuttal.
You said 4 minutes?
So we're having trouble hearing you. It sounds like you're in a car or a bus or something. If you could speak more loudly and into your mic, that would be helpful to us because I want us to hear you. Okay?
Okay, we're going to turn.
As I said.
Okay, wait. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead and start.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sherry Bonstell from Jeffer Mangles, and I represent the owners of the Shore Hotel. I'm here with the project team, including the owner, John Farzam, the land use consultant, Darren Laureano, and the architect, Marcello Pozzi, and they're available to answer any questions that you have. I provided you a PowerPoint with a series of slides, and I'll identify a couple slides when I get to a certain portion of the presentation. So the Shore Hotel, as you know, is constructed. Its C of O was issued in 2012. It's the first Gold LEED certified hotel in Santa Monica. It's a family-owned business that has supported the Santa Monica hospitality and tourism industry and the greater community for years. It currently has 164 rooms, which are located in the hotel that faces Ocean Avenue and 2nd Street. And its amenities currently are a breakfast room with meeting space and a pool for guest use only on the first floor, a small workout area with an attached business center and a gift shop. The Blue Pay Taco restaurant on the ground level is leased by a third party and is not operated by the hotel. So the Shore Hotel currently has 72 rate-restricted rooms that are required by the Coastal Development Permit. The current rate for them is $191 a night, and that increases annually with CPI, and that's monitored by the Coastal Commission staff. The 14 micro units that we are requesting to be approved will be part of those 72 units, and so the $191 rate would apply to this unit, even though it's 2 to 3 bedrooms and significantly larger than the other units. So the Shore Hotel, as it has been stated, has fully complied with all the City of Santa Monica codes and permitting requirements in the approval and the construction. As was previously stated, the owner obtained the building permits and the C of O in 2012, and then in 2013, as one of the conditions of its approval, it had the option to pay the lowest cost lodging mitigation fee in lieu of providing the 72 units on site. Once it paid the fee, the city is now legally prevented from imposing lower rates or limiting amenities with the intent to create lower rate rooms. The city has no ability to limit the rates that are currently provided in the hotel, even though the coastal development permit specifically limits the rates of those 72 rooms. And the owner is fully complying with those restricted rate requirements. As also was previously stated, the approval of the Coastal Development Permit was an entirely separate process. In June 2009, the owner did obtain the Coastal Development Permit for the hotel for the demolition of the original two hotels, and it wasn't until 2014 when the owner went back to request a minor improvement to the Coastal Development Permit that they realized that the CDP had expired. And as we know, that issue has now recently been resolved, but as part of that approval, the Coastal Commission requires the 14 rate-restricted rooms that have 34 beds. So the CDP specifically requires these 14 larger rooms to be included in the project. And as was also said, with all of the recent approvals, the owner now fully complies with the Coastal Commission requirements once it obtains approvals for these rooms and can provide that information to the Coastal Commission. There are 3 amenity requests that are requested as part of this. So first is the massage therapy. The owner is requesting a modification to CP to allow massage therapy in the guest rooms and in the outdoor patio only. It's not requesting any interior space be used for massage, and we can specifically include that in the approval of the massage use. The reason for requesting it is because the guests currently hire outside massage therapists to provide treatments in their rooms without the hotel's knowledge or control, and it would be safer and more efficient for guests if the hotel provides these services with employees who are specifically trained technicians and that are monitored for safety. But the guests will not be precluded from obtaining third-party massages if that's their intent. The second approved request is that the owner requests a modification to the CUP to change the existing breakfast room and kitchen that only serves guests to a restaurant that's open to the public. And it could, potentially be rented by corporate groups to have meetings. It would have live entertainment. And it's similar to other Santa Monica hotels that have featured live pianists or other musicians. So the restaurant's very small space. It's only 800 square feet. And current occupancy of 53 and an outdoor seating of 80. And it faces Ocean Avenue and is surrounded on 3 sides from the hotel, so it will not impact the neighbors. And the Blue Plate Taco already exists on the property and serves alcohol and faces Ocean Avenue as well. So the request is almost like the Georgian Hotel approval at 1415 Ocean Avenue that the City Council approved in 2015. And in that approval, they opened the restaurant to the public. They opened an existing guest-only restaurant to the public, and they found that the opening of the restaurant would provide the hotel with flexibility, additional on-site dining options, and encourage a broad mix of uses in the day and evening hours on Ocean Avenue. So this restaurant is virtually identical and can make the same findings. The project entitlements also require alcohol service at the small 9T Cafe on the ground level facing 2nd Street. In the code, currently, a cafe, if they provide food, can obtain an alcohol-exempt zoning conformance permit, which basically allows them to have beer and wine. So they would not have to go back for a CUP to get beer and wine approval. It's only because they're requesting the full line of alcohol that they need this.
Ms. Bostel, let me stop you for a minute because you're down to 351. Did you want to keep going?
Yeah, can I just have, I'll just save the 3 and I'll use the 51.
Okay, go ahead.
And so just to be clear that the amenities, there is a chart in that is 9, you just had the slide up, slide number 9, that identifies the different amenity levels. And it shows that limited amenities are permitted, that limited amenity hotels typically have restaurants and have cafes. It doesn't make you a luxury hotel to add a cafe or a restaurant use to the hotel. And it specifically shows all the other hotels nearby that have restaurants and have cafes and are considered, you know, discount or low or limited amenity hotels. The higher luxury hotels have, you know, courts and other types of high-end food service that make them more luxury, or spa services that are not included in this hotel. And then just to conclude quickly, the hotel rooms that we are requesting, they're required because they're specifically required to have a text amendment, because in order to put the number of bedrooms in,
I'm gonna stop you again. Okay, you're at 252. Do you want to keep going? I hate to do this.
I'll say the 252.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Thank you. I'm saving it for later.
Okay.
Right, and please leave that chart you have up there. So I look at this chart, and when you say low amenity shore hotel, one of the things it says is that you don't offer a business center. But I am on your website, and your website tells me you have a business center. It also says you don't offer meeting rooms, but I am on your website, and it says you offer meeting rooms. So do you have a business center? Do you have meeting rooms?
So the business center is attached to the workout room, and it is a single small nook that has 2 small computers where you could, you know, print out plane tickets or something. It's not an entirely separate room, and it's not a luxury room. You walk through it on the way to get to the workout area.
Well, but on your website, it says business center. From document scanning to computer support, our business center offers high-speed internet access and on-site staff to help you stay organized and on task while you're on the road. It doesn't say it's a small business center, and that's certainly not part. I mean, I don't know how big the business centers are at some of these others. My question is, aren't you misrepresenting when you say the Shore Hotel is a low amenity, in part because it doesn't have a business center and doesn't have meeting rooms, when I'm on your website and it says the Shore Hotel offers flexible indoor and outdoor event space in a unique and memorable setting? I mean, it makes it a little difficult to look at this chart and think it has any validity when your own website disputes what you say on it.
So there's a difference between marketing promotion and what is actually in the permit. So we have a permit for a very small area that includes, we have a permit for, you know, a very small business center that you walk through. It has the ability to print and to scan if you need to do that, but it's not a luxury business center that you would have in a high-end luxury hotel. And
Okay, I mean, but that's not what you say. You don't label it luxury business center when you look at the amenities that some of these others might offer. You just say business center. Same thing with meeting rooms. You say you have no meeting rooms, and your website tells me you do. So, I mean, I get, you know, this is an issue for me about representing what is going on at the hotel currently, because I do take that into consideration when thinking about what is the future of this hotel going to look like, and when we grant you, if we grant you certain requests that you're asking for, what's that going to look like? But I think I've made my point, so I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Permitted in the CUP, and I described it in the project description. It is, the business center is in our CUP and it's permitted.
Thank you. I do have one quick follow-up question. When you were discussing the in lieu fees, you said that legally the city can't impose lower rates or deny amenities in order to lower rates. Is that what you said?
Yes, you can't use any means to specifically try and lower the rates of the units, because once we paid that fee, there's now no...
I heard what you said. My question is this.
Do you have a case site for that proposition in terms of what we can do, whether we have to allow your amenities or not?
I think those are two separate issues. One is we're identified as a limited amenity hotel, and that's separate from specifically limiting amenities that you would think for some reason would increase the rates of the hotel rooms. Those are two separate
Okay,
issues.
that was my only question. Thank you very much. So, so we've heard from both appellants. Do you have a question for the appellant? Okay, good. So Ms. Bonsall, I assume it's for Ms. Bonsall and not for Mr. Raskin?
Yes, the Shore Hotel.
Yes, go ahead.
So I had mentioned a couple of things in my earlier questions. If we approve the cafe on Second Street but not full alcohol service, does that change your request to have that cafe?
So it would potentially limit the tenant that we could get into that space.
So, okay, thank you. So instead of a bar, you'd end up with a coffee shop or grilled cheese restaurant or someplace you could have beer, wine, and coffee. Okay.
We're requesting a cafe, not a bar, so we have to serve food.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The restaurant that you want to open that I suggested should be a diner. But the other part of that is I'm hearing the request for dancing, etc. Why a request for dancing and music? Wouldn't that disturb your guest? I guess what I'm asking is I'm concerned that we're going to become a rowdy, Las Vegas type swimming pool bar and restaurant there, and I'd rather it remain something that people in the area would use as well. So that if you are not granted, my specific question, if you are not granted the right to have music, dancing at that restaurant, does that significantly limit your request to have the restaurant open to the public, or would you still like to proceed?
So we do want a restaurant that's open to the public. The reason for the music is to allow events at the space, potentially corporate events that could come in, but the city already has regulations. They have noise regulations and timing regulations for, how late these events could go. And certainly having a hotel.
What is the nighttime time limit? If there is music and dancing or an event there?
2 a.m. It's a question for staff what the city regulations are, but we would comply with them.
2 a.m.
Microphone, please.
There we go.
Thank you.
10 a.m. is our noise ordinance.
I'm sorry?
10 p.m., excuse me.
No, nighttime.
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
Noise ordinance requirements.
So dance.
What did he say?
Repeat your last sentence, Scott. Take your mask maybe down. I can't.
It's the noise ordinance requirements. Boy, that really does muffle my
So
voice.
the noise ordinance requirement for outdoors?
It's noise ordinance is 10 p.m.
What do you mean it's 10 p.m.? You mean you
That's-
can't make
that's-
any noise
and
outdoors after 10 p.m.?
That can't exceed certain decibel levels. That's our
okay.
noise
Oh,
ordinance.
We know how that goes.
okay. Yeah, I'm hearing that everywhere in the city. Okay. And the business center, last question for me, the business center, which I've seen, is indeed exactly as it looks in your picture. It's on the way, it's in a hallway, which I thought was sort of strange, but it's in a hallway on the way to the fitness center. Is that is primarily, what is it used for on a daily basis? Print airline passes, or is it used for people to sit and work?
It's used typically to print airline passes and for short periods of time.
Okay, I gave you a leading question. You gave me the answer that led into it. And thank you very much.
Any other questions for the appellant?
Councilmember De La Torre.
The appellant, this is the Shore Hotel.
Yes.
Okay.
Could you cover your nose, please? Thank you.
Yeah. She's trying to fill it. Okay. In terms of your employee benefits, salary, is there any comparison? I love your chart on how you're comparing, the rates to the other hotels. That's very useful. In terms of employees, are your salaries comparable? I mean, we have a living wage ordinance in the city of Santa Monica. But is there anything else in terms of like medical benefits? I saw on your webpage, there's also like tuition reimbursements. Are those all benefits that you are continuing to provide all employees right now and even future employees?
Yes.
So on behalf of the ownership, we do offer, I'm glad you asked, that's a great question. So we offer several perks for the hard working men and women that represent our workforce. Some of the basic ones include 401k. We're the only ones in the region that offer a dollar for dollar match, 100% with no vesting period for all employees. That's just one. We do offer a 100% tuition reimbursement just to help further the education of anyone from line level all the way up to our general manager, along with several other competitive things like health insurance. We also offer, we hope that nobody ever uses it, death benefits to really help cover the costs of any unfortunate circumstances.
Great. And then
and we all,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
And we also really push for a local hiring program where we incentivize folks from the local community to come work here and offer full reimbursement for folks that carpool. Additionally, we take care of our veterans that have served in the armed forces by giving them an incentive pay, just to mention a few.
In terms of the local hire program that you have, for any jobs that are created, let's say in the expansion, it seems like there would be more staff added. Do you have an estimate of how many more jobs would be created with this potential expansion?
Yes, to answer your question, we're looking to add approximately 30 new positions. And currently we have 15% of our workforce that works locally and lives locally.
Okay. Now, those 30 new positions, are you still committed to doing local hire with those positions?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your light's on, Phil. No, you're eating, you're wearing no mask, and your microphone is on. I get it. No. Okay. So we're done with both appellants and questions for appellants.
Mr. Raskin, we need to do the rebuttal. So
But wait, rebuttal, doesn't he do it after public comment and after?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Just curious. I mean,
and we have 42 callers for public comment.
Great, thank you.
Not that anyone asked.
Let's go.
Okay, Esther, we're ready for the callers.
So I'm letting the callers in first.
Yes, we've already had the applicant and the.
Okay.
Minute,
I'll let the first caller in.
I mean, I don't believe in it, so I'm not going to move it.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Allow me to first say I find it hard to believe that only one person in the Farzan family knew about the bait and switch on the Coastal Commission with the building permit for the Shore Hotel. I also realize that they're crying poor mouth due to the Coastal Commission's fines and fees, but it's by their own actions, which is unacceptable. Next, let's look at other criminal actions associated with Sunshine Enterprise LP, which the Farzan family owns. In 2014, Steve Farzan was accused of 77 offenses, including 18 counts of identity theft and 19 counts of impersonating a police officer. Then in 2020, it became 2 counts of identity theft. In March 2017, attempt to dissuade a witness, a former hotel employee, from testifying against him. And at that point, Steve Farzam had already been convicted of impersonating a police officer, larceny, and possession of assault weapons that he was trafficking while pretending to be an FBI agent. Then most recently, in 2018, Steve Farzam falsified a Los Angeles Superior Court seal, trying to get the story of his criminal activity off of the online platform, journalistic platform of Avatist, as well as Google. But despite their previous history, city staff wants you to reward the Farzam family by approving these modifications and amenities. Does that seem right? Here, I'm sure the Farzam family is going to say he's not involved in the operation of the Shore Hotel anymore. But what does it say when the family overlooks Steve Farzam's criminal activity since at least 2005? Finally, the switching of terms in the staff report. A micro hotel has 150 to 200 square foot room with a bed, bathroom, TV, dresser, and desk, not what is described as a hostel in the staff report. I wonder if the city will get caught aiding criminal activity, because at the Coastal Commission, the Farzam's defense was, we have a permit which only could have come from the city of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Okay, I think we lost Esther again. Go ahead and transfer in the next caller. Mario, are you there? Mario, can you hear us? Hello, Mario, can you hear us?
Let's go back.
Okay. Go ahead and give us the next caller.
Unless we lost everyone.
Hi, Marianne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Marianne, welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, start.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Marianne Rofel-Wren. I am a Santa Monica native. I was born and raised. I grew up just down the street. I attended preschool.
Are you still there?
Are you still there?
Oh, no. We wanted to hear about elementary school.
Preschool memos.
So Marianne, call back.
We want to hear the rest. Yeah. Okay, can we move on, please?
Yeah. And we did lose Esther, by the way.
We lost Esther?
Well,
totally?
No, I mean, she has no sound.
Oh, Esther.
I know.
Okay, stretch time. Everybody stand up. The judges have been. Yes, we can stand up and listen at the same time. So, yeah. Yeah. Everybody stretch, breathe. Oscar, you too. Yeah, I am.
I'm all right.
He's got that little bicycle.
Welcome, Jonah. You're in the meeting.
Okay, there we go.
I'm getting like restless.
Esther, we heard you.
But not the caller.
Not the caller.
Let me go to the next one then.
Okay, Marianne is back, they said.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, what's your name? Hello.
Lost him too.
Hi, this is Marianne. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Marianne, thank you. Welcome back. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm going to start over. Good evening. Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Mary Ann Rofil-Rin. I'm actually a Santa Monica native. I was born and raised. I grew up just down the street and attended preschool through community college here. I am calling to support the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. While most of the world, along with myself, was losing their jobs due to COVID, the Shore kept their employees employed as well as hired new ones like myself. Approving this plan will only benefit the city. It will bring more jobs, tourists, and could possibly be a great hub for the community. I ask that you please approve this plan. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Rafilrin.
Esther, are you back with us?
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Welcome, Mario Aguilar. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay. Can I
Go ahead, your
start
time starts
speaking?
Do we have
Can I
translators?
start? No.
Yes, we do have a translator.
He didn't say anything? I didn't hear him say anything.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need a translator.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
go ahead and start speaking.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Mario Aguilar. I work at the Shore Hotel. I've been working there since 2011, and all I can tell you is that it'll be a great thing for you to approve this project. All I can tell you is that the First and Family, all they doing is employing people in the city, and they give you the best opportunity to work, to have great benefits. I've been working for them for more than 10 years. And believe me, I got great benefits. I have a health insurance, life insurance, 401k, dental insurance, vision insurance, a good payment. And if you go and work for a different place, I'll bet you anything, you won't get not even close to what we get at Shore Hotel. So please, 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 I beg you to approve this project. There is a lot of people trying to put it like it's a, I don't know, like trying to make it like it's a demon there, but not even close. They are a family-oriented people and looking after for the people of the city and employing people of the city of Santa Monica. Please approve this. I beg you. I'm saying it because based on experience. And I know there's people calling from the union. I know people calling from all these different organizations, and they have their agenda. They have different agendas. And guess what? I respect that. But at the same time, they should respect my choices because we are in a society that is representing capitalism, not socialism. So don't try to impose something that we don't want at Shore Hotel. We want to do what we choose. So at Shore Hotel, we want to be independent. We want to be doing what we want. So please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Are we keeping time here? Okay, good. Thank you. There, it doesn't work. I tried. You set your timer.
Hi, this is Jonah Breslau. From 2014 to 2016, I worked at Shore Hotel, and I now work at Unite Here Local 11. My coworkers and I realized that the hotel was violating its conditions of approval and failing to provide the affordable access it had promised the community and the Coastal Commission. And we won a huge victory at the Coastal Commission, which led to the largest fine the Coastal Commission had ever imposed and a substantial mitigation for the loss of affordable rooms. However, today's proposal will not, in fact, increase affordable access to the coast. Even without the approvals before you today, the shore is required to provide 72 affordable rooms, including the 14 micro rooms. And this requirement exists to mitigate for the fact that the shore illegally demolished 2 affordable motels. A judge found that this was due to a, quote, bait and switch. And the shore is already is allegedly providing these affordable rooms. But the requirement to provide affordable rooms is not before you, as has been mentioned today. Only the question of whether they'll be allowed to provide additional luxury amenities on top of their business center, their concierge, the room service, and meeting rooms that you've already heard about. And this proposal goes against the general plan and Shore Hotel's original conditional use permit. My coworkers and I stood up for the original vision, promised to the city and the Coastal Commission that it would be a limited amenity hotel with 164 affordable rooms, which will still not be provided with this proposal. The Planning Commission also advanced this vision, finding that, to quote the staff report, that the additional amenities proposed at the shore would be inconsistent with the land uses that are currently on the property, which have been intended to operate as a low amenity hotel, land uses that are currently in the district, and the downtown community plan goals and policies to support a more diverse lodging options in downtown. So I urge the council to stand up for that vision as well, of a downtown that has a diverse array of lodging options at different price points and with different amenities. Thank you.
Who did that? Thank you, Mr. Breslaw. What's the beeping?
That's the timer in here.
Oh, everybody has a timer but me. Okay, good. I'm counting on all of you. There we go. You wanted this job, Phil. You ran 3 times for it.
Do we have the next caller? Esther, do we have the next caller?
Yes, I'll bring him right in. Welcome, Gideon. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Mayor, council members, my name is Gideon Krakow, Land Use Council for Unite Here Local 11. The issue before you is whether to uphold the decision of your Planning Commission to deny the conditional use permit changes to alter the limited amenity character of the shore. The Commission determined it could not make the required finding. Namely, that the additional amenities are inconsistent with the existing low amenity hotel and inconsistent with your downtown plan policies LU 3.2 and 3.3 that support more diverse lodging options in downtown. This boils down to whether to allow applicants to alter the character of its limited amenity hotel to permit uses that were not intended when the project was originally approved in Condition 10 of the 2008 CUP. The staff report concedes, bottom of page 25, the new amenities are a, quote, change in the character of the limited amenity hotel that was originally approved and intended, end quote. And the applicant's past conduct, I think staff called it sordid, is relevant. Their own land use code, section 9.37.150, says you can withhold new permits when an applicant has failed to comply with your prior rules. Ask your city attorney, section 9.37.150. In reality, applicant is now trying to use the micro hotel approval it needs to fulfill its coastal obligations as a Trojan horse to expand the luxury aspect, and it will, council, by adding amenities it never was supposed to have. On this problematic record, why would the city do this? The required findings cannot be made for the change in character, as your Planning Commission concluded. For these reasons, please deny the appeal and the CUP changes. Thank you, council, for your thoughtful deliberation tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Krakow.
Welcome, Liliana Hernandez. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I work as a housekeeper at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 9 years. This hotel originally promised to have 164 affordable rooms. Now it will have less than half that many. So this hotel doesn't need more luxury amenities. Santa Monica doesn't need more luxury amenities. Working people like me don't need more luxury amenities. We need affordable access to the coast. Please reject these restaurants and luxury services and support the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Ryan Park. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay, hello. Thank you for having me here. So just to introduce myself, well, as you mentioned, my name is Ryan Park, and well, I'm a member of the Sunrise Movement, and it's a youth-led movement, and we're dedicated to stopping climate change, and we're committed to building a more sustainable future and community for all of us. Now we agree with the Planning Commission, and we really urge you to reject the proposed bars, restaurant, cafe, and massage services at this hotel. Back in 2019, the California Coastal Commission levied a historic $15 million penalty against the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica for illegally demolishing two motels with dozens of low-cost guest rooms, and they ended up replacing them with the high-end rooms at their Shore Hotel, which is in violation of the California Coastal Act. Now, the Shore Hotel wants to use the Coastal Commission settlement as an opportunity to make the rest of the hotel even more luxurious, and they want to add just 14 affordable rooms, while at the same time asking the city of Santa Monica for permission to add restaurants, 2 bars, massage services, and amplified music that will make the whole hotel more expensive as its amenities expand. Santa Monica should support the Shore's efforts to provide affordable rooms, but not allow the hotel to take advantage of the city to make the rest of the property even more expensive and exclusive. So we're asking you to please reject the Shore Hotel's latest attempt to upscale the property and restrict access to the coast, which many, low-income people will not be able to get to if this were the case. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor and Council, I just want to announce and let you know we have 32 more callers, and we have suspended, so we're not taking any more calls now because we're past the 5th caller.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you. 32. Could be worse. We could keep it. Well,
Esther, do you know the next caller's name?
that's how we're all signed too, Esther.
Okay. Okay. Hi, welcome to the meeting. Can I ask your name?
Welcome, Marion Clark. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Wonderful. Aloha. My name is Marion Clark. I'm a City of Santa Monica resident of 10 years. I am the owner of Surf Academy, who's been operating in Santa Monica for the last 20 years. And I'm the president of the Surf Bus Foundation, a nonprofit that's operating on Santa Monica's beaches since 2003. I encourage you to vote yes on the Shore Revitalization Project. Back when our surf teams were new, Surf Academy acted as a bridge between the schools, the kids, parents, the lifeguards, and the city. No one had seen a program like what we were doing. And this is relevant now because the city made a text amendment to existing ordinance so that local kids could have surf practices. that were approved by their school district for PE credit. There's nothing else like it on the West Side, and Santa Monica administrators like yourselves made it possible. Today, the city has another opportunity to see into the future and be the bridge between local businesses, local residents, and LA children. A yes to this revitalization project is more than just saying yes to 14 micro rooms and a cafe that are environmentally sound and safe. The kids who have been surfing for their schools here, earning credit, caring for what they love, are the interns of today at the Surf Bus, who teach the students who will be coming and staying in these 14 rooms. The partnership with the shore allows us to share something else that's hard to come by: free, immersive access to Santa Monica's coastline 12 times a year. Please approve these micro rooms and this cafe at the Shore Hotel. Upgrading the existing space is going to be a boon for Santa Monica in so many ways, but most especially for thousands of youth across Los Angeles. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Hector Gutierrez.
Oh, that's.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Gutierrez. You're welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes. Please start. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may start speaking now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members of the beautiful city of Santa Monica. My name is Hector Gutierrez. I'm working for the Shore Hotel since May of 2019. I work in different hotels in Santa Monica and West Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. And when I came to this hotel, I was received with open arms, and I was given the opportunity to work as a concierge. And I want to mention my position because it was eliminated in so many 4 or 5-star hotels. And this hotel was giving me the opportunity to work and help a lot of people. The affordable rate that we have now is giving the opportunity to so many people, Latinos, African American, people that couldn't afford to stay in Santa Monica. They come and they receive the service that they never received before, and I'm so proud to work there. Please approve this project because this is going to help the hotel and going to help a lot of workers that they want to come and work in our hotel. This hotel is giving me and giving us the opportunity to be here. I've heard so many union members. I was a union member when I worked for the Sheraton Hotel, and when I was laid off and I called them for help and assistance, and they never helped me and they never called me back. You know, and when they come to the hotel, and that's what something that I couldn't believe, because we live in the United States of America, and they were chanting and they were talking about communist leaders like the Che Guevara right outside the hotel, like he was one fighting for what we in America fought for the 8 hours, and it was in Chicago that fight, not in Russia, not in Cuba. And that's what I was so surprised, that these people that work for the union, they were coming and chanting outside the hotel and talking about the Che Guevara. That is something that shouldn't be accepted.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Gutierrez.
is America.
Your
This is
time
not
is
Cuba.
up.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
We're ready for the next caller.
It's coming through. 1 second. Welcome, Josh Kirpies. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Josh Kirpies. I'm the District Director for Assemblymember Richard Bloom, and I am speaking this evening on his behalf. In regards to item 6A this evening relating to the Shore Hotel, Assemblymember Bloom asked me to read to you the following short statement. As a former mayor of the city and former California Coastal Commissioner, I would like to applaud the city's Planning Commission actions to approve the necessary text amendment to allow for a 14-room micro motel while rejecting proposed expansion of luxury amenities, and I would urge the City Council to take a similar action. As stated in my previous letter to the Planning Commission, in 2019, the California Coastal Commission rightfully levied an historic $15 million penalty against the Shore Hotel for illegally demolishing 2 motels with dozens of low-cost guest rooms and replacing them with the high-end Shore Hotel in a manner that was inconsistent with the Coastal Commission actions under the California Coastal Act. Now, the Shore Hotel seeks to take advantage of the City of Santa Monica's approval process by asking the City of Santa Monica for permission to add restaurants, alcohol service, and added massage services. Adding luxury and expanding amenities without increasing affordability that was to have been a key feature of the project is simply inappropriate. The need for affordability has only increased in the years since the hotel was first proposed, and the city should support efforts to increase affordable accommodations at this site, and any effort to further upscale should be viewed through that lens. I respectfully urge the Council tonight to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerpes.
Welcome, Matt Stauffer. It starts now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Matt Stauffer. I'm calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce in support of this project. The applicants presented their proposal to the Chamber in April, earning the unanimous support of the Chamber's Government Affairs Committee and ultimately the Chamber's Board of Directors. The Chamber supported the complete proposal that went to the Planning Commission in July and supports the complete proposal tonight. The Shore Hotel's proposal would expand its low-cost room offerings, generate new jobs, and activate currently vacant portions of downtown with additional commercial activity. We're working very hard every day to help our city's economy recover from the pandemic, and the Chamber believes projects like this one will help us achieve that goal. So we concur with staff's recommendations and encourage you to approve the full project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stauffer.
Hello?
Hi. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Dylan. I'm calling on behalf of the Sunrise Movement regarding the Shore Hotel. We're an organization dedicated to climate and environmental justice. One aspect of environmental justice is ensuring that all Californians, rich or poor, enjoy access to our most beautiful natural resource, our coast. For that reason,
Did we lose you? We did. Oh, well. Kalen was his name, I think, Denise.
Was it Elion?
I thought it was Kalen, but look, my ears are not.
I think it was Dylan Foster.
Oh,
Let me see if I can get him back in.
Oh,
I think it's Dylan Foster. Let me see if I can get him back in. Give me a second.
well.
Sorry for the delay.
You and I shouldn't be doing names.
Is this Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Is it Dylan?
Okay, could you continue your comments, please?
Yeah. I guess I'll
Is it
start
Dylan
over
Foster?
again. Yes. I'm calling on behalf of the Sunrise Movement regarding the Shore Hotel. We're an organization dedicated to climate and environmental justice. One aspect of environmental justice is ensuring that all Californians, rich or poor, enjoy access to our most beautiful natural resource, our coast. For that reason, we support the effort to provide affordable rooms at the shore, but not to allow the hotel to take advantage of these permits to provide luxury amenities, extra bars and restaurants and massage services that will only serve to make the rest of the property even more expensive and exclusive. We urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Welcome, Davis Hahn. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
All right, thank you. Good evening, council members and city staff. This is Davis Hahn calling on behalf of Senator Ben Allen's office. Given the late hour and in the interest of concision, we basically like to associate ourselves with the concerns voiced by the planning commissioners that led to their decision. We are interested in this issue because of our office's deep commitment to the letter and spirit of the California Coastal Act of 1976. Our office has run bills on this topic, including SB 433, which was recently signed into law by Governor Newsom, which gives the Coastal Commission greater authority to issue administrative penalties for violations of the Coastal Act. The essential concern here is in this case, is that the hotel is seeking to add profit from its obligation under the Coastal Act to provide affordable rooms after being caught and punished for deliberately avoiding that very obligation. We don't have a problem with new amenities downtown, but you're being put into a very difficult position with this proposal given the original terms and vision that were presented to the city, the commission, and community by the hotel. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn, and thank you, Ben.
Welcome, Marissa Nunez. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Marissa Nunez. I'm a resident and small business owner who employs over 150 people. It's sad to read that our council members accepted donations from Unite Here and are seemingly in collaboration with Unite Here Union, who keeps feeding our community a steady diet of misinformation about the Shore Hotel to influence opposition through hateful texts and emails and disregard facts. Mayor, you and your colleague who accepted those donations should recuse yourselves tonight. And my family and I and our neighborhood will not vote for you again if you do not approve this project, especially post-COVID. You've been extremely rude tonight and obnoxious. I can't believe you keep badgering about a business center. Really, that's your issue, ma'am? I heard so many outrageous statements tonight, including comparing this to a Courtyard Inn and Hampton Inn. Comments like saying this is setting a new precedent and it's a slippery slope. It's ridiculous. The statements regarding the cafe being a vibrant area are untrue. That portion of the block is dead. Haven't you walked it? And to the council members asking questions previously discussed in the Planning Commission meeting, clearly you didn't bother to view that meeting or you wouldn't have demonstrated unpreparedness and uneducatedness on this issue. And you would have done your homework on the topic. The public would not have had to wait for 2 hours on the phone to make these comments. Shame on all of you. This item's been delayed several times. I would have expected the mayor and the other council members to be better educated. The comment about bifurcation would have also been addressed. This is a limited amenity affordable hotel. They're only $68 more than the Motel 6. Stop
Your time is up.
For your political agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez.
Support the
She thinks she's in the other.
Yes. Welcome, Lauren Simon. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm reading 2 letters on behalf of others. On behalf of Ernest Esquer. Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am a resident of Santa Monica. My name is Ernest Esquer, and unfortunately I'm unable to call in to speak with you regarding the city approving the CUP for Shore Hotel. I am a resident of Santa Monica and hope the City Council approves the Shore Hotel's request for the CUP. Several, if not all, the hotels of the boardwalk are open to the public for dining in addition to their guests. I strongly believe the Shore Hotel should be granted the same privilege. The revitalization of Shore Hotel will not only create more jobs for local residents and revenue for the city, it will continue to be a good partner with the city. Please approve Shore Hotel's revitalization plan. Thank you. And on behalf of Manuel Monroy, good evening, City Council members. I, Manuel Monroy, a Santa Monica resident in accordance with the Shore Hotel, go forward with the project in order to improve the hotel. I ask that the City of Santa Monica please approve the project as well. Sincerely, Manuel Monroy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simon.
Hello? Welcome, Jing Lu. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Dr. Jing Lu. I'm reading a letter on her behalf. Please approve the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. I'm a resident of Santa Monica and a full-time tenured instructor of Santa Monica College. I teach geography, oceanography, geospatial technology. I'm in full support of the affordable microtel rooms, which are a critical component to this CUP project. It is incredible that the Shore has partnered with the Surf Bus Foundation to provide coastal access and education to underserved youth about our oceans and beaches. Low-income families should be able to experience the coast without fear of financial costs, physical barriers, or feelings of not belonging. Santa Monica's history has taught us that. Participants of this youth program will receive free lodging and meals during each of their 12 stays throughout the year. So please support Shore Hotel's request for the CUP tonight. Thank you for your time.
Welcome, Christina Santiago. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I am a Santa Monica resident. My name is Christina, and I ask that you please do not let these developers add more luxury amenities to the hotel when we need so much more affordable access to the coast. Please uphold the Planning Commission decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago.
Welcome, Anna Garcia. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Anna Garcia, and I've been a Santa Monica resident for 26 years. I want to say I support the effort to provide affordable rooms, but not to allow the hotel to take advantage of these permits to make the rest of the property even more expensive and exclusive. When my family comes to visit, it's not hard to find a place to eat or drink. What's difficult is finding a place for them to stay. Please uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This next caller will need a translator.
Yes.
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 No.
Buenas noches, Edith García. Está en la Junta y puede empezar sus comentarios en este momento. Si nos hace el favor de pausar entre cada cuarta y quinta palabra para permitir traducción de sus comentarios, se le agradece. Puede empezar ahorita.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Edith García. ¿Hello?
Oh, I think
Sí, está un momento.
more.
Y he ¿Puede decir un trabajado poquito más? Ok. Mi nombre es Edith García y he trabajado en el Hotel Oaks como housekeeper durante 32 años y he vivido en Santa Mónica durante 35 años. ¿Eh? ¿Hello?
I think that the speaker, is the translator there? Because
The translator, Esther, is the translator unmuted?
Yes. Let me. Is it? She's on the queue.
Yes.
Elizabeth, are you there?
I am the interpreter, and if you want, I can repeat. She said her name is Edith Garcia, that she is works at the Lux Hotel as a housekeeper, and she is a resident of Santa Monica for 35 years.
Thank you.
Esto Estos
Puede
cambios en
continuar.
Shore Hotel intentarían competir con nuestras propiedades de más alto nivel al agregar restaurantes, bares y servicios de masaje.
I believe that with these changes that the hotel is intending to do would compete with our properties at a high level by adding restaurants, bars, and massage services.
Está bien que Santa Mónica tenga una gran cantidad de hoteles de lujo para los visitantes.
I think that it's a good idea for Santa Monica to have a large number of hotels, luxury hotels for the visitors.
Pero necesitamos más opciones para los viajeros en Santa Mónica, no en otro hotel de lujo.
We need more options for the visitors here in Santa Monica, not another luxury hotel.
Apoye la decisión de la Comisión de Planeación, por favor. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Please, I support the Planning Commission's decisions. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. Next caller, please.
Esther, are you there? Okay, can we have the next caller? Hello, is a caller there? Okay, the person's transferring in now. Hi, welcome to the meeting. Hello? Okay, the person is transferred. Hi, welcome to the meeting. Are you there? There you go. Hi, welcome to the meeting. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, what's your name? You're in the meeting. What's your name?
Hello?
Hi, welcome to the meeting. Could you give us your name?
Leasa Vavrick.
Hi, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead. You can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Leasa Vavrick, and I'm pledging my support and encouraging you to please approve the Shore Hotel revitalization plan. I have emotional ties to these affordable rooms and this whole project. As a military mother of two, former Army wife, now a single mom, a military family can now afford to vacation Santa Monica, in which normally they couldn't afford to. And a less fortunate family or a low-income family from East LA can now afford to also vacation Santa Monica Beach and to enjoy the weekend stay with their children in Santa Monica. Again, we're good people just like you. We want to enjoy the finer things in life, just like you do. And I just want to remind you, when COVID-19 came, most companies in Santa Monica closed their doors. But Shore Hotel kept our doors open, even at almost zero occupancy for months. That's how much the Farzan family and the Shore Hotel cared for their employees and let alone the community of Santa Monica. Just a little reminder, when the riot and the looting of the city, of all throughout LA, my young son was in the military, the reserve. He called me one day and he says, Mom, we are shortage of towels. Guess who stepped up to the plate? Steve Farzam and John Farzam donated towels, and I basically give it out to the youth, and they also covered Santa Monica, and I'm grateful for that. I'm one of those lucky people who worked for 2 years straight now since COVID, and it's all because of Shore Hotel family. And tonight, I ask of you, please, to do consider this and approve the Shore Hotel revitalization plan.
Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next we have Ryan Haas being transferred in.
Amen. Good morning.
Hi, Ryan.
Is it? Not yet.
Good morning, council and staff. Thank you. I'm a business owner, resident. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
We can hear you.
Go for it.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm going to go for it. Many of you may know I'm a business owner, resident, and have been very active volunteer servant leader in Santa Monica. I'm speaking in favor of the recommendations as made by staff. I do kind of find it interesting that we have just as many comments and spending more time on this than they did in West Hollywood, the recent minimum wage increase, which is the largest in the country. But this is just one hotel project, and I think we're spending a lot of time on it. But, you know, it seems that the applicant is currently being punished for, you know, and the application is being dissected to a nauseating level that seems to be outside the expertise of many of the you know, council members, and that's not a criticism. That's why it went through Planning Commission, and because of prior mistakes that have been made and fined and they've been remedied, the what ifs have kind of been exhausting, and I think many of them are moot. I don't recall this process being as nearly controversial with the Miramar project, which I also spoke in favor of and was in support of. I think we need to support business. I think we need to support the growth. I think we need to support a lot of the reasons why this project makes sense and not try to overthink it. Like the staff said, each application is based on its current merit, not past issues which have been resolved. And so, yeah, and I mean, and let's not get into Coastal Commission and the overreaching of Coastal Commission. I sit on a state board that addresses those issues and is promoting reform. But yeah, so anyways, I don't want to take too much time, but it seems that we need to be, you know, in support of this project. I appreciate your guys' time and commitment here this evening. I know there's a lot more callers on the line, so thank you for your guys' service to our community.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. So next we have Maria Flores. Hi, Ms. Flores, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, are you Ms. Flores?
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Flores. I'm a resident of Santa Monica for many, many years. I wanted to say that I support Shore Hotel. Tonight, we'll know if campaign contributions by Unite Here Local 11 will dictate the opposition of Mayor Sue and Councilmember Davis. It just appears their votes have already been brought up or bought by Unite Here. So if you're wondering what side they're on and why, just follow their campaign's finance donations. I'll tell you what side I'm on. As an African-American woman in this community, I'm on the side of economic recovery and on the side of equality. I'm on the side of affordability and coastal access for all low-income families in our communities. Sour Grapes by Unite Here, in the way they force employees from other hotels and cities to speak tonight in opposition tonight, is disgraceful and deceptive. In 2019, City Council passed an ordinance with a suppression condition making an exemption for Unite Here Local 11, having to pay their employees higher wages. How absurd. They keep misleading people, including referring to Shore Hotel as a developer instead of a family-owned local business, which they are. John Farzam is a local kid who grew up in Santa Monica, invested here, and lives here. His family has been operating their business in Santa Monica for over 30 years. The audacity of this council to treat an applicant the way you treated them tonight is unconscionable. The Shore Hotel currently has 72 affordable
not luxury
Your time is
hotel
up.
rooms available.
Thank you, Ms.
Please support
Flores.
them. Thank you.
Please look at my campaign statements. You won't find anything from Unite here.
Hello?
Hi, welcome to the meeting. What is your name?
Is this me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
Can you give us your name?
Yes, this is Tiffany Jones. Good evening, City Council members. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I don't understand why so many are against this plan on the basis of past issues with the Coastal Commission, when the Coastal Commission itself has passed this plan. They've approved it already. The Shore's affordability, Shore's proposed changes do not make it a luxury hotel. Shore Hotel's affordability will not be impacted by the amenities, the new amenities. In compliance with the Coastal Commission requirements, Shore currently has 72 rooms at affordable rates and will continue in perpetuity, which replaces the affordability of all of the rooms of the motels which it replaced. Shore only asks for basic amenities, a restaurant and cafe giving availability to Santa Monica residents, enable it to better serve the community. During recent public hearings for other local hotel proposals, the most common complaint of Santa Monica residents was that hotels serve tourists and not Santa Monicans. This plan makes Shore's services more accessible to their neighbors, allowing locals to enjoy their food and beverage services. What's wrong with asking to serve the public when they're already serving their guests? Serving the public food and drink would enable the Shore to become competitive with the other hotels along Ocean Avenue, which serve the public food and drink. I mean, even Holiday Inn, not considered a luxury hotel, serves the public food and drink. The city of Santa Monica has itself expressed a desire to have more foot traffic on 2nd Street. Shore would like to utilize a small portion of their unused retail space as a small cafe, which would continue to make
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Your time is up. Ms. Jones, your time is up. Thank
Shore
you.
Hotel's inspirational program partnering with nonprofit organizations.
Okay, next next caller we have.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go.
I guess it's Maria Flores.
I'm taking notes.
Welcome, Maria Flores. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Maria Flores, and I am an employee of Shore Hotel. I'm in support of Shore Hotel's revitalization plan, and I encourage the Planning Commission to approve the plan in its entirety. Shore Hotel has continually served our Santa Monica community by generating revenue to the city, creating jobs, providing affordable access to the coast, and has even partnered with nonprofit organizations. The pandemic has negatively impacted many businesses, both small and large. That is why I'm asking the City Council to please approve the requested CUP for Shore Hotel. This is a family-owned and operated small business that has suffered the impacts of the pandemic. I hope you support this local business whose main goal is to create jobs, generate revenue, and be good community partners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
So David Hall is our next caller. I'm bringing him in.
To approve the Shore Hotel revitalization plan in Santa Monica. While I'm not a native of Santa Monica resident, I am a native of Los Angeles, born and raised in South Pasadena. I frequented Santa Monica area as a child with my family on many weekends. These memories I look back on fondly. Despite the pandemic, the Shore Hotel was able to retain over 100 of their employees and allow them to retain worker benefits when many businesses had to either close or reduce their staff significantly. The proposed changes, the addition of restaurant with bars within the existing space facing 2nd Street, would help this local family-owned and operated business remain economically feasible, and as it faces the hospitality industry's uncertain future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Paloma Rojas will be our next caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, my name is Paloma Rojas, and I am going to read a letter on behalf of Evan Nakamura because he had to hang up. We are both in support of the Shores Hotels you know the plan. Sorry. So, sorry. Here we go. My name is Evan Nakamura, and I work with the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks. Pre-pandemic, I worked at the Valley Plaza Recreation Center. There, part of my duties consisted of building and maintaining a teen program to keep at-risk youth off the streets and showing them alternatives to what they may see on a daily basis in their neighborhood. We've had the honor and privilege to have benefited from the Shore's partnership with the Surf Bus Foundation and their commitment to equal, long-lasting coastal access to those that need it. When the Surf Bus partnered with the Shore Hotel, allowing us to stay there for free, we jumped at the opportunity. We were the first group to experience this partnership and know how life-changing it can be for countless youths for years and years to come in the greater LA area. When we arrived at the Shore for a weekend, I can still remember the look on all our faces. We couldn't believe how nice the hotel was and how close it was to the beach. We were greeted at the front door by friendly staff of the Shore Hotel, as well as Marian Clark, the woman who spoke earlier. Back to the letter. We felt like VIPs. The teens couldn't believe it. The excitement was electric throughout the whole weekend. In short, if not for this partnership between Shore Hotel and Surf Bus, these teens would never get to stay in a hotel like this, learn to surf, or go to the Santa Monica Aquarium to learn about sea life. This opportunity gave them a moment, even if only a moment, to see what life is like outside of what they're used to. They can leave the pressures of the world that waits for them back home. Rows of apartments.
Your time is up.
Okay, goodbye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, Daniel Wilson. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello? Hello? Is
You're
this me?
on. You're on.
Honorable Council Members, Danielle Wilson on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. Tonight we are urging you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and reject new luxury amenities for Shore Hotel. And context has just been so incredibly lost here tonight. As the staff report points out, the hotel operations were heavily regulated because the city intended to protect coastal access on this site. So, this site is nothing like the Georgian, which did not displace affordable rooms when it was built. The applicant is asking for an 80-seat restaurant with outdoor entertainment and a bar. How does that conform with the city's intent? This is not about relitigating the past. This is about whether or not the conditions and contracts and mandates of this city council have any meaning at all. And this is all relevant context, as the goals of the Coastal Act are also codified in local land use plans and policies that are exactly before the council tonight. And I appreciated Councilmember Davis's earlier point about 2nd Street, but also they are proposing to put a hostel in that 2nd Street vacancy. Isn't that active enough? Why are we bending over backwards to allow for these tiny rooms when the applicant could merely use that space where they're proposing to put a cafe to accommodate larger rooms? And after all the rigmarole through the years of this project, if we want to know whether or not these amenities will make this a luxury hotel, we merely need to turn to the applicant's own public portrayal of its proposal. As of April 5th, the applicant's website, quote-unquote, Revitalized Shore Hotel, advertised that, quote-unquote, these proposed changes would enhance services at Shore Hotel from limited accommodation to full amenities, taking the first step in providing the type of luxury expected of Ocean Avenue hospitality, quote unquote. That no longer appears on the website. DPSM has rejected this project. Planning, Sierra Club, NRDC, please protect coastal access. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Welcome, Natalie Hubbard. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
The first bus with whom the
Ms.
Shore
Hubbard?
Hotels agree.
Oh,
Hello.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Hubbard,
Continue.
you can go.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. My name's Natalie. My title for myself is like I'm another representative for the Surf Bus Foundation, with whom the Shore Hotel has agreed to partner with. I am here as a Santa Monica born and raised active citizen. I live, work, and play here. This partnership between the Surf Bus and the Shore Hotel goes to the very heart of what makes me so proud of my beach community. The Surf Bus's mission is to empower people to have a healing connection to the sea. We do this by engaging the underserved youth of LA with the ocean through sport, exploring the wonder and beauty of the sea, utilizing our very own youth from our community, branching out to theirs. Now we have a lifetime partnership with the Shore to give youth in these underserved communities of LA this invaluable connection to the beach through this weekend coastal experience. This is a measurable action to enrich our own youth and give consistent coastal access to Angelino youth that would otherwise never get it. This is what we're talking about when we talk about coastal access. This quite effectively demonstrates what it means to be a hub of assorted legacy here at, as our Santa Monica community. The Shore has already ensured we will get deeply discounted rates for our youth weekend stays, regardless of the micro hotel's approval, but the magnitude of the benefit will be so much more powerful and far-reaching if this plan is approved. If approved, these rooms will be made available to these inner-city youth groups through our program for free every month, always, leaving our foundation funding room to continue ensuring the highest quality program, building up our own Santa Monica teenagers into active, insightful citizens that care about their relationship to their beach and their fellow Angelinos' youth relationship to the beach and the coast. The Shore Hotel and the Surf Bus Foundation, with the solidification of this decision, Santa Monica's values reverberate stronger. Myself and all of us affected by the Surf Bus Foundation that were unable to wait on the phone tonight support a yes from the City Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
This next speaker will need a translator, and I'll bring her in. Bienvenida, Armida Chávez. Está en la Junta y puede empezar sus comentarios.
Sí, hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Armida. Yo trabajo para el Hotel Viceroy. Estoy hablando para lo del Shore Hotel.
Sí, está bien, puede dar sus comentarios.
Ok, mi comentario es que el Hotel Shore Hotel prometía tener 164 habitaciones de alquileres y ahora tendrá menos de la mitad de esa cantidad.
Hello, my name is Almida, and I wanted to tell you that I work at the hotel, and they promised that they were going to have 164 rooms for rent, and now they're going to have less than half that amount.
Y este hotel no necesita más comodidades de lujo de Santa Mónica y no necesita más comodidades de lujo a los trabajadores como yo.
And that hotel doesn't need more amenities, luxury amenities in Santa Monica, and it doesn't need more luxury amenities for its workers like me.
Sí, como yo no necesitamos más comodidades de lujo, necesitamos acceso de accesible a la costa y queremos que rechacen estos restaurantes de servicios de lujo y que apoyen a la Comisión de la Planificación. Gracias.
And it doesn't need more luxury amenities. We need more access and accessible to activities near the coast. And we want you to reject these luxurious services for hotel restaurants, and that you support the Planning Commission. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Buenas noches.
How many more, Denise?
Caller, but hold on, let me see.
Who?
Denny Zane. We have 11 more.
I've been counting. I thought it was 32.
No, we were 42 total.
Oh, I thought you said 32 when I came
And then it went down, there was like, and then it was,
I was thinking about them. I'm just kidding. Take
Denny, where is he?
Please take them.
Is Mr. Denny, are you there?
Christine's been eating last night. She has a basket in her bag.
Can we go back to him?
Okay. Yes.
In there? Oh my God! Like a big one?
I've never seen that before. What's in there?
Hello, this is Denny Zane.
Oh, hi, Denny. Welcome to the meeting. Go ahead, you can start.
Good evening, council members. This is Denny Zane representing Santa Monica Renters' Rights. SMER urges you to maintain the City of Santa Monica's long-standing commitment to ensure affordable lodging in our downtown and affordable access to the coast. Planning Commission got it right. Approve the 14 affordable rooms, but reject the amenities. Such amenities may not in themselves be sufficient to create luxury accommodations, but they are necessary. Without these amenities, there is no chance for the shore to raise its rates to luxury levels. And by the way, there are plenty of restaurants on that block of Ocean Avenue. You can approve this proposal only if you can fully trust the applicant's commitment to the mission of affordability and to the integrity of the council's deliberations. The applicant's history of egregiously violating the Coastal Act, unlawfully demolishing 2 affordable Santa Monica hotels at this very site, destroys that trust. Such history demonstrates contempt, not respect for the city or the Coastal Commission and our mission of affordability. Please uphold the Planning Commission's position.
Thanks, Denny.
Okay, our next caller is John Nelson.
Hello, this is John Nilsson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Nelson. Welcome to the meeting.
Okay. Good. I've been representing the Sierra Club throughout the several years of this Shores discussion. The Sierra Club remains opposed to any additional luxury improvements to the Shores properties and supports the Planning Commission's ruling. The Sierra Club was vehemently opposed to the way the Shores developers ignored their obligation to provide the required low-cost residential units that they demolished in the building of their luxury property. They violated the terms of their originally approved building permit that was predicated on the replacement of the lower-income hotel units by building a high-end luxury property instead. Furthermore, we believe that the Coastal Commission, in its final decision several years ago, was remiss in its duty to require the replacement of 100% of the low-income units the Shores tore down, and thereby allowing the Shores developers to provide only a fraction of the previously required units. The Sierra Club does not support any further effort by the Shores to provide additional luxury amenities to a property that should have been built to serve the needs of all Californians and not only those of the wealthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Next, we have Irma Carranza.
The pandemic impact.
Hi, Irma.
Good evening, council members. Hi, Denise. Thank you for letting me in. Good evening, council members. My name is Irma Carranza. I'm a longtime Santa Monica and Pico neighborhood resident. The pandemic impacted the local economy as it did most tourism, and we should be looking at the impact that had on our local economy and small businesses. It was the locals from all income levels who patronized local businesses that got them through the pandemic. Many of us locals don't go to downtown because it's been unaffordable for years, and we should be rethinking how we can make downtown affordable and inclusive. Adding the proposed luxury amenities makes clear the Shore Hotel is catering to a certain clientele. Building a luxury hotel has been their intent all along. They have lawyered up with the best lawyers, knowing very well what they were doing from the beginning. Approving their appeal would set a precedent that others will follow, and in doing so, continue to leave many of us out from enjoying downtown. I would like to add that comparing the Shore Hotel and the vendors on the pier is a very, very poor comparison. Remember that the Shore Hotel did not follow the rules initially, but got a pass, a money pass. The rich and multi-million-dollar entities always get a pass. They can afford to pay for it. I ask that you uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation and lead downtown to a path of affordability, inclusion, and equity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Irma.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tally Mao. Ms. Mao, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go. Okay. Yes, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome to the meeting. You can go ahead and start now.
Okay. Good evening, City Councils, and aloha. My name is Tali Mao, and I'm calling to urge the Council to approve the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. Please make your decision based on what is proposing tonight and what is in front of you. Not the past, which has been dealt with and paid for. You need to see the possibility of growth, more people being employed, generating new revenue, and also revitalizing 2nd Street. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mao.
Next, we have Dylan Ariola. Dylan, are you there?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and start. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start off that I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. Very disappointed how this whole meeting has gone so far. First calling in, trying to get into the meeting was absolutely ridiculous. The mayor had stated, go ahead and call in when she had mistakenly went ahead and did the go ahead for the people who given the project. It was just ridiculous. I mean, people have been trying to call in, have been trying to just give their input on this issue, and it's just absolutely ridiculous how this council has just put this off. I mean, this issue has been pushed back too long, okay? This place has provided COVID tests, meals through food pantry. They've donated through COVID. They've retained 100+ employees with full benefits. Partner with Surf Bus, providing meals, rooms to low-income children. Okay? Millions of tax revenue to the city of. Come on. This is not a luxury hotel. This is a small, local, and family-operated hotel. I mean, for the city council to even entertain that this is a luxury hotel when they know that this place has done for the city. Come on. Okay. Rooms for educational programs. Okay. And to the mayor and Councilmember Davis commenting, you guys, nefarious, very nefarious comments. Okay. You guys are comparing this and that. Oh, well, if we let them do this, they can do that over here. That's absolutely ridiculous, okay? And kudos
Time is up.
Councilmember Lana
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, sir.
Oh. Well, thank you for your misjustice.
What did he say?
Luis Flores, yes, is next.
Mr. Flores, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Luis Flores, and I'm calling in support of the Shore Hotel Revitalization Plan. The Shore Hotel continuously serves the Santa Monica community. Pardon me 1 second. By generating revenue for the city, creating jobs, and providing affordable access to the coast, and has partnered with nonprofit organizations to build partnerships with community youth programs and public schools with limited budgets to increase the access to marine education for children in underserved communities. Having grown up in East LA myself, and now having worked in Santa Monica for over 7 years, I wish there was more businesses like the Shore Hotel. The proposed plan will allow the hotel to use the rooms to host days for educational programs several times annually at little to no cost. I am asking the City Council to please approve the requested CUP for the Shore Hotel. I hope you support this local business whose main aim is to create jobs, generate revenue for the city, and are genuinely good community partners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Raul Santana is next.
Welcome, Raul Santana. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello? You talking to me?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, you're in the
Hi.
meeting and your time starts now.
Yeah, no, my name's Alex Forzash.
Raul, my name is Raul Saldana. I work. Hello?
How many do we have? Do we have two people?
Go ahead, let Mr. Santana go first.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Santana.
Yeah, my name is Raul Saldana. Good night, Council. I'm working for Shore Hotel for about 8 years, and I'm not considered like all the employees hotel, no Shore Hotel, and other kind of hotels. We are all the employees like big family, and only I know a lot of people taking things wrong, bad, wherever. He said, you guys have the only decision, and I begging you to touch your heart and think very well the things and give you the chance to approve this project to the Shore Hotel. Thank you for listening, and it's your choice. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I believe our next caller is Joe.
Is whom?
I think Joe.
Yes, it's Alex he's coming through. Give it a second. It's Alex. Can't pronounce it. For Mr. Alex.
And Alex, can you give us his last name?
It's taking a bit, but it's coming through.
Hi, can you guys hear me all right?
We can.
Yes. Would you
Excellent.
pronounce your last name for us, please?
It's Forzash. And if you want to say it with the accent, it's Furuzesh.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alex. You know, first of all, I'd like to say I don't know why anyone thinks they have the right to decide what to do with somebody else's property. This is their property. They should be able to do whatever they want. If you guys want cheaper, more affordable hotels, then you need to approve more hotel projects. It's a simple supply and demand issue. This is basic economics. Okay? When you guys do not approve projects, you guys are lowering the supply. It is you guys that make everything expensive. We are an educated public. We are not retarded, and we know how shit works. Okay? And we also know that you guys are getting donations by the Unite 11, whatever, the union. These unions are terrible. They do terrible things for the public. They cut jobs just like minimum wage cuts jobs. If you guys don't approve this stuff, it's garbage. You guys are socialists. I can't handle it. You know, we're all going to leave. There's going to be a mass exodus out of California because of you guys.
Are you done, Alex?
I mean, I could keep going. I could give a whole economic lecture if you guys like, you know.
I'm just curious because you paused for quite a while.
Sure. I mean, do you guys know who Milton Friedman was? He was the greatest economist of all time.
You want to tell us about guns and butter, Alex?
Alex, your time.
Oh, yeah, I can. I can.
Thank you, Alex. Your time is up.
Zoe Tucker is our next speaker.
We have 3 more callers up. Okay.
Welcome, Zoe Tucker. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi. I was
Mr. Tucker?
This is Jonathan.
Is this Mr. Tucker?
No, it's Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Do I get?
Oh, yes, Mr. Foster, please go ahead.
Mr. Foster, are you there?
Sorry, this is really glitchy tonight. I'm trying to get him back in. I apologize.
It's okay. We know you don't run the equipment, so that was funny.
Okay, it's trying to come through. Welcome, Zoe Tucker. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, so good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Zoe Tucker, and I'm a staff attorney at Unite Here, Local 11. As you've heard, we urge you to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the proposed conditional use permit amendments for luxury amenities at the Shore Hotel. Your Planning Commission determined that it could not make the required CUP findings, which is what you must focus on tonight, namely that it would be inconsistent with the land uses that are currently on the property for a low amenity hotel, and it would be inconsistent with downtown community plan goals and policies LU 3.2 and LU 3.3 to support more diverse lodging options in downtown. It's not appropriate to compare the Shore to motels in Culver City, to hotels outside of the coastal zone, or outside of downtown Santa Monica. The Shore is a unique opportunity for the city and the coast and the people of California to ensure that it remains a limited amenity hotel, accessible to working people due to its location right across from the pier. We will not get another chance to do this right or to put the genie back into the bottle, as we've already seen with this project. So rather than allowing more bars and restaurants, we should only permit the affordable micro rooms. So in conclusion, we respectfully ask that you uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
Okay, I think Jonathan Foster is next.
And he's coming through in just a second. Or two.
Hi.
Mr.
Jonathan
Foster? Good. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. seeing the wantonness that goes on in Santa Monica lately, I know that the approval of this is only going to give the city only a little bit of money. I think the independent family is going to make quite a lot of money raising the rent on a room that just, it's like what they do to my storage places. They keep jacking up the rent. However, it does say that it was certified on March 18th. My next question, though, really is on the height of 11 feet. Is that issued by the state, or is that issued by the city of Santa Monica? Because if it's issued by the state, you can't go by that unless that's part of the March 18th, 2008. And it's going to expand 580 square feet, 80-seat restaurant, and for massage. I mean, this is not actually going to harm the coast to do this. So I thought it was actually kind of good. Much like what I see on 3rd Street, bikes flying down the street, smoking, all kinds of volume out there. I've even been talked to by the police for not rotating. So there's been a lot of leeway. Why don't we extend that to this hotel and be nice? I think this helps everyone, and I think it would be good. I don't think it hurts the coast that to go up past 11 feet. I don't know what these people are talking about. Let's be nice to these people. They've got a hotel here, and I think this is not a bad idea. And we'll talk again. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
And this is our last caller, Tracy Callan. She'll come through in a bit.
Thank you, Esther. You've been doing a real job tonight.
Thank you. Welcome, Tracy Callan. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. All the rhetoric and misleading statements spread by Unite Here and their cronies that this is a luxury hotel and a hotel expansion are false. There is no expansion and no construction. Your own city staff recommends you approve this tonight. Please do the right thing and vote yes. COVID is doing enough damage to our city. We don't need any of you to further destroy our local economy or community. Shore Hotel has 72 affordable hotel rooms available to the public, and they've paid their fine of the $15 million. It's time that we all move on from that. The Farzan family has been in the business for 30 years, and I think you should approve the CUP for them. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Callan. So that concludes, am I correct, the public comment?
Yes.
And now we move to rebuttal. Is that correct? Or yes. Okay. Raskin first, and then Ms. Bonsall, right? Okay.
Hi, good evening, Council. Am I back
Your
on
mic,
here?
Denise. Yes, you're on.
Perfect. Hi, good evening again, Council. Not quite good morning. Well, we've heard a lot of heated comments tonight, and I think it's important to reframe the issue here. And the key legal issue is whether or not you can make the legally required findings for the conditional use permits. And the reason why the Planning Commission got this right was because the Planning Commission took a really close look at whether or not the proposed uses are consistent with the fundamental policies of the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Downtown Community Plan. And those, as one caller had mentioned earlier, in policies 3.32 and 3.33, require the preservation of low-cost visitor-serving coastal amenities. And it's really just a fundamental principle of logic that when you apply for alcohol permits and land use entitlements, those costs get passed on to the people who serve the business. And as anyone who operates a business knows, it's no cheap endeavor to pursue these entitlements. And these are indeed luxury uses that are going in here and will have a cumulative cascading effect, not just on the price at this hotel itself, but in other hotels in the area. So this is going to have a really significant impact on our community beyond just this one project. But, one council member had mentioned earlier that the policies, the land use policies can change based on the needs of business. That's not really the way that land use planning works. The downtown community plan, the coastal land use plan are essentially the constitution of the city, along with the city charter. And those were crafted through years and years of careful public input to make sure that we have coordinated, careful planning decisions that don't impact our neighborhoods, don't impact our citizens in negative ways, and to make sure that we don't have one-off planning decisions that suit the needs of one private individual at the cost of the broader community. That's the whole point of coordinated land use planning. So it's really crucial to think how this project fits in the context of what we've been doing as a city to plan for preserving coastal access and to make sure that we don't give favors to developers and we think first of the resident interests. So, as many of you know, I don't always agree with all of the other planning commissioners on the planning commission. I can often be, the lone voice on difficult votes, but here I think we got it right. And it's important, again, to think, too, about all of the specific components that are before you tonight, including both the luxury amenities, the cafe, the restaurant, the massage, and the alcohol. And I urge you to look at that specifically because there is some really important substantial evidence in the record that shows that there is really a overabundance of alcohol permits in the area, and this is very close to some very sensitive receptors. The map that was included plots out where those sensitive receptors are located and where the overabundance of uses is located is key. But let's not forget, the coast is supposed to be accessible and affordable. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellis.
Good evening. It's Sherry Bonsall for the Shore Hotel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Ms. Bonsall.
So I have a number of responses to some of the comments that were made tonight. First, the requested amenities will change the hotel from a low amenity to a limited amenity hotel. It will not be a luxury hotel. There's no luxury amenities proposed, such as a beauty salon or a sports court or a spa. It only requests a restaurant and a cafe, which are standard in even low budget and low amenity hotels. Currently, this is a 3-star hotel that will not change by adding a restaurant and a cafe. The city previously approved this exact cafe on 2nd Street with alcohol, but that permit has expired. So we are simply requesting an already approved use in a vacant space that has been vacant for more than 10 years. As we mentioned, the city has also approved a similar restaurant in the Georgian Hotel that's located immediately adjacent to this hotel on Ocean Avenue. The second point is that the additional amenities will not make the rooms more expensive. First, the 72 rooms are set at $191. Those will not change no matter how many restaurants you add. And it won't matter if there's an IHOP or a Morton Steakhouse on the property because the room rates are set by the proximity to the ocean and the location of the hotel. It already has a Blue Plate Taco on the property. Adding one more restaurant is not going to change the rates of the room at all. The third issue is that the hotel rooms are specifically designed to accommodate 2 to 3 beds, to fit families and school groups in these 14 additional rooms. And that was specifically requested by the Coastal Commission, who, in addition to wanting these 72 rate-restricted rooms, they wanted 14 of them to be larger. Those 14 rooms can't fit anywhere else in the hotel. They can only fit in this vacant space. And the reason is because it's already at its max, 45 feet, and it's already built out to its full envelope. There's no place else to put these. And that's why we need the reduction in the 11-foot height. We did a mock-up in the presentation that we showed you where we had people actually stand and show that there was sufficient room for tall people to stand in this 2 to 3 bedroom space. And the text amendment is very narrowly tailored. It only applies to hotel uses, only to existing buildings, and only in the downtown area. There will be no cascading impact of it. There's only a few properties that will be able to benefit from this, and it will bring additional hotel rooms close to the coast in compliance with the city's policies and the Coastal Commission policies. So we believe that this is very beneficial to the city. It will generate significant additional TOT and food and beverage taxes, and we request that you approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. We're up. Who wants to begin? Yes, Councilmember Negrete. Now, we are going to take one turn each, so say what you want to say. I'm going to turn my mic on. Try, there you go.
Okay. Okay. So you made a comment earlier. It would be easy to make friends, so to speak, and just sort of fall in line with the community at large, seemingly, or special interest groups feel about this issue. But as I understand it, my role as a council member is to look at things objectively, be impartial, and not take into consideration the biased opinions of others, but rather listen to the community at whole and look at the facts that are presented before us. And when we're looking at those facts, part of it is who are the community members. And I think we need to remind ourselves that the business owner in this sense is also a community member. And so we have to be fair. When I realized that there was so much tension around this issue, I was digging around with what is it really all about? And it was a lot of what we heard tonight, which is bad actors and illegal. And this throwing out these terms when they're not factual, I think is really unfair, because the fact is, and we heard it here, there was nothing illegal that was done. I think we confirmed that the process is quite confusing, and we can speculate as to why somebody did something, but those are not the facts. We have to look at what was done and where we are now. So to hold somebody accountable for something that was confusing and clearly maybe is a process that needs to be redefined, which we're not discussing here tonight, I think takes away from what we're talking about tonight. So I hear that the issue is we want to provide access to the coast, right? That's what the Coastal Commission's purpose is. Access means creating an opportunity for people to visit our beautiful city that normally maybe would not have that opportunity to lodge because it's so expensive. Well, I think we heard that there's some partnerships created with this hotel and the Surf Bus that is doing exactly that. I've heard in the community say, well, they're just doing that for PR. Again, that's speculatory. And whether they're doing it for PR or not, they're doing it. So that is providing access to the coast. If our focus is to build affordable hotels, then we should do that as a city. Apparently, there's money going into a pot to do such thing. And from what I hear, there's a hostel that these funds went towards building, which is doing exactly that. A hostel is a place where you can stay if you're backpacking, like many do through Europe or here, at a very affordable rate. So if that is something we want to do, then that is something that the city should take up. I think it's unfair to put this pressure and all these restraints on businesses to conform to all these. I just can't believe we're spending hours up here talking about the restaurant and this is going to make it luxury. And why do we not want this hotel to be successful? Do we want them to say on their website, we have very limited amenities. We don't have many of the things that you're looking for when you stay here, but please come because it's affordable. We talk about affordability, but as a business owner, it's not affordable for business owners to be in business in Santa Monica either. So how can we be affordable, or business owners be affordable to their customers if it's not affordable for them to do business? Hence, we're here now. I'm sure there's lots of lawyers and people that were involved in this, what seemingly I would think would be a simple process, all because a group of people are upset at what that idea meant to them a long time ago. And here we are in 2021 discussing what is affordable, what's not affordable when we're talking about Ocean Avenue. Instead of nitpicking at this business as to what they should or shouldn't be doing, why don't we focus our time and city efforts on partnerships? They're talking about hiring locals, hiring local youth, creating programs that talk about cleaning up our beaches. We're talking about access to the coast, and later on we'll be talking tonight about how that's being affected at our pier, and I would like to draw those two issues together later on. When we also keep talking about what will ensue. Or I keep hearing that all the time, this slippery slope stuff. So nobody can come and do anything because, again, we speculate on what someone might do or might not do. And I really think that that's unfair. We talked about music and dancing. The Bungalow, there's dancing on Broadway. Why are we limiting it to certain people, and where do we draw the line? What is wrong with dancing? Aren't we a city that supports the arts and music, and now we want to limit it? Local 47, hey, maybe they should be calling in because we don't want to hire musicians now either. So I beg to differ with the opinions that all of a sudden, if we have the option to have wine, that people are going to act ridiculous and outrageous. No, that's what brings people out. Did we say that when Wally's is there? Do we make that those same assumptions? I don't think we do. I think it's obvious we're making these assumptions about this business based on something that has happened in the past. And I was quite surprised to hear how many people spent so much time, money, and effort against this hotel project as if it was doing something that was physically harming people. We could have been spending these hours talking about something that actually is causing harm, or better yet, coming up with a solution to build an affordable hotel in Santa Monica. So while this isn't the popular view, I just want to point out that we've gone over the facts of what is in front of us, and we're talking a lot about things that don't have anything to do with the facts in front of us. And I know it's not the thing that's easy, but I've said it before, I'm not speaking or doing anything that's appeasing a lot of the large groups that call in. And I know that that's not the popular thing, but I'm doing what I think I'm supposed to be doing as a council member, and it's taking a fair, objective look at something in front of us.
Yes, so here, let me, so Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Brock.
All right. Well, actually, I want to pick up a little bit on what Councilmember Negretti said and give a little bit of my personal history with this project. She said, why aren't we focusing on building affordable hotels? We thought that's what we were doing in 2008. I sat on the Planning Commission and reviewed this project, and I can tell you that the Planning Commission thought that what we were getting out of this was an affordable hotel. Clearly, there has been a lot of water under the bridge, but this is, perhaps a perfect example of good intentions gone bad. I want to make it clear that whatever I'm going to say has nothing to do with supposed bad acts in the past, although our municipal code does allow us to take that into account. But by the same token, the fact that they sponsor the surf bus or help with coastal cleanup is not a reason to necessarily grant it. If they're not bad actors, that shouldn't be relevant. If they're good actors, that's not relevant. This is a land use decision. We're not judging them on the content of their character. I'm troubled by a couple of things. One is everyone keeps referring to this as a revitalization plan, as if this were an abandoned, rundown building that we were all of a sudden going to open up and make a hotel. The Shore Hotel is doing just fine. And I know Councilmember Brock talked about rates. So I looked at I pulled it up and it said the rate for tonight is $455. That's a luxury rate in my book. And I also want to say that, yes, it's true. They have affordable rooms. That was not a voluntary program that they instituted. They were forced to offer these rooms at reduced rates because of their settlement with the Coastal Commission. So this is not a situation where you have someone that says, out of the goodness of our heart or our ability to do affordable lodging, we're going to do this. That was what they needed to do to get out of trouble with the Coastal Commission. They're simply complying with a legal order. I think the Planning Commission got it right, and I'm going to go through my reasons. But I want to start out with a quote from our downtown community plan. Several people referred to it. Downtown hotel room rates are amongst the highest in the region. 2 new hotels adjacent to the downtown terminus station have opened. That's the Marriott and the Hampton Inn. Additional overnight accommodations are desirable, particularly those that cater to lower incomes, youth, and visitors on a budget. So the question is whether or not what we're being asked to do tonight is consistent with that. I think the micro rooms are, in fact, consistent with that. They will be lower cost, and in fact, again, that is not something that this applicant voluntarily decided to do. It is something that they have to do in order to comply with the Coastal Commission's order. But then it comes to the question about the restaurant, the cafe, and massages. First question, are those amenities needed to activate 2nd Street? anyone who walks down Second Street knows it's a busy street. It is right across the street from the mall. The McDonald's that Councilmember Brock referred to is right there on the corner. People park in that parking garage, parking structure 8, and walk to the pier. That is a heavily traversed area. It's not dark at night. It's not abandoned. It doesn't look like the Walking Dead live there. But the other thing is that if you look at the representations provided by the applicant, a very small amount of that frontage on Second Space is going to be this very small cafe. The bulk of the frontage is going to be hotel rooms. Now, my guess is people in hotel rooms are not going to leave their windows open and dance around for the public. They are going to close those shutters. They're going to close those blinds. And so the frontage of the hotel will look, for all intents and purposes, pretty much like it does now, i.e. impermeable to the public. Yes, there may be a small cafe, and I do want to point out that I was under the impression the hotel was going to operate the cafe, and yet when asked about it, the representative of the hotel said, well, no, we have to serve alcohol because otherwise we won't be able to get a tenant in there, which sounds like they're planning on leasing that out. And so I think that goes to my next issue, which is trust. And there's been a lot of criticism of me, I guess, for talking about meeting rooms and business centers. The meeting rooms and business centers are not the issue. What is the issue is we had an applicant who provided us with a list of amenities that they said they did and did not offer in their hotel, and the list they provided us was inaccurate. And instead of saying, you're right, it was inaccurate, they tried to say, well, the business center is in a hallway. Well, I've been to some very nice hotels. I've been to some very budget hotels. The business center is rarely a 400 square foot, luxury amenity. It's usually stuck in some closet somewhere. And it isn't just to print airline tickets. Their own website says it's to do scanning and printing, and you can, that sort of thing. It is a business center, and they said they didn't offer one. They also said they didn't offer meeting rooms, but there are very nice pictures of lovely meeting rooms on their website. And yet, so the question is, do we really trust them? If they're willing to make misrepresentations to this council about the current amenities in the hotel, it's difficult for me to trust them. And so I've got this issue with coastal access. I firmly believe in coastal access. I support the micro rooms. But the cafe, the restaurant, the massage do nothing to improve coastal access. If they have affordable rooms, that's great. That will improve coastal access. People on limited means will be able to stay near the coast. But it's not as if there's no restaurant around there. You could literally fall outside the front door of that restaurant and hit a restaurant, out that hotel and hit a restaurant. You could fall out the back door and hit a restaurant. There are within a block of there 4 places to get coffee. This is not an amenity poor area. This is downtown Santa Monica. And so coastal access is not in any way affected by the offering of a cafe, a restaurant, or massage services. And frankly, the massage services in particular, what I'm really hearing is these things are meant to generate profits for the hotel. These are not supposed to improve coastal access. Someone said, well, they should be competitive with other hotels. My guess is they already are. This is not a rundown property that's got a high vacancy rate and they can't compete because they won't have a cafe. That hotel does very well. And because when you try and get rooms on it, they're full. So my sense is that, in terms of coastal access, inexpensive rooms, micro rooms, I'm fine with that. I don't see coastal access being improved in any way, shape, or form by the restaurant, the cafe, or the massage parlor. But let me say this. So they have, according to their settlement with Coastal Commission, to offer a particular number of rooms at a reduced rate. But when they put these amenities in, what's going to happen to the rates on the unrestricted rooms? My guess is they're going to go up. And so, yes, you will have some restricted rooms, again, involuntarily imposed on them by Coastal Commission. But the rates for the unrestricted rooms, because now you will have, whether it's luxury or a moderate hotel, it doesn't matter what the label is. The fact is they will use the presence of these amenities to raise the rates on the unrestricted rooms, which does not improve coastal access in any way, shape, or form. And I am concerned that if we allow This hotel, which in 2008, when I sat on Planning Commission, these owners said, we want to replace a budget hotel with a budget hotel. We just want to make it nicer. We want to take these two hotels and consolidate them. And I understand they paid the fee, and I'm not arguing with that. But we were told this was going to be a budget project, and obviously it turned out not to be. And the same thing could happen at the Courtyard, at the Hampton Inn. When they see this, they're going to go, well, I would like to have a restaurant. I could raise my rates. They don't even have the Coastal Commission limitations that say they have to offer certain affordable rooms. And since we can't define what's a moderately priced hotel or an affordable hotel, I think what we will see is a ratcheting up of rates at what are was intended to be modestly priced hotels in our downtown, which is completely inconsistent with the language that I read from the downtown coastal plan. So for me, I find that the micro rooms are fine and consistent with our desire to have affordable lodging and increase accessibility to the coast. I don't see how having a restaurant, a cafe, or massage services available on site in any way increases affordability. I'm grateful to these people for all the good they appear to be doing, but just like, again, we can't take alleged past misdeeds into account, we can't take the fact that they are supporting nonprofits into account. This is a land use decision, not a vote on the character of the owners of this property. And for that reason, I think that Planning Commission made the right decision by allowing the micro rooms, but not approving the cafe, the restaurant, and the massage services.
So are you making a motion? I mean.
Sure, I will move that we, one, deny Appeal 21ENT-0167, that we, I guess, we amend through the text amendment process 21ENT-0116 to the Downtown Community Plan to facilitate the micro hotel component of the project and allow that to also be utilized for other hotels, new or existing, within existing buildings. 3, that we amend the Shore Hotel's operational conditional use permit to, which is 19 ENT-0397, to allow the proposed micro hotel, but not allow conversion of floor area to an ancillary cafe with alcohol service, not allow conversion of floor area to an ancillary restaurant with entertainment and alcohol service, and not allow ancillary massage services on site.
Do I hear a second?
Not a second. I have a question.
Yes.
Are we allowed to do all this at once, or should this be 3 separate votes? I guess I'd ask first Joe about that, or one of our other city attorneys who's sitting there who's not named Allen. Can I get a
That's Heidi.
Heidi, sorry.
No, we're just going through all the different votes.
I would think they should be separate votes.
There's a separate vote. You have a sequel vote, you have a text amendment vote, and then your CUP vote.
Thank you.
So I guess So, well, I guess we then should wait till we go through it one by one then.
Okay, so let's, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So first, I know we're all giving our speeches and reasons right now, but I'd like to hold that and do this bit by bit. So right now, I move that we deny the appeal, 21 ENT 0167, by Planning Commissioner Ellis Raskin. And I'll stop right there without a speech.
Well, I think we can do that. Do I hear a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Does anyone want to comment on the CEQA issues? Okay, good. Let's have a vote.
Oh, she doesn't have that up.
It's exempt. We're denying the CEQA appeal. That's all.
What is that saying for everything else?
Nothing. It's
Okay.
just we're doing one thing.
You seconded.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
No. So that's 6-1. Passes. Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to move that we approve the text amendment 21 ENT 0116 and adopt a resolution to amend the downtown community plan to allow hotel uses within existing buildings or structures without having to comply with the minimum ground floor height of 11 feet.
So that's number 2, correct?
Yes.
I'll second.
So moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. Let me just say, in discussion on this, I've said how I feel about text amendments. In my opinion, anything that requires a text amendment means we're going about it backwards instead of forwards. If we believe that we want more hotels with less than 11-foot heights on the ground floor downtown, we should simply have a hearing about it, a full hearing about it, not in the context of this hotel. It's the same thing I think before, that we shouldn't just do text amendments. I think that we should, make measured changes to our code for policy reasons and not because of specific projects. So I feel really strongly about that, and I will continue, as long as I'm on this council, to vote consistent with that. I want things to be done a certain way. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote.
Go ahead and start the vote. Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
No. So that's 6-1, it passes. Okay, Councilmember Brock.
I would like to move to approve their appeal of 21 ENT 0163 Sunshine Enterprises LP and approve conditional use. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm usually loud enough anyway. Approve appeal 21 ENT 0163 and approve conditional use permit 19 ENT 0397, allowing for the expansion and reconfiguration of the Shore Hotel and changes to its operation and available amenities to include the following. I'm going to deviate from the written material by the Planning Commission, and I will move to approve, was already moving, but creation of the micro hotel consisting of 34 beds within 14 new rooms to be situated with 2,495 feet of converted floor area and 1,505 square feet of new floor area. The conversion of approximately 580 square feet of existing floor area to an ancillary 9-seat cafe space with patio seating and beer and wine service only. Conversion of existing floor area, including an 800 square foot breakfast room amenity space, to an auxiliary 80-seat restaurant with a bar and patio to be operated as a restaurant without entertainment use. And finally, I will allow expansion of the hotel amenities to include ancillary personal service massage on site only in rooms or on the pool patio. Is there a second?
That's from who's seconding this? Anyone?
Maybe nobody. I don't know.
I see no one.
Nobody?
Okay, so no one has seconded that. Does anyone? Yes. Are you seconding it? No. Okay, so go ahead, Councilmember De La Torre.
I have an alternative motion. Essentially, it's supporting the staff recommendation in item 3. Do I have to read the whole thing? I do
No,
gotta read
you
the whole
don't.
thing? All right, so approve the appeal of 21 ENT-0163 Sunshine Enterprise LP, and approve conditional use permit, what's that, 19 ENT-0397, allowing for the expansion and reconfiguration of the Shore Hotel and changes to its operation, available amenities to include the following: creation of a micro hotel consisting of 34 beds within 14 new rooms to be situated within.
I told you didn't have to read it.
Oh,
all.
okay.
Are you changing it at all?
But
or
if you
just
want
accept-
to, go ahead.
Is it just the way it is?
It's all this, you're
It as is?
moving the staff recommendation, is that correct?
I'm moving it, you know, on the massage issue. The only thing that I have a question is on the, the point that they're making is that you can, they can still call someone in to do a massage, but this is more about a safety issue, right? It's about bringing in, making sure that you can control the people that are giving the massages, not just anybody coming in. I'm a little concerned about that. So for those safety reasons, I would just approve the whole, approve the staff recommendation.
You mean so people can't call their own massage therapist?
No, they have no
somewhere?
control over that. They said that can
He
still
was
happen.
pointing out that they're doing it to control.
But if
I hear
you're
what you're saying.
if you're
I
offering
just
it,
was
if you're offering it, then it'll be less likely that will happen because you're offering it on.
Do I
on-site.
hear a second?
A second.
Okay, so moved by De La Torre, seconded by Negrete.
You got to make the motion on your.
He made the motion.
I know. Press your button.
Yeah. There we go.
I can.
Okay, so, Councilmember Brock.
So I'm still gonna.
Mike?
I'm still going to offer my amendments. First amendment, that on the Second Street Cafe, only beer and wine service. Yes, my mask is
It is
messed
like
up.
on the side.
I know
No, it's
that.
to the side, Phil.
I know
Straighten
that.
it out.
I was trying to get it up. Okay. Okay. The two amendments again. Amendment 1, beer and wine service only on the Second Street Cafe. Amendment 2, no restaurant with entertainment use with amplified music and dancing. So strike music and dancing, even though I agree with you fundamentally that I want music and dancing. But I'm also concerned about the long-term uses at the space. So those are my two amendments.
Can I
And I
ask
hope
Phil?
they're friendly.
Can I ask Phil a question?
Or you can always take one of them as friendly and one of them not.
When you talk about the music and the dancing, I mean, location-wise, do you know what happens right across the street? I mean, it's across the street from people who perform, and there's some people who would say that there's unintended performances by people who walk by. But my point being that there's people yelling on things, there's people, amplified sound. I just don't understand. It's not like it's in a neighborhood, it's on Ocean Avenue. I don't get the point of, think about.
The point was that it will be an outdoor dance fest, whereas.
Not a dance fest.
Well, hold on, has the Mariner.
Till 10 p.m.?
Which is at the next corner, is interior dancing and music only. And the club that was 41 Ocean that just changed and is now becoming a third use is also only inside.
But
So,
people live near the promenade. They don't live here. Like,
I'll know that I just pulled up, a person just pulled up a picture a few minutes ago. And while that picture shows the Travelodge and IHOP, it also shows the 15, 16-story apartment house that is 2 doors up. And that apartment house has complained to me about noise coming from their alley and the back units. And it is not the Shore, it's not the Ivy, but it is the restaurant behind Red O. So if you said they were going to have music interior to their restaurant, guitar player, flamenco, whatever, I'm fine with it. All right, which is what Red O has. So I'm concerned
we
about.
can't control, we can't limit people like this. This
No,
is where
I
we're getting,
know we
this is
can't. That's
ridiculous.
Say no. Look,
That's why my amendment said
And then
that.
on
So
the
I'm trying
alcohol, my
again.
question is, you're saying beer and wine because you're excluding hard alcohol. Is that what the
At
point of that
Second
is?
Street, not in the restaurant. The restaurant, they already have an
I
alcohol.
ask you
They
why?
already have an ABC license.
What's the explanation for that? You have something against tequila? No, seriously, what is the explanation for the beer and wine versus on Second, but not on
Second
Ocean?
Street, you already have bars in the area. You want this to be somewhat dignified. Someone earlier mentioned Starbucks has an example of beer and wine and coffee. That is a dignified use. We have problems now at the corner from McDonald's, and that side is,
There's
and
no
which does
alcohol.
not serve alcohol, but we have problems on that street. So I don't see any potential major loss.
Okay, wait,
of
what is
hold it. If they are, if you want an answer, we are, I hope that we're not allowing them just to lease it as a bar, which at this point, if you allow them a full alcohol license, it doesn't have to be a coffee shop or a grilled cheesery or a donut shop. It could just be a bar. with inside
Elefante
and outside.
serves liquor.
Have
I mean,
food. Remember, it's going to be,
Well,
it has to have food,
okay,
according
so-
to our discussion last week, right?
So
wait.
here, let me amend my amendment.
Wait. I think we better ask this question. Is the cafe required to have food? Yes, okay, good.
Okay, so let me amend my amendment for a minute. I'll take out the part of the dance and music to satisfy you, but I'd like to keep the beer and wine only on Second Street.
I'm just asking because
No, it's
we're
fine.
talking about fairness.
I'm not arguing with
And what makes sense. Elefante has liquor and
on
food.
the roof.
No, in their restaurant. I know, but I'm
The
just saying, like,
restaurant's on the roof.
you said there's problems near McDonald's. I'm assuming you're talking about the people that are hanging out there. They're not going in to buy a cocktail.
But I don't see, we
Why
have
they hang
had-
out in front of
we have-
McDonald's.
I complained when we said we wanted to do a liquor store on the promenade. Mayor Himmelrich says she wants to be consistent about text issues. I want to be consistent about the fact that we have more alcohol outlets in Santa Monica per capita than almost any other city in California. So I'm not sure we need more hard liquor outlets down there. And beer and wine, a person who comes across from Santa Monica Place and wants to sit on their patio and have a glass of wine, that's probably not going to end up with an alcoholic issue going up and down the street later.
True Food has cocktails right across the street.
Yeah, they do.
Who?
True Food.
Inside their restaurant.
I enjoy their.
But they have a
There's a patio.
3,500, 4,000-foot restaurant.
What is the size? I realize it would be much easier for us all to go home and say yes to this, but this is the ridiculousness around, and I don't mean it disrespectful to you, just we're now becoming so crazy about nitpicking at what people can and can't do.
I'm only nitpicking about the fact, again, that many residents over the last 8 years, have talked to me about the amount of hard alcohol outlets in Santa Monica.
So hard alcohol makes you an alcoholic, but wine doesn't?
That's not what I'm saying at all. Excuse me, that's not what I'm saying. So I withdrew part of my amendment. I'm asking for beer and wine in the cafe on Second Street. If there's not a second, then that's fine.
Well, no,
That's
they
my
have to-
request.
Hold on.
You're the
No, here's
maker.
where you are
Here-
right now. Excuse me.
So we have.
Where you are right now is we have a motion.
Oh, it has to be
You're
accepted
doing
by
a
the
friendly
makers,
amendment,
yes.
so you two have to agree to what he proposed.
You're absolutely right,
Or
Mayor.
there's nothing on the table.
Correct.
So,
Let Oscar go.
Yeah, as the maker of the motion, I want to have your support on this. I think what you're saying, although we can debate it all day over a margarita, I hear what you're saying, and honestly, in thinking about Second Street, what I'm most excited about is the public safety, the addition of public safety, more eyes and ears, activating that area right there is crucial. So it's less the alcohol. Even though I know that that's an amenity that the hotel would want, but for me, what I want for the residents of this city is more eyes and ears and more activation, because every dark space in this city right now is an invitation to some type of behavior that probably isn't, along the lines of our values for clean and safe, Santa Monica. So I would agree to that if the
For
second
the
or the
sake of
motion.
moving on, because this has been so difficult, I'm going to agree to that. I just
Thank you.
wanted to make that point.
okay, so we have a motion on the table that where we have to approve the appeal by the Shore for creation of the micro hotel, conversion to a cafe with patio and beer and wine only, The restaurant as outlined in the staff report and massage as outlined in the staff report. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone want to discuss this motion other than me? Because I do want to say something. Yeah, so Oscar, Phil, then Kristen.
I mean, you know, all local businesses are in the hole. Everyone. This is a local business. It's a family-owned business. And that's something that gives me a lot of trust because people that we can access, people that are in our community, you know, we can talk to them and hold them accountable in ways that someone that's an outside operator can't. You know, it's different. The local hire program that the Shore Hotel has is very, very powerful. You know, more than what I've seen. All the environmental issues around, you know, the LEED, you know, and the certifications that they've had, their TDM, their transportation management plan, I think, is something that's positive as well. We look at the 14 micro rooms. We look at the accessibility and affordability that's already within the scope of what they're doing. And, you know, the other programs that we've talked about with the nonprofits, you know, some good positive work that's being done. I think, you know, it's more than just the positive work that they're doing but it provides access and they have a commitment, you know, to continuing these programs. And I think that's all positive for the youth of our city. I ask myself, what do the residents lose? Like if we approve this, you know, what impact does it have on residents? And then if we don't approve it, what do the residents lose? And right now I see the positives outweigh the negatives in terms of the jobs that are being created, the types of jobs that are being created, you know, for the residents. And I feel it's a positive thing for our city moving forward and also to strengthen our competitiveness in the region. So that's why I'm supporting this.
Councilmember Brock.
This is a LEED Gold hotel. It's a sustainable hotel. Regardless of how we got there, the hotel is a dynamite-looking facility on Ocean Avenue, owned by locals, committed to local hiring. Now, look, they went through whatever you want to call it, I'd say at their own personal level of hell over the last 8 years. I wouldn't wish what they did and what they got caught for and whatever happened on anyone in the city. But I've shook hands with the operator of the hotel now. I've heard the story about how they came from a foreign country, landed in Seattle, decided the father couldn't get his doctor's license. And so they opened a small motel, migrated to Los Angeles. They have 3 hotels in Santa Monica. In all circumstances, their 3 hotels are better now than they were before they got there. The Sands and Travel Lodge, I've said this before, my grandmother was a maid at both of them at $1.10 an hour when I was a little kid. I would not want to still see the Travel Lodge there or the Sands there. And the fact that I will tell you, I got a note a while ago. A good friend of mine just tried to reserve a room at the Shore. $191 base rate all the way through January. This was less than an hour ago. So in terms of Santa Monica, that's affordable. In terms of other places, my God, it's still high. But we are a luxury town. And the fact that some of these rooms, 70-some odd rooms, are affordable is a dynamite proposition in this city because we don't have that. I don't want everyone staying in Culver City and having to come to Santa Monica each day because the hotel rates are so incredibly high here. And they aren't affordable. And no, we're not building small boutique hotels that are going to have $110 rates a night. So I'm looking at this property and going, there's some modicum of sustainability,
Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage
responsibility, and affordability in downtown Santa Monica. In addition to that, they are committed to local hiring, and they do hire and retain their employees. Now look at, yes, I would love all the hotels in Santa Monica to be union, but in actuality, they're paying higher than the union wages that we see on the street every day. So I support this. I believe that they're going to be good neighbors. They've been good neighbors. Now I want them to support more local charities than just the Surf Bus people. I want more of that from them, and I want to make sure that it has a long-term commitment. They are embedded and wed to our Santa Monica community, as we want them to be great neighbors and great purveyors of wonderful hotel rooms and service to our community. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember McCowan.
So just a clarifying question about the cafe. Do they have the option to lease the cafe, or does it have to be an in-house hotel operated cafe? Do we know?
Could we make it?
No, they would have the option to lease it to a third party.
And is that standard? Why wouldn't it have just been an extension of the hotel operations? Because it's I guess the part that's hard for me is we're bringing everything else into sort of the massage is coming into under the hotel's control, the restaurant, but then the cafe would be this one separate thing. And so do we have the option to make that an extension of the hotel and not or would it be something like, FIG, they would be sort of subletting it? Is that the idea, bringing in a brand to?
And the same question about the restaurants while we're at it, about the restaurant. They can do the same.
Yeah, I was going to use the Miramar as an example. So they have the Dogtown Coffee that they lease that space. They have a sushi spot that they have another operator there. So it's not unusual for a hotel to lease out a portion to a. It
would still have some connection that makes it clear, because that entrance is obviously different. It's like behind. Is there something that ties it, and so it's not like just a standalone. It's not a standalone thing. I'm just trying to understand sort of the dynamic.
Yeah, I think on that we'd have to look at the floor plans. That would have more to do with the floor plans than the actual tenant.
Okay, and then the rest is the micro units.
Well, the restaurant. Wait, did they say the restaurant could be leased out? But it doesn't. But
yeah, it could be.
Yeah, so either one
There
can
is a
be.
walkthrough that connects it.
Yeah, so an important point though is that because the CUP is under the hotel, the hotel is still responsible for the operation. So if something were to go wrong,
that's
they would be the ones that would be responsible for upholding the conditions.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Is that it?
No,
Okay.
it's not. So because we're discussion, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I just had to clarify those questions, but
Yes. No. Take your time. You don't have to rush.
so this is a tricky one for me, because on the one hand, obviously I support workers' rights, I support labor rights, I support more jobs, I support all of those things. And those groups are sort of not on the same page today, right? I'm concerned by sort of the history and some of what I learned through the process of reviewing this item, but at the same time, I understand that mitigation is what's what's happened. I mean, to some extent, they were held accountable for mistakes of the past, and we do have to look forward. I'm concerned about the activation of that area on 2nd Street. I recognize the city's goal of sort of community development and economic development, and I've been pretty consistent about that since being on council, that, you know, only having joined the council in a post-COVID era, I think there's a different pressure on some of us than all of us, that I don't get to necessarily have the perspective of the past at the forefront of my mind in some of these decisions. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this. I don't love the beer and wine qualification simply because that makes it less appealing, I think. And if our goal is to keep that light and vibrant without exceeding noise levels into the evening, you know, most people who want to dine later in the evening would like to do that with a cocktail. And
No, cocktails are fine on.
no, but on the cafe side, presumably the cafe, and part of wanting to activate that space and why we're not just limiting it to be like a cafe that closes at 2 p.m. is a desire from staff's perspective in the city to sort of activate that corridor more by allowing it to stay open later, even on the cafe side, unless I'm missing that. Presumably that would be allowed to stay open as late as like True Food across the street or anyone else to sort of keep the lights on. And so I don't love the idea of limiting the alcohol license to a 41 from a 47 or whatever, just for the purpose of, I don't know. And, you know, I have a sober household with me as the exception. So I don't, that's really not my thing, but I'm not sure where I'm going to go on this, I have to say. And I can't think of an amendment that would make it all right. At a minimum, the massage, I'm concerned about that sort of expanding to a spa. And I don't know that in the motion that you guys made, we sort of limited that to just on-site in-room. I know Councilmember Brock had raised that, but at a minimum, I'd want that qualification because there has been some mission creep here along the way.
Do it.
I can always come back to it. So let me just sit on that.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to make it if you want me to.
Well, you're welcome to, and then I'll still sit on how I'm going to ultimately vote on it. How's that? Okay.
I was concerned too.
She's done.
Yeah, so Councilmember Para. Okay, well, I'm going to speak to this. Apart from the text amendment, which obviously I feel the way I feel about, I believe that we have, over the years, supported people who were not approaching us really in good faith, and who, over the years, we have, with this hotel, with affordable housing projects, with certain developers, had issues around compliance, and they were recurring issues. It's not as if it only happened once. And yet we, because we say it's only a land use decision, we keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. I believe we have a right to look at how somebody has acted with respect to us in connection with current applications. CUPs are, as I learned in my time on this planning commission, something that you grant them, they have these conditions, but if the conditions are violated, there's nothing you can do about it. You have your statements, in your STOA that say they're going to do X, Y, and Z, and if they don't do it, you still have that. You're still in the same place. You can't do a goddamn thing about it. And and I do not think, I've been spending a lot of this time looking at old cases, old Coastal Commission decisions, and things relating to the conduct, which frankly only ended a year ago, if it ended at all. I believe that this is ultimately going to be an enforcement nightmare. I think the 72 rooms will be an enforcement nightmare. I think that, but that's the Coastal Commission's problem. Our problem is the expansion of uses within the hotel, the restaurant, the cafe, the massage, then the health club, then, then the massage parlor. I'm sort of joking, but look, I mean, it's endless, and yet, and as long as they have the 72 rooms, and the one thing that's unclear to me from the discussion is I understand if you call and say, I want one of your 72 rooms, and one is available, you can get it, but most people don't know about it, and I don't see them advertising it. I think they're advertising their regular rates. And what if 72 rooms aren't taken at the lower rate? Does that mean that because the rooms aren't designated, it's not like there are 72 rooms that are low-cost rooms.
Yeah, they are on the website.
But what I'm saying is that people are calling, and if the 72 rooms aren't taken, they can be sold for more, right? They aren't vacant if they aren't taken. That's my point. So
I don't understand.
what I'm saying is, as Phil discussed, if you call up and say, I want to rent a room,
I've actually I did it to see myself how it worked. And I asked the question, how does someone know? Because to your point, it's not advertised. He said that they asked if they could require restrictions from the Coastal Commission to get the right type of person, someone who needs it. So is it a senior citizen? Is it someone who has a military card, et cetera, et cetera? They said they were not allowed to do that. It just has to be offered. There has to be these affordable rooms. The problem with it, and the irony in it, is that so then you advertise it to everybody, and then the wrong person, some young kid who's driving a Ferrari, books the room because he's smart enough to get the room at the affordable rate. So while we're saying that we should advertise it, we basically just did. And so now you know that you can call. I wanted to see how that worked myself, and it's not until you ask for the room. Now, as far as when they're all booked up, I don't know about that, but I don't know that that's the point. Yeah. It does.
You can see the nights it's available and the nights it's not available.
Mic's on.
For example, it's not available tonight.
Yeah, the King or Two Queens during January listed $191 plus a $32.
You still have to
no,
pay.
they aren't allowed to charge a resort. Look, I'm not the Coastal
tax?
Commission, but
Tax,
it's forbidden by the Coastal
$32 tax per night. I apologize. I was interpreting that, but that's the answer I just got.
But I just, as somebody who's traveled with kids and who has not been able to afford to stay in certain places, I just want to make a comment that there's times when I have to go to Laguna for my daughter's surf competitions, and we drive back home because it's so expensive. Okay, so and there's times where I go places where, I'd like to stay at the Ritz-Carlton. I'd like to walk right in there and be like, well, I should have access to this place too, but I don't. And when we have the opportunity to stay at places, we enjoy it and we do it. So yes, we stay at the Econo Lodge or the whatever for her soccer tournament. We stay separate from some of the other families sometimes because we can't afford to stay where we are. That's
not, but Lana,
I'm just
sorry,
making
I
a
hear what you're
point.
saying. I hear your point, and now I understand how it works. And I actually am not, I could live with the micro hotel, but I am not ready to allow them these amenities they're asking for in connection with this. And I have one other question, which is that I sort of remember I watched the Planning Commission meeting, or at least part of it on this. And am I correct that if they don't get the other amenities, then the surf deal is off?
Not the surf deal. That's not in any part of this at all. It said if they don't do it, I think the project
They said that some portion of this, and I forget what it was.
So to clarify, the Coastal Commission issued an approval, including all of these amenities. If for some reason, the council didn't approve all of those, then the applicant would have to go back to the Coastal Commission to amend their CDP because it's a different project than what the Coastal Commission approved.
Okay, so in other words, the Coastal Commission approved with the restaurants, et cetera,
They did, yes.
but then they have to come to us because we have to approve
Well,
those.
yeah, that's right, because we issue the local permits. But again, you're making a decision based on the city's
Local
local
law.
permits and findings. And, if what happens, if what the city issues is different than the Coastal Commission's approval, then the applicant would have to seek an amendment to that coastal approval.
Yes, so what I'm saying is I would be, I think my position would be that I would follow the Planning Commission, approve the micro hotel, not approve the amenities, but it doesn't close the door, I think.
I have a question for you on the amenities. I have a question.
Okay,
So if we're providing access to the hotels, if we're providing affordable access to people to these hotels, shouldn't they get the benefits of the amenities in a hotel? Should we not reduce that experience and say, well, you're good enough to come to the beach and stay in this room at this rate, but we're not going to give you the full experience of a nice hotel. There's still, you're going to have the affordable rates. It's even better now. Because now you have access. And wait, but okay, I can't, hold on, I'm not done with my point. But I can't afford certain things either. I can't afford a Tesla. I can't afford to live outside of my rent-controlled apartment because I chose to run a nonprofit and a family business, and this is my life. Maybe if I want to go back to school and become a heart surgeon, I'll be driving a Tesla, and I won't be sitting here tonight talking about whether or not this hotel should have a cafe or not. So what I'm saying is that, yes, it might be unaffordable. They might not book a massage. They might not order a cocktail, but they'll stay by the beach and then they'll walk to McDonald's if they have to, like I do with my kids and my family. And I'm speaking from perspective because I am in that tax bracket. And I'm not going over to Laguna and saying, damn it, I want to stay at the Ritz-Carlton because I should. I stay where I can afford to stay. And that is unfortunately how life is.
Let me just say one thing about what you're saying to me. Some of us stay in hotels like that because we don't want to spend the money because we give money away or do other things with it that don't involve being in the hotels. Look, everybody has their own values. People care about different things. For me, I am simply not prepared. I'm okay with the micro hotel. I will be voting against the motion because I don't agree with the amenities. And you can talk to me from now until the cows come home about the fact that you would stay there even if you couldn't afford the restaurant. Blue Plate Taco is there. There are a lot of places there.
I bring
wanna
food to
see them
hotels.
act. I just have to be honest. I don't believe that these are good actors. I haven't seen good faith on their part. And until I see good faith on their part, in terms of everything that they come to us with, I am not ready to vote for the motion as it stands. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
So I know we were limited to one thing, but I feel like somehow the thought is that they will only be able to offer the affordable rooms if they have a restaurant. That's not the case. They are mandated by the Coastal Commission to offer affordable rooms. So if they don't have a restaurant, people can still get affordable rooms at the coast. If they don't have a cafe, people can still get affordable rooms at the coast. If they don't control, it's not that they don't offer in-room massage now because they do that through third parties. But if they don't control the massage, which means they get the money from it, they still have to offer these affordable rooms. So to me, I wholly agree with you. Affordable rooms at the coast are really good. I'm fully in support of the micro hotel. I'm fully in support of what they're doing in terms of offering these affordable rooms. I do want to remind everyone, this is not something being done out of the goodness of their heart, but something that they are legally required to do pursuant to their settlement with the Coastal Commission. So that to me is the issue, is there is nothing about these additional amenities that will increase access to the coast, that will increase affordability at that hotel. And what they do is run the risk for the non-restricted rooms the rooms that are $455 a night, that they will now start charging $555 a night because now they can offer a restaurant. Now there's a cafe. Now there's a massage service, which may or may not turn into a spa. So yes, the affordability is not going to be affected by what we do tonight on those amenities. That still goes forward. They have to do that. They're obligated to do that. But these other things have nothing to do with affordability, and that's where I think we're all getting a little confused about this. The restaurant has nothing to do with affordability, the cafe has nothing to do with affordability, and the massage has nothing to do with affordability. Whether they get those things or not, they have to continue to offer affordable rooms pursuant to their agreement with the Coastal Commission.
I hear you. I have a question for you about that then. Again, the comment about they're offering the affordable rooms not because they want to, but because they have to. I'm going to equate that to me asking my daughter to wash the dishes after school. When I come home, I say, you didn't also vacuum? She did what I asked her to do, and she didn't want to do it, but she did it. So we can speculate as to whether he's so excited to offer those rooms or he has to do it, and it's expensive for them to do it, but this is the position they're in. They're still doing it. It would be one thing if we found out that they're not offering it and they're not actually doing it. They're following the rules. We're now talking about whether they enjoy following the rules or they like it. It doesn't matter. They're following the rules. To the point about the restaurants, you're right. We're in agreement. It does not change the affordability. And actually, it might create access because maybe someone will enjoy the hotel not to stay there because they can't afford it, much like I do. I like to go to Terranea sometimes, but I can only afford to eat there. So the point being that having those amenities doesn't mean that it's less affordable for the people to stay there. You're exactly right. Someone could still stay there and not eat there. Now, maybe people can go there and grab a bite. Maybe they'll have a wine special at 5 and you can actually afford to have a drink there. And you can dream that one day you'll be able to afford to stay there one night.
Yes. Look, I mean, I think, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so two things. I agree with Councilmember Negrete that we're actually adding access, whereas last meeting we took away access and kept the hotel exclusive. We'll make it more affordable. At least more people can enjoy the premises. So I have an amendment that I'd like to make. God, I wish we could have them delivered right now. So I am going to go back to one of my earlier points. Regarding the massage element, I believe that I would like to propose that massage, yes, we allow in-room massage, but all other massage has to be outdoors in the public eye in the facility. They could not, in other words, they cannot create a room for massage, which would lead to a spa.
Just any room. Yeah, it has to be either in your room or by the pool.
Yeah. Is that acceptable
Yes.
to the maker and the seconder?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you very much. Can we call a vote?
I was trying to call a vote. I mean, this is,
I'm
okay, so
not
now,
trying to
let's
take
have
away
a
your
roll
thunder.
call vote, please.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
No.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
No, so that passes 4-3. And so let me ask staff, do you need anything else from us or that's it? Okay, we're done then. So that ends, yeah, right, that ends item 8A. Councilmember Brock?
Thank you for staying so late.
I would like to move to postpone my 13 item along with.
Mike is off.
I'd like to postpone the 13 item that myself, Councilmember Para, and Councilmember De La Torre have put on the agenda to the December 14th agenda, please. Do I need to do anything or I just did it?
Well, I think that, yes, City Attorney.
Yeah. You certainly can
Continue
use the
it.
word for continue. The unusual posture that we're in is that this is a special meeting and you'd be continuing it to a regular meeting, which is perfectly fine to do, but then next week would be a combined special and regular meeting. The other option you have is just simply to direct staff to place your 13 item on the agenda for
So
the
you withdraw
14th.
tonight? Yeah, so you
So-
withdraw tonight and ask staff to re-put it on the agenda for the next meeting. It's not continued then, it just.
I understand. So it would be, I'll withdraw, add it to the December, and I'll make that arrangement with the city manager.
Correct.
That will allow us, it's now after 1 o'clock. I would like us to spare us more hours here right now. Lana?
So is that, so, okay.
Mine's withdrawn,
Okay, good, so that's
and
withdrawn.
it's up to Councilmember Negrete and.
I mean,
I don't think that.
I don't want to move it, to be
Doesn't
honest
have
with
to.
you.
You've
I'm
made your
sorry. I know
choice.
it's one, we're here, we're committed to this. There's people who were waiting to call. We
Yes,
don't,
and
it
so
doesn't
we
have to
made a
be long.
choice, and now let's,
So we have 13, yes.
yeah,
I wouldn't have
13,
pulled
yeah,
it.
so let's go to the next
Okay,
item.
so next we're going to 13A, which is the annual
I wouldn't have pulled
appointments
it then.
of boards
Oh,
and
wow.
commissions. And the first one is the airport. They have one vacancy, I'm sorry, they have one up for appointment.
I don't know.
We have one incumbent who,
Oh.
Andrew
Wilder,
Wilder.
yes.
So Andrew Wilder is the,
I
Did we have
nominate Wilder.
callers?
is the incumbent.
Yeah, do we have any callers
I'll
on
say
boards?
it.
Any of the items?
You can say whoever you want.
Callers on,
Well, if you
So,
already said it, I don't have to
yes,
say it. You've already said
so
something that
to
you-
members of the public, we are moving on, excuse me, everyone, to boards and commissions, and should you wish to call on this, although we're moving into it right away, the number is 310-312-8173. And so we have one opening and one
Eric, I'm
incumbent.
sorry, can you make an announcement about 13C, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And if you plan to call for 13C, 13C has been withdrawn by council members Brock, De La Torre, and Para. And they will ask to have it reheard on the 14th. Okay, so is that, okay, so that, and now let's move, okay,
So the first one is the Airport Commission. There's one appointment, and the term ends June 30th, 2025. The requirement is Santa Monica resident, and then the incumbent, Andrew Wilder, did reapply.
and he's only had one 4-year term.
He has only had one 4-year term.
I nominate
It's our
Andrew
custom when
Wilder.
people have had one 4-year term to reappoint them to a second term. So Wilder,
How do we go around?
we just go around. Are you ready, Denise?
Oh, there's no nominations other than that?
Yeah, no, any nominations other than Wilder? Then Wilder by acclamation?
Wilder by acclamation.
Good, Wilder by acclamation. Congratulations, Mr. Wilder. And now we're on to the ARB. How many do we have on this?
Okay, for the ARB, we have 2 vacancies, and, okay, here's where it gets fun. So the ARB has some requirements. Okay, so we have our 2 incumbents, who are Joshua and Patrick, and then we have, is it you, Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
He currently is serving on the Building and Fire Life Commission. He will
Keep him on.
resign from that if he were appointed to the Architectural Review Board.
And with the incumbents, you gave us, I think, back when we first got this, so we don't have any issues with ethics or with attendance, is that right?
Not with these 2.
So let's take them, they both expire at the same time, both of them are 4-year, have only done a 4-year term?
Kept that open for a reason.
I'm sorry, Denise,
No, I mean, I actually opened it for that reason.
but I remember when we appointed them, I'm pretty sure that both of them are,
Yeah, they're both in their first term.
yeah, they're both in their first term.
Yeah.
And there are callers for 13A, by the way.
For 13A?
A, this one
Okay,
that we're
good.
on now.
Let's do
Okay, so do you want to hear our callers? Council, are you
Yes,
ready? Do you
yes,
want to hear?
let's hear
Yes,
the
let's hear the
callers.
callers.
Okay, Esther, we're ready for the callers.
Welcome, Brian Haas. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Well, so my joke earlier about good morning actually became reality. So thank you guys for sticking it out. It was an interesting meeting. So I've applied for Housing Commission. I've applied for like the last 5 years, and I'm just calling to ask you guys to seriously consider my application. I'm very involved with housing of all levels. I think that the biggest underserved housing element that we have in all communities is workforce housing. I've spoken about this in many different organizations about how the people that serve our communities can't afford to live in our communities. I serve on many boards at the local, regional, state, and national levels regarding housing. It's something that's a major passion of mine, and I would challenge any of the applicants that are applying for the same position to know more about housing than I do. And it's not a competition. It's just that I live and serve this community, and I would love to serve on that commission if you guys so choose. So that's really all I have to say, unless you guys have any questions.
Thanks, Ryan. Any other callers?
You know what? There's two that are labeled 13B. I don't see any more for 13A.
Okay, so we're on the ARB, and we have two people who are in their first term. So let's hear nominations.
Jesse Campos. I'll nominate two, Jesse Campos and Patrick Tiggy.
Tig.
Well, do you guys want to do one at a time?
Yeah, we usually do one
That's
at a
fine.
time. So you want to start with, okay, so you pick one. Campos?
Is there
Sure,
another-
Jesse Campos.
Does that need a second?
No.
No, we just pick names.
I nominate Joshua Rosen. Oh, sorry, my mic's off. I nominate Joshua Rosen.
And I'll nominate Patrick Tig. Okay, any other nominations? So let's take a vote, Denise.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Jesse Campos. Oh, and is it two positions, right?
No,
We'll
just
do
one.
it after.
one.
Just
Oh,
do
one,
one at a
okay.
time.
Just one. Councilmember Brock.
Campos.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Tig.
Tig is how you say it, as I recall.
Councilmember
It is
Negrete.
Campos.
Councilmember Davis.
Rosen.
Councilmember Parra.
Campos.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Campos, right, we had four already, isn't that right?
Yes.
So instead of switching my I will vote for Campos.
Okay. So now we need,
Welcome to the ARB, Mr.
As well as-
Campos.
So now we need the second.
Oh, and Mayor Pro Tem McCowen also changed her vote to
Changed hers
Campos.
also.
Yes, and I'll change mine as well.
Okay, so that's unanimous, Mr. Campos.
Okay, so now let's do round two. Okay, so we have a second seat.
I nominate Patrick Ty.
Hearing no other nominations, Tig by acclamation?
Yes.
Okay, good. So Tig by acclamation, welcome back to the ARB, Mr. Tig.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we have the audit committee, and we have three applicants for that, and we have one incumbent, and it's Natalia.
Zernitskaya.
Natalia, yeah. And she's in her first term.
Yeah, she is in her first term. So Zernitskaya,
Is that a nomination?
yes.
Okay.
Any other nominations?
Mark Verville.
Any other nominations? Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Parra.
Verville.
Councilmember Davis.
Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Negrete.
Verville.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Natalia Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Brock.
Verville.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Verville.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Zernitskaya, and
Mark Verville.
And Mark Verville got 4 votes.
Mark Verville has been appointed. Next, we're moving on. Okay, so build and fire life safety. Okay, so there are 5 total. There are 5 seats, or 5 that are available. We have 4 applicants, but we have 2, so this is what I need to, and I apologize that this is not on your notes, but Tim Contouris, he meets the certification for the access specialist, and incumbent Daniel Jansenson meets the registered architect.
He is a registered.
so we have to wait, and so how, do we have only 2?
So we have those 2, and then the other, so so for the registered fire protection engineer, there's no applicants to fulfill that.
But don't we have, so we don't have anybody who has that.
Has that, right. So you can either choose to appoint someone who doesn't meet that requirement, or we can go back out. And Mayor,
Didn't we have this problem before? We had this problem before.
Yeah, this is always a difficult one to fill.
So I hope that the boards and commissions ad hoc is addressing this problem.
Well, I have to say, after doing this a couple years now, we've reached out to the various agencies, the certificate, we've reached out across the board. So it's just not an easy one to fill just because of the requirements.
No, we have a problem every time because we had a problem the last time, but let's vote.
Building and safety, so there are 4 applicants, 5 openings, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that one of the people who is a practicing architect hasn't registered with you as an incumbent?
No. So Daniel Jansenson.
Yeah.
Is an incumbent, and he meets the criteria for the registered architect.
Okay, thank you. That's what
and Tim is a new applicant. He meets the certified access specialist. And then Lowe is currently an incumbent. He doesn't meet the requirements, but the previous council selected him.
But we selected him because we had so much trouble finding people, right?
I'd say we reappoint. And yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Parra has her hand up.
Yes.
I just have a quick disclosure that Tim and I worked together at the city of Culver City, and I spoke to the attorney. Doesn't seem to be a problem for me voting, but I just wanted to disclose that I know Tim.
Okay. Let me ask you this, does everyone agree we should appoint all 4 applicants for the 5 spots by acclamation?
Yes.
Good, so by acclamation, we'll do all 4.
Okay. Good.
Okay, and we'll go back out for the one that's vacant. That made that easy.
It was.
Okay. Okay, so next we go to the Housing Commission. There are 2 vacancies, and there are requirements for the Housing Authority, for Housing Commission. So the Housing Commission, you need to have 1 Santa Monica resident, a Section 8 member. 1 Section 8 member must be 62 years of age and older, and 1 member must be unhoused or formerly unhoused. And Richard,
Is he over 62? So Richard Hilton is over 62.
And the unhoused or formerly unhoused are incumbent Renee Buchanan and Teresa Marasco. So they meet that qualification.
So can you repeat how many total?
There's 4 total. So there's 2 that term in 2023, and then there's 2 that end in 2025. So you're going to be appointing 4.
So
3, right? So I'm just informing you that.
So simply because we have 3 applicants who have the qualifications for the 2 positions, we could actually appoint one of those people, one of those 3, as a not Section 8, right? I mean, just because they're qualified as that, they can still be an open housing commissioner.
That's correct. That's correct. And then we also have Carl Hansen, who is
an incumbent.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have to do Richard Hilton, right? He's the only one that meets the 62.
Yeah, Richard.
No, Renee Buchanan would meet it too, but she's also the formerly homeless, so, but nevertheless, Richard and Renee are both in their last
So which ones
term.
are we
Okay,
doing
so
first?
let's do the two for 2023 first.
Okay, so I'll start Hilton.
Wait, is this for the over 62?
Well,
Yeah, we have to
That's what I
divide
mean.
it up more, don't we?
Well, they're both over 62. I was going to say,
Requirements for 20.
So it's Buchanan or
or both.
No, it could be both.
or Morosco, who also has applied for
is she
this.
over?
I don't know.
I
how
don't
old
think
she
she's
is,
over 62.
frankly.
I don't think she's that old.
It could be Hilton and Morosco.
Right.
So, quick question, Denise. On
I'm still.
Housing Commission, we need to appoint 2 that are expiring in 2023, and of those 2, it says 1 Section 8 member must be 62 years of age or older, and 1 member must be unhoused or formerly.
Right.
So we have to pick Hilton, right?
Yes,
Because
well,
the
you can be
60
both
60
62. No, I mean, Renee is also over 62,
Oh,
but she's
okay.
formerly, she has an additional qualification, for
Sorry,
instance.
I thought he was the only one that was. I
No,
thought Denise.
no.
was-
Okay, but she's the only one that meets the unhoused, formerly unhoused.
No.
No,
Oh,
Teresa
Teresa
Morosco.
Morosco does too.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
So I was going to start, if we do it one by one, with Hilton.
Okay, that's Richard.
Yes, Richard.
So we just.
Okay, so
We do that by-
Hilton by
everybody-
acclamation?
Is everybody in agreement?
Yes, okay, yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
he's the 2023.
Yes, and,
Okay, and he's the over, so you guys have taken care of the over 62.
Okay.
and so we have two 2-year terms for this, but other terms would be 4 years, and Renee Buchanan, who's been on for 12,
On her 5th term of
Yeah.
2
right,
years.
this is her last term, is that right?
Right.
Yeah, so this is her last
So
term.
I nominate Renee Buchanan for the term that ends in 2023.
Teresa, I'll
by
nominate
accla-
Morosco.
Well, I want to nominate her for the 4-year
Yeah, she
term.
can be in a 4-year term, why would you put her in a
She
2-year?
could be on
All
longer.
right, Gina DeVaca.
Okay, fine, let's do it. I mean, I think, no, Gina DeBaca can't be in this. She's not
formerly
formerly
unhoused?
homeless.
She's formerly homeless.
Did she
It doesn't
apply
say
for
so
that?
on her
as that?
application.
She
That
didn't
on her
apply for that
application.
position, Phil.
They have to check that on their application.
That were listed as that were.
The only 2 were Buchanan and Morosco. And
So I've nominated Morosco then. I'll change my nomination to Morosco.
fine,
For the longer term or for
Doesn't
No,
the?
for the shorter term.
the shorter term.
I don't want. There's been so many.
Did you
Okay,
nominate
all right, so
Teresa?
we have, okay, so are there any other nominations?
No, because they're the only 2 who are qualified.
Okay, so let's go through this. Okay, Councilmember De La, so the choices are Buchanan or Morosco.
Right.
Okay,
Okay. Here we go.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Morosco.
Councilmember Brock,
Morosco.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Buchanan.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete,
Buchanan.
Councilmember Davis,
Buchanan.
Councilmember Para,
Morosco.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Buchanan, but now I'm going to nominate Morosco for
The
the
four.
first 4-year position.
Okay. Anybody else for that one?
We do that by proclamation? Or-
Yeah, can we do Morosco by
Or
acclamation?
proclamation?
We knew what
Slate.
you meant. Is everybody in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so Morosco by acclamation, now we have a 4th, right?
Yeah, now we have,
That's,
we have a.
one
No,
more.
we
now
have, now what I'm
fourth.
saying is we have a 4th to
To
do.
nominate.
Fourth person.
Gomez.
I nominate Carl Hansen.
Oh, hold on.
Any other nominations?
Yes, but give me a second. Hold on, I got to look at the whole, I'm sorry, I was in the middle. I didn't look at the whole list. Yeah, right, if only, right? That would be good. I'm Tanya White.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, let's go through this. Councilmember De La Torre? Oh, I'm sorry, so the nominations are Gomez, Hanson, and White.
Dominic Gomez.
Councilmember Brock,
Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Hanson.
Councilmember Negrete,
Gomez.
Councilmember Davis,
Hanson.
Councilmember Para,
Gomez.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Well, so Gomez has 4, is that right?
Yes.
So Gomez,
Okay, all right, so Gomez has the second 2025 seat. Thank you for that. Okay, and next we're going to the Rec and Parks.
Lori Brown.
Hold on just a second.
And she's
Lori
seeking
Brown
a,
is on her.
This would be a super term,
This
yeah.
would be her third term. Okay, any other nominations?
is there only one seat?
There's
Yes.
only one seat.
there's only one seat.
Acclamation?
Yeah, by acclamation?
Is everybody in
Yes.
favor?
Yes.
Welcome back.
And then we have the Santa
Yeah,
Monica.
welcome back. Welcome everybody that I haven't welcomed so far. I'm sorry, I'm a little
So
tired.
we have two for the Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. Laura Lee Ash and Neil Carey are the incumbents, and they both have partial term. They started with partial terms.
So by acclamation,
By
the two
acclamation,
incumbents?
Yes.
Okay, good. By acclamation, Denise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you all for that. Okay, now.
Is that it?
Nope, we got one more. This is council members Negrete, Para, and Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, that the council direct the city manager to develop a comprehensive assessment regarding the continued challenges with unpermitted vending activity on or around the Santa Monica Pier, to enhance the council and community understanding of the issues and reinforce efforts to protect public health and safety while promoting pier business and the visitor's experience. The city manager would be instructed to work with the appropriate staff to bring back a report and study session to the council no later than its February 22nd, 2022 meeting, which summarizes the history of the issue, the measures taken by staff and partners to date, and those planned across all aspects of the issue, including but not limited to proactive education and outreach, collaborative enforcement, support for permitted vendors and merchants, legislative advocacy, and physical infrastructure changes. The study sessions would give council the opportunity to provide direction with regard to new resources, staffing, and other measures that could inform the development of fiscal year 2022 through 23 exception-based budget. And we do have a caller for this.
I thought we
Four
had
callers.
2. Didn't you say we had 2?
Oh, sorry, we have 4.
We have
But
4.
But I turn it over to the council members to present.
Do we introduce it
Okay,
first?
so yeah, so let's introduce it. Councilmember Negrete, do you want to introduce it?
Yes. Tonight, me and my colleagues are addressing public safety, environmental advocacy, and human rights. This issue isn't about illegal vending. It's about our community values, putting our foot down when enough is enough, and now is that time. My effort to keep the public safe starts at our water's edge. We are the westmost city in our county, and we need to be an example for our neighbors. SB 946, a state law, was implemented years ago, has resulted in unintended, or some might say intended, consequences to the detriment of our pier and city. We have designated spots for vendors, but unregulated, it's impossible to organize and manage. We need reform with our RFP and permit system, but in order to have reform, we have to be able to control the issue. If we want our youth to have a first opportunity to these spaces, we should reimagine it in their image, thinking of our locals as well, using the existing process and tweak for their benefit. However, we must keep our city safe at all costs, and it starts with our pier, with the perception of our visitors, and of course our residents. Today we are not safe, and if my colleagues agree to move this item forward, they too are putting our residents and stakeholders' safety first. I will continue to fight with every breath to keep our city and public safe.
Any of the other proponents of this want to make a statement? No? Okay, let's hear from the public.
I was just going
I'm
to,
sorry.
I was just going to echo what Councilmember Negrete said. It's just very important to me, especially as a former fire inspector, to protect life and safety, and especially one of our greatest assets, which is a wood pier. It's a historical, it's the face of our community, and there's many reasons why this is an important venture for us to move forward and to make sure that it's a safe place to be for many reasons. And so for that reason, I implore you all to vote with us in support of this motion. Thank you.
So I think it's important to say that what we're really doing here is saying that we want to have a better understanding of everything that's going on. We want to, get more information on the whole process to be able to really sort of address some of the issues and the public safety issues and the issues around our peer and the issues around our peer tenants and all of it. Just a much more like comprehensive understanding of everything that's going on and exactly what tools we have to sort of address some of these issues that we feel like our hands are tied in some ways. But while at the same time, I think, and I'll speak for myself here, recognizing sort of the importance of the goal of equity and access. And I think the city's done a really good job of creating, after SB 946, a permit process to allow for more access. And so, I'm just looking forward to what we get back here and how we can help.
So let's hear from the callers, please.
Yes.
Welcome, Samantha Henson. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Samantha Henson, and I'm calling on behalf of the safety of the employees who work at the pier every day. I've been asked to read a prepared statement from the group of 33 businesses currently permitted to operate on and around the pier, including 13 mobile vending cart operators that support the agenda item brought forth tonight by Councilmember Christine Parra and Councilmember Lana Negrete. These businesses would be here today, but recently business owners and employees at the pier have been retaliated against by unscrupulous members of the non-permitted businesses operating around the pier for speaking up about the negative impacts of unrestricted commercial activities taking place on and around the Santa Monica Pier. Please note, due to the length of the prepared statement, there will be 2 other speakers who are in the queue to complete the full written statement by these 33 businesses. Over half the businesses, including the mobile vending cart businesses, have been in operation in Santa Monica for over 25 years. The mobile vendors permitted to operate on and around the pier are primarily first-generation immigrants who have built successful businesses for themselves and their families. In addition, over 3/4 of the businesses on the pier are small, family-owned businesses that are often passed down to a new generation committed to continuing the tradition of making the Santa Monica Pier a unique and vibrant destination for residents and visitors. So the business owners and their employees appreciate the support and the attention that the council has dedicated to the issue around the unpermitted commercial use of the pier, including vending without a permit. And they thank you for putting this issue on the agenda tonight. The next part of our statement will be coming with the next speaker. The next speaker will highlight several issues that the businesses and mobile vendors would like to share. So thank you again for listening so late tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome, Darlene Fogel. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm calling as a resident of 26 years of Santa Monica, and I've enjoyed the pier with my family for so many years when it was safe and it was clean. I can't even bring my family down there anymore, or any of my guests that come from all around the world. They are appalled at the trash, at the illegal vendors. It smells horrible. There's decaying food throwing around. And not to mention the safety of the health issues of the food, the propane tanks that are on the pier. Like we said earlier, it's a wooden pier. You know, you're talking about the last 5 hours of a shore hotel that is a luxury hotel, and how the city of Santa Monica is a luxury city, yet you look across the street and you have hundreds of illegal vendors selling hot dogs wrapped with bacon and churros or whatever it is in filthy containers. Even hot dog vendors in New York City have to have permits. It was always difficult to get a business license in the city of Santa Monica. Why is it we are allowing these people to vendor illegally along the beach, and then they dump their waste all on our beach, which is already a hazard? And I don't even know why the Coastal Commission isn't even up in arms about this, yet they're up in arms about a luxury hotel. It just doesn't make sense to me. I ride my bike through there, and I see it all the time. I saw that they tried to take some of the vendors away the other day, and they were just right back there that night and the next day. Someone needs to get them off. It is not right, and we're going to lose our businesses on the pier. Thank you.
Welcome, Chris Valencia. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. My name is Chris Valencia, and I am the second speaker of 3 speakers who have been asked to read a prepared statement from the group of 33 businesses currently permitted to operate on and around the pier, including 13 mobile vending cart operators that support the agenda item brought forth tonight by Councilmember Para and Councilmember Negretti. Please note, due to the length of the prepared statement, there will be one other speaker who is in the queue to complete the full written statement. There are several issues that the businesses would like me to share with you. First, the growing proliferation of new non-permitted vending cart, food, and mobile sellers at and around the pier and beach has become unsafe and harmful to the livelihoods of the businesses and vendors I'm speaking for tonight. On many weekend evenings, the number of non-permitted businesses operating on and adjacent to the pier significantly outnumber the businesses and vendors allowed to be on the pier. Each week, they have experienced more brazen actions as the non-permitted vendors have only gotten more aggressive and continue to grow in numbers. Many non-permitted vendors block the entrances of the family-owned businesses and stand in front of the mobile vending businesses, impeding on their right to safely conduct business and allow safe and accessible pathways for their customers. This has resulted in a growing loss of customers. Second, the businesses and their employees have been increasingly concerned about their general safety and the safety of customers who are likely unaware that they are purchasing food that has been stored and prepared in unsafe conditions, such as being dropped on the ground, carts being stored in public bathrooms, and illegal and unsafe open fires still being used by some of these non-permitted businesses. They have witnessed fights breaking out between adversarial non-permitted business operators, witnessed officers and security guards being assaulted and insulted.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ashley Taylor. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Because she has somebody else who's going to read the next part.
I know, but they repeat.
Right.
Ms. Taylor, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
My name is Ashley Taylor, and I am the last speaker of the 3 speakers who have been asked to read a prepared statement from the group of 33 businesses currently permitted to operate on and around the pier, including 13 mobile vending cart operators that support the agenda item brought forth tonight by Councilmember Para and Councilmember Negretti. As it was stated earlier, these businesses would be here today, but due to retaliation concerns, business owners and employees at the pier have asked for their written statement to be read. Most importantly, the pier businesses and mobile vending businesses want to be clear. They do not want to see an end of the vending cart program. The city of Santa Monica has been a leader in creating legal street vending beginning in 2001 that has proven to be a resounding success. Many of the businesses I'm speaking for tonight are a result of the city's street vending cart program. The success is experienced by many first-generation immigrants who came to Santa Monica, followed the permitting requirements. These cart operators, along with the other pier businesses, are supporters of legal and safe street vending. However, both the mobile vendors and family-owned businesses are struggling as revenues dip due to the growing wall of non-permitted vendors blocking entrances, making it difficult for customers. The 33 pier businesses that prepared this statement tonight asked the city to focus on improving safety for employees, residents, and visitors, as well as improving fair and equitable opportunities that also protect the rights to earn a living for each legal permitted business that follows the law. The businesses that want to commend Councilmember Para and Councilmember Negretti's recommendation to expedite a study session to better understand the challenges and complexities of this issue and identify solutions to increase inclusivity, safety, and accessibility. The pier businesses are eager to provide any help, insight, and assistance requested to help keep the Santa Monica Pier safe, open, equitable, and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quick talking. And do we have one more You said there were 4.
We have 2 more. Welcome, Matt Stauffer. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Matt Stauffer again from the Santa Monica Chamber. As you may know, the Chamber has convened a working group of local business owners, residents, and community stakeholders to brainstorm ideas around the safe and clean priority. The group continues to meet weekly and has identified some key priority areas, one of which is addressing the vending situation on and around the pier. The working group believes strongly in prioritizing safety, accessibility, and equitable work solutions, and to that end, supports the acceleration of a study session to identify these solutions so we can keep Santa Monica safe, accessible, fair, and equitable for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Stauffer.
Welcome, Ryan Haas. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Third time's a charm, guys. Hi. This will be my last time probably this year. Thank you for listening, council members, mayor, and staff. So I think that it's important when we look at this comprehensive assessment. I think that one of the things I haven't seen in what you guys are requesting from staff and the city manager is to come back with some recommendations. I am a member and on the chamber board. Matt Stauffer just spoke on our behalf, and we are working on solutions. But I want to give you guys a practical reason as to why I got passionate about this. First of all, I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. Coming to the pier and coming to Santa Monica as a child was a big privilege. You may not recognize that I am also Latino. I'm half. My father was 100% and served the city at the DA's office for his entire career, but wasn't in my life. But I appreciated coming down here and really participating in Santa Monica. I'm so blessed to live here and work and serve this community. During the week of Thanksgiving on that Friday and Saturday, I have clients and friends come in from all over the world, all over the country, all over the state. On Friday and Saturday, I had 2 different people come in. I took them down to the pier, and what we witnessed was something that I've never witnessed before. I've supported a lot of the food vendors my entire life around this city, and I will continue to do so. But what 946 has created is a very unsafe environment. We got to think about protecting our businesses, yes. We got to think about the brand of Santa Monica, yes. But more importantly, we got to think about public safety. And I know you guys all agree with that. That's why Negrete and Parra have proposed this, and thank you for doing so. But I think that we need to, one, accelerate this timeline. My understanding is that the report or the comprehensive assessment is going to come back in February. I think we need to step this up. It's really obvious. You go down there once, like we went down the boardwalk and we came in on the south side of the pier on the stairs that come up, and you had to go through a gauntlet of vendors to even get onto the pier, and it was very aggressive. And then on the pier, once they're up there near the Pacific Park vendors, near those restaurants,
your time is up.
They have a straight line blocking your entrance.
Thanks,
so
Ryan.
I hope you guys move this forward. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Well, I'll leave it to one of the proponents to make the motion, but I do want to say that I hope that incumbent in this item is the idea that we are supportive of staff's efforts and any innovative efforts they can come up with to address this problem, even in the interim between now and February 22nd. There is and I think it's a misleading trope going around that somehow we're not intervening as best we can because of fear of this, that, or the other thing. And I think, we need to make sure that staff understands that we support their efforts in this regard, and that we don't have to wait until February 22nd to start to make changes, but obviously that we do need to address this issue and just make sure that everyone understands we are committed to trying our best to solve this problem.
Well, thank you. And I think that if it's not obvious already, we all are interested in this, and we all are 100% supportive of the staff efforts to prevent this melee that happens every weekend on the pier. I think that a bunch of us have been down and have observed the chaos that ensued, and I think we understand that this has created an emergency for us in one of the most significant areas of our city, and we need it to stop. We cannot have this continue. And I agree with Councilmember Davis and with the movers that we need to figure out how to fix this, and we need to figure it out sooner rather than later. So I appreciate your putting this on. Councilmember Brock.
really simply, I already know the answer to this. The staff, our police department, code enforcement, city manager's office is going to continue to work to try and solve this problem every day. So while we wait for a report, I want to make it clear, and I hope everyone else wants to make it very clear, and Mayor Himmelrich just did, is that we are not waiting for a report. We are going to be working on taking positive steps to solve the issue.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember Parr.
There was just one other thing that I wanted to ask that be included in the research or the findings that staff comes back, and that was to include information or I want staff to talk to LA County Public Health so we can get some feedback from them on what their concerns are in terms of, health and safety, can do's, cannot do's, so forth and so on. If that information.
Well, so you want them to talk because we're all.
But they can
aware
talk to
public
us,
health
or if
has
they can
been
be
out
here,
there.
or if they can, whatever it may be.
Well, no, my point is this. Public health has been out to the pier, so we know our staff has talked to them.
Right.
So we know public health is already involved, so you aren't really worried about that. So what do you really
Well,
want?
no, I want to, I've never talked to public health, so I want to know what they're saying, I want to know what direction
Okay, so
public
you
health has
want a
been giving
report
staff.
back. Okay,
So-
gotcha. That's what I was asking you.
Okay, great,
Okay,
thank you.
great. Councilmember De La Torre.
I want to just piggyback on that really quickly because the LA County Department of Public Health has been down here very reluctantly. And we need from Supervisor Kuehl's office, from the other supervisors in LA County, from Holly Mitchell, from everyone, an understanding of how serious this issue is in Santa Monica and how much we need the Department of Public Health down here continuously. And I know it's a weekend when the heavy activity happens, but we need them down here during the week as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
Also, I'm aware that there's a resolution that was just adopted, I think, or is in the works in LA City of Los Angeles, to be more permissive than what we're contemplating. But anyway, we should understand sort of the different options that municipal governments have. It looks like on one side we'll have the City of Los Angeles. So it's just important to monitor what's being done over there.
The City of Los Angeles, I'm sorry, are you calling in someone else or can I answer
Well,
that?
no, I mean, yeah, so first Councilmember Brock and then Councilmember.
So the City of Los Angeles is putting a motion through to ask the state to take action on finding ways to legalize vending on a quicker basis and on a statewide level to try and reduce the fees so that vendors can come into compliance with public health at a lower rate. I welcome that. I asked last week and talked to, I believe, our city manager and other people about piggybacking on that resolution by the City of Los Angeles. They have not adopted theirs yet, and my understanding is the state won't even look at that till mid-February when the Senate and Assembly is back in gear. So we do have time to follow up on that.
Thank you.
I just want to quickly say that people have been watching what's going on, and in response to what you're saying, Brock, and De La Torre, Oscar, yes, LA is one thing, and as I said in my opening, this really isn't about illegal vending. This is about what's going on at the pier, and I want to be clear about that. Before we can talk about any programs or where it should be or how in terms of what policy we can make as a city, we have to get a grip on what's happening at the pier, because we're utilizing resources, and it's just gotten out of control. So that's what this is about. This is focusing on that specifically, but there's definitely education components and collaboration in there as well.
Anybody else? Let's take a vote, Denise. Oh, yeah, let's have a motion.
I guess, do I make the motion? Can I make a motion? There, I made a motion.
Moved by Negrete, seconded by Para. Let's have a roll call vote.
It was Negrete, okay. Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
So that passes unanimously. Because this is a special meeting, there is no public comment tonight, but we do have 2 adjournments, and I believe, who's going first? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, it is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of beloved son, brother, and priest, Father David John Ayotte. Father Ayotte was born in Montreal, Canada, to his proud parents, John and Sheila Ayotte. He had 3 siblings, including sisters Maureen and Lori, and brother Rick. Father Ayotte is survived by his mother, Sheila, his sister Maureen, brother-in-law Bill, cousin Tracy, and many other family members.
Whether teaching or preaching, Father Ayotte, that's how we call him at church, so, was intensely focused on sharing and imparting the love of his life, Jesus Christ, with everyone he encountered. His more recent gifts included envisioning, developing FIRE, a 4-month retreat of communal prayer and discernment at Holy Spirit Parish in San Jose. In his final year of life on earth, God gave him the remarkable gift of the St. Monica Parish community in Santa Monica. Father Ayotte further ignited the St. Monica community with an even more robust version of FIRE, which not only spiritually strengthened 30 St. Monica leaders, but also produced a plethora of ideas and initiatives that will keep St. Monica strong for decades to come. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family and friends our deepest condolences. Father Ayotte fortified relationships, families, and communities and will be sorely missed. On a personal level, my family and I have been a part of the St. Monica Parish and school community for over 20 years. Father Ayotte, while only serving our parish and schools committee for 16 months, his service and impact has been profound, and we are immensely grateful. Father Ayotte will forever be in our hearts. May he rest in glory.
And on a personal note, Dave and I worked together on the FIRE task force, and he'd only been with St. Monica's for a short time, but he made a huge impression on the St. Monica community, as evidenced by the significant loss that is felt in his passing. He was an incredibly gentle and wonderful human being who truly found his calling in the priesthood after starting his career as a teacher. And it was an absolute honor to have known him, to be able to work with him, and to learn from him through that task force process. And I know that he is sincerely missed in our household, and I'm just glad he's not suffering anymore. And to his mother, I send my sincerest condolences.
Thank you both. And now I have an adjournment that is very personal to me. On Sunday night, when I visited my dear and steadfast friend, Ed Hunsaker, at Santa Monica UCLA Hospital, I never imagined it was the last time I would see him. But Edwin Sterling Hunsaker, known to us in Santa Monica simply as Ed, died at 5:00 a.m. on Monday, November 29, 2021. Ed lived in Santa Monica for 37 years and had an intense interest in politics at all levels. He grew up in Utah and was the youngest elected delegate to the Republican National Convention in 1972. Ed switched sides and became a Democrat when he worked as an aide to Congressman Wayne Owens of Utah and several other state campaigns in Utah. Ed was a jack of all trades. He worked as a model, a television writer and producer, a firefighter, a fishing camp manager, a production manager, a house painter, a construction worker, to name just a few. In his spare time, Ed was a champion swimmer, an avid rock climber, a devoted animal lover, and a great cook. And in the past 8 days, I've met so many friends of Ed all across the country, going back to his childhood, to whom he was an equally dear and equally steadfast friend. We all knew that we could call Ed at 2 a.m. and he would answer and talk to us. We knew that if we needed a ride to or from the airport or to the doctor, Ed was there for us. When the City Council needed to deliver a hard copy of a letter to the Coastal Commission on Wednesday morning after a Tuesday night meeting, Ed drove me up to Morro Bay where the commission was meeting, where I delivered the letter and we both spoke on behalf of the council. Then we turned back around and Ed drove me back to Santa Monica the same day. But it wasn't just me. I have talked to a dozen of Ed's friends who felt exactly the same way. I first met Ed in 2013 when he rallied the troops against the Pally House liquor license. He was on the board of his neighborhood group, Wilmont, and spearheaded Wilmont's early reform efforts in 2012. Most recently, he served as the treasurer of the Santa Monica Democratic Club and controller of the Westside Democratic HQ, as well as on the SMERS steering committee. It was Ed who thought of creating a supermajority ballot measure for large projects, and he was the first and foremost advocate for a park rather than an office building at 4th and 5th in Arizona. Ed is survived by his daughter, Brittany Marie Hunsaker-Sebulak, his grandson, Braden Blue Casillas, and 3 brothers, David, Philip, and Jonathan. Santa Monica will miss him, but I will miss Ed. So goodbye, friend.
Councilmember,
I'd like to,
did you have one?
I do, yeah.
I'd like to add to Ed's, because Ed was also a dear friend who I met in 2012 or 2013. He served as my campaign manager for my first run at City Council in 2014. Ed and I spent every day together for 5.5 months. He was such a source of wisdom. And he was one of the few people, I mentioned this to Sue the other day, that could pontificate and speak more than I could. And we had spirited discussions about everything in my campaign, everything in politics in Santa Monica, yes, from the park at 4th and Arizona on down. I will miss his calls to me, sometimes during the SMER meetings, other times where he would text me and we would just talk. And I always knew, whether we agreed or not, we were each going to learn something from the other each and every time. I was so sad when the mayor let me know Sunday night that he was back in the hospital.
Right, that's right.
And I planned on visiting him the next day. Ed, you will be missed here, but I'm sure you're in heaven right now, discussing politics about Congress or the city or something. And like Sue, we'll always miss him. He made a great contribution to our city.
Lana?
And then finally, adjourning this meeting in memory of Inez Gutierrez Vallejo, who worked at the Vons on Wilshire when he relocated to Venice, California from Arizona in 1960, and then lived at the Pico Lanai Apartments here in Santa Monica with his newlywed bride in 1962. He passed in his resting place in Hacienda Heights on December 3rd. He is survived by his loving and devoted wife of 60 years, Flora Vallejo, their 4 children, Ernie, Rebecca, Raquel, and Anita, as well as 11 grandchildren, 1 great-grandson, and his 95-year-old sister, Amparo. He is cherished and missed by them and his extended family and countless friends.
So on that note, this meeting is adjourned. I'll see everybody next Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. That would be Tuesday, December the 14th. I'm sorry, I've been corrected. This meeting is adjourned, and I'll see you in 6 days. Goodbye.